Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. With the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination from the International Fake Station. Good to see everybody here tonight. Before we get started, I just saw Zulu1 in the chat. Welcome, my friend. I, of course, due to my superior brain power, no, I'm just kidding. I won the trivia game over on Zulu1 the other day, and so my prize was this really cool. Let me see if y'all can see that. This really cool flat earth keychain, which is really cool because it was so weird. It came the next day. My wife and I was telling her, I think that the ceiling, some are saying it's flat, some are saying it's dome. I'm saying, yeah, kind of. It's a real shallow dome. Okay. That's what I'm saying. It's a real shallow, like a blister, not like a cake bunt. And this really looks a lot like it because you can see that it really doesn't have to incorporate as long as this goes up high enough at the apex around most of the landmass. And also a matching, these are really cool. And you can get these from Zulu1. He sells these. They're really cool. It's a little pendant. And it's a little flat earth. And you can get these, I guess. And I love this one. This is perfect. He makes them also using a Gleason's map and whatever flat earth you could get. Oh, you know what you ought to do, Zulu1? Use the 1587 Urbano Monte. You know what I'm talking about? That really old map? That would be a really cool pendant. I would get that. I'm going to get some more of these because I'd like to give some away as gifts and stuff this year. Birthdays and what have you like that. So I think that would be really cool. But yeah, see if you can make those with the Urbano Monte 1587 map. Go to the David Rumsey map collection and you can actually download the image yourself. And then, whatever you do, shrink it or however you do that stuff. I would imagine you could do it. It would be a good one. I guarantee it. So who else do I got over here? Over on I got two sis over in my Rumble side. Welcome to you. Let me see. I'm supposed to sign in order. Why am I not signed in? I should be signed in. It just automatically dicks with me. So we got two sis over here. I'm going to put the link over there too for anyone that wants to come on from that platform. There we go. And I got like I've accumulated too much stuff here on my thing, and I'm having to look around my Galileo thermometer. If you noticed, every time Brenda brought up the Galileo thermometer, I brought this up. This one's a brand new one. I got this one. What did I pay for it? $10. And I got this actually at Hobby Lobby. And they have a lot of stuff for decoration and things like that. And I saw this in here. I'm also going to get a Fitzroy storm indicator, which is an Admiral Fitzroy storm indicator. If you don't know what that is, look it up. Admiral Fitzroy. And what it is, it's a solution much like that with some crystals in it and an indicator lines on it, so that at different weather conditions, if it's going to snow or storm, the crystals will form up to that position within the vessel. I think that's really cool. Yeah, geopolitics. Yeah, I did see it. Vladimir Putin didn't say anything I haven't already said on this show regarding that whole bunch of crap. But I guess it takes this to get it into the minds of the people. I think that the response by our government, as well as others and corporations and shit, was there again over the top. But there again, I have to gauge that to the level of brainwashing that a lot of people out there in the mainstream world are subject to. So hey, there's that. So let's see who I got in here. Of course, Zulu 1. You can go find it at, let me see, do I still have it open? No. TuckerCarlson.com. I can get it for you right now. Hang on. To you. Shit. There we go. Yeah, because I was just there. And you can do the Putin interview. I'm going to put the link to it right here in the chat for anybody that wants to go over and see it. Let me put it over here in the Rumble side too. He spent a great deal of time at first going through Russian history. Okay. Very interesting. And you start to wonder, where the hell is the relevance to it, right? What relevance does this have? And he does bring it all home. So I would encourage you to, when you get time, go ahead and look at it. It is recorded. It's on Tucker Carlson. I'm sure it's going to be on other places too. But yeah, that knows the earth is flat, horizontal state. Yeah, the old guy, everybody says that. It's usually because, like in the Matrix, right? They told Neo that they only bring people out of their pod like if they're below a certain age, because they've been basically less indoctrinated into the system. Anybody older than that would die. But that veil's peeling off for everybody. I've been doing this for a little while. Within the last year and a half, maybe 2 years, I've been doing YouTube, and it's doing pretty good. I'm getting a little bit known out there and contributing what I can to the effort to break people away from this spell. Let's see. So Trip Canada, good to see you. We got Daniel Watkins, Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara, and her bag of dicks, I'm sure. Mike Finnan, we got here too. Let's see, who else? We got Shifty Eye Shady with us. Boggin Alsjerd. Well, that sounds like a very Nordic type name. Am I correct in my assumptions? Scott Matznick, Stacy Jones with us here. And people be piling in. The Naikas. Now it's just the Naikas. I like that. Hey, some interesting shit was going on, right? So I went over to Flatzoid, and I'm a member on Flatzoid's channel. And I was watching it on my TV, and I had my phone so I could, interject in the chat. And it wasn't showing up. I had to tell him. So what he found out, there was some kind of a rogue mod that had gone through and blocked a bunch of people for no fucking reason whatsoever. So be careful if you find yourself the Brenda Crusher. There you go. If you find that something's happening with your stuff, let us know somehow. Open another account, because that's how I did. I opened up the Sob's Place account, and I typed in there, I said, Flatzoid, my shit's not showing up. And he got in there looking today on today's show, and whoa, there was a bunch of people blocked and shit. That was crazy. That was so crazy. Also, before I get into this, I'm also going to play a video, music video that was put out by our good friend Vince Feline over in Sweden. He also has a channel. I don't know. He keeps changing the name on me. Vince, the Dishonest Composer Reacts, or something like that now. I will give you the link when I pull up the video, but it's a short 3-minute music video. It's a Flat Earth song. I think most of you will enjoy it, and we'll check it out. I just wanted to show you. Just remember, y'all, you are electric. You see that? I am a conductor. I got to take that off of there, and what happens? I complete the circuit with myself, and it lights up. Isn't that cool? Little gizmos I like to show people. So let me do that real quick. We'll see. I can do it out of this window here. Go back to here. Hit that. Or why don't I just bring it up on my Facebook, because I put it on there. No. It was really good. Here it is. I'm going to go to it. All right. Hang on. Uno momento, s'il vous plaît. All right. So Vince Feline, let me put the link to this real quick before I start it. This is to the video. And of course, you can get to his page through this. He had a pretty cool stream going on this afternoon I was checking out. But anyway, with no further ado, let me bring up Vince and we'll get into this debate. Sound good? All right. Who are you talking to, Dave? Yourself.
The globe is alive. They want us blind. Open your eyes and break the chains of lies. The globe is alive. They limit our minds. Illuminate the lies and break the ties. God kept in the shadows as silently as electronic plans unfold, enslaving you and me. Hidden lands whisper in the echoes of time, a crafted illusion to control our minds. The climate sham, where falsehoods amplify, it hinges on a globe lie, a tale to mystify. The climate sham weaves a deceptive tie, built on the foundation of a global lie, a global illusion in the climate scam supply. The globe is alive. They want us blind. Open your eyes and break the chains of lies. The globe is alive. They limit our minds. Illuminate the lies and break the ties. In the crowd they blend so well, NPC people under the system spell. Minds on repeat, programmed to obey, doing the system's bidding every single day. Like clockwork machines, they are unaware of the truth behind the scenes, blinded by the system's glare. NPC people everywhere, suppressing dissent. They silence your voice,
locked in the cycle. They can't break free, bound by conformity. The globe is alive. They want us blind. Open your eyes and break the chains of lies. The globe is alive. They limit our minds. Illuminate the lies and break the tide. The earth is flat.
So that was Vince Feline over at, what's he calling himself now? Dishonest World. Okay. So, yeah, he's gotten some flack and shit. So, yeah, he's got a pretty good channel. He does some live streams. I caught one today. Of course, he's in Sweden, so the schedule is going to be a little bit different for people here in the U.S., which is a big part of my people. Scott, I'm not really understanding what you're getting at. I mean, the show tonight is obviously not about the Tucker Carlson fucking interview, okay? But I've put the link in the chat and you can go over and take a look at it. And you know, if you want to see it and everything, like I said, he hasn't said anything different than I have here, you know. So I don't know. That was a trip. That was pretty good, wasn't it? I liked it. And I got to say that it takes a lot of talent to put something like that together. It really does. This isn't easy. I mean, there's a lot involved with what we do here. You know, I don't get too elaborate. I mean, when do I have time? I'm busy hitching rides up here to this international fake station, taking my life into my own hands so that I don't get strangled by some of these loose cables all just floating around every fucking place, you know? So who's got time, right? Just fucking with y'all. So let me see here. I've got the modern day debate. This is PhD Tony, who I believe, to me, in my opinion, seems to be a bit arrogant, takes himself a little bit too seriously, along with his degree. T-Jump, I am not familiar with him a whole lot. I watched a little bit of this today, and they are arguing on the Globe side, whereas Nathan and Matthew are going to be on, let me see, where's the other channels? I don't see any YouTube channels for any of these people. Do I? Let me see, where's that take you? Oh, yeah, I guess it does. So anyway, I've put the link to the original over here in the description of the video. So if you want to go watch it uninterrupted, not have to hear me stop it and make points, then you can go over there and watch it. We're also open to anybody who wants to come up, just observe common decorum. Dreamy is not avoiding us. She's got some other things she's dealing with. Nothing. She's okay. Everything's cool. She's just got some other things that she's dealing with and hasn't got time to be here as she normally is. So I just thought I'd pass that around. If you're listening, Dreamy, I hope everything's going okay. And you know, I'm always open to talk. So we'll go through this. So PH2 get very angry and upset. A lot of times these people do, because you got to understand that not only is their pride invested in their position, but they've spent a lot of money to get indoctrinated into this belief. Now I can only imagine. That's not a indictment. That's just an observation based on what I have. I watch people. I understand how they work. I understand what goes on in people's heads. So I've made it's been a hobby of mine my whole life. Anyway, I've always been one of those people who wonders, what the fuck are these people doing, man? Anyway, here we go. Let me see. Did he ever elaborate what he was talking about? The guy with the tripping out about the Extos de Heliopolis. Is that you, Christos, formerly known as Christos? Are you doing like like what Prince did, you know, the artist formerly known as? Come on, man, what's going on, brother? All right, so let's get into this. And it starts off, the fucking guy's muted right off the bat. Is it? Hold on a second. Let me make sure I don't have the tab muted.
$69 feet of curvature.
There we go.
You hate it when OBS resets your audio, everybody. All right, we're going to try this from the top. So sorry to all of our speakers. We were getting into it. I see you guys in the comment section. You know, just blame it all on Ryan. It's fine. You know, the focus rate has to be set up properly with the inputs to get this going. Welcome to Modern Day Debate, everybody. Tonight, we are going to be debating globe versus flat Earth. To get us started, we have Matthew. You got 6 minutes on the floor, and I'm refreshing your clock there, buddy. The floor is yours.
All right. I want to say thank you very much to Modern Day Debates for inviting me here. I want to say thank you to the creator of heaven and earth for allowing us to be here and discuss these very important topics. I want to say thank you to my flat earth partner in this debate, Nathan. What's up, man? I want to say thank you to the Globers on the other side, PhD Tony and T-Jump. Thank you guys for showing up. All right, so here we go. Basically, well, how I understand it, globe theory has 4 mandatory conditionals, okay? The first of which being curvature. If the Earth is a globe, then there would be some sort of shape. There would be some sort of globular shape that could be measured. And now that curvature rate, which people can, you know.
That's another thing too, is this whole idea, you know, well, is the shape flat or a globe? Well, first off, flat's not a shape. And I think flat is basically a reference to level. And of course, level meaning no point equal to the other. I mean, when we see water at rest, yes, we have topography, right? We have topography. We have hills, we have valleys, we have lakes, we have rivers, we have all kinds of cool shit. It's called topography. We have the same thing underwater too. But that water that sits above it, notice that it doesn't conform to the contour of the basin. Okay, it fills the basin and it remains level at the surface when it rests. And yes, I know there's waves and everything else like that, but as we gain in altitude, we don't see the horizon dropping below us. We don't see the we're not able to suddenly be able to see around curves, as I demonstrated at the spiral staircase. So we can't confuse a globe and flat is comparison of shape. You're saying it has a shape. You're saying that you have a specific size, a specific speed of rotation, a specific speed of orbit and distant from a star and all this other shit. So those are these claims that just cannot, they want to reverse that around on you. What did somebody say? That Martin guy, he was going, well, what are your flat earth physics? And I was like, what in the hell are you talking about flat earth physics? There's no difference. Physics is physics. Okay. It doesn't matter. You know, if I'm inside of a house now, if I do a physics experiment, is that house physics now because I'm inside a fucking house? What are you, I don't even understand this thinking. They get too mired down. What they've done is they have wilted the right hemisphere of their brain in lieu of the left hemisphere of their brain, which is just nothing but fucking numbers and bullshit. They can't visualize. They can't conceive. This is why they're all the time, well, where's your math? Fuck your math, man. Show me the fucking reality. That's what I'm talking about. You know, mathematics not reality. I don't care if Red Rhetoric says it or that asswipe McToon says it or Psyman Dan or whoever the fuck says it. I don't care. And just because some guy comes out and says science doesn't prove things, who the fuck made him God of everything? If you disprove something, you've proven something, don't you? Ah, wow, how about that? So yeah, just these fuckers in their mind games, man, it gets on my nerves after a little bit, you know?
We could talk about for 1 mile, there should be 0.666 feet of curvature over 1 mile. Okay. Over 10 miles, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature. Okay. Over 10 miles. Now, over 100 miles, there should be 6,669 feet of curvature, which we don't see. Any way you cut it, we don't see it. Now, when I see 666 all those times, you know what I think of? Now, watch. I know you guys may not like the Bible, but how about Iron Maiden? You know, let he who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666.
Okay, so that sounded nothing like Orson Welles. And my God, you all, yeah, you can invoke a creator, but please don't invoke scripture as evidence to a globe. They're gonna fucking whip your ass with it every time. Okay. Stick to the shit you can actually prove. Yes, I find it highly suspicious that that number appears so often. I really do. But nevertheless, that go to the point of how did you get that? Where did you get the R value? Now you're talking about the horizon. Is the horizon apparent or is the horizon physical? If you say it's physical, how did you derive that? And if you want to talk about sticks and shadows, I ain't even interested because I don't even think that guy existed and it's not proof of a globe or a flat earth. Okay, because you can get the same effect if you have a local sun and a flat plane, which that's obviously what we have, but just don't go there. It's just opening a can of fucking uncrazy worms that are like, just stay away from it. Stay away. You can prove. Okay. We see no measurable convexity. All right. Let them bring their numbers.
So basically, Satan put his signature on the globe theory. Okay. So right there, that's the first mandatory conditional, the curvature, which is not there. Second one is rotation. Now, if the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, which no matter way you cut it, okay, no matter way you cut it, the Earth is allegedly spinning 1,000 miles an hour, right? Which we don't feel. No one can feel, okay? Maybe some expensive.
Just real quick. Hey, look at there. How's everything? She's up in the city of brotherly love right now. Finally shows up. She won't show up on here when she's home, but she goes off on a trip. She's gonna be here. I see how it is. Trip Canada. I just wanted to say real quick. Most people, I'm not talking about imagination. I'm talking about the ability to take those ideas and visually put them together so that you can actually see a working, functioning idea of it. You know, we don't come to ideas by just numbers and shit. We come to ideas from thinking and going, oh, wow, you imagine something you within plausibility. I mean, I'm not saying everything that you can imagine, but you can visualize it. If you take note, Tesla, that's exactly what he did. Okay. He went like I don't know. I would be interested to see if he had the connections between his left and right hemispheres actually active. I think so. Because, you know, I can construct like a model in my head and then bring it to fruition. But this guy actually got really detailed. I'd have to work out the details as I did it. You know what I mean? And most people would. But if you don't have that ability at all, then you don't have anything. I mean, really.
A little device that's designed to give you that result may feel it. but anything, no one, plane hover or a helicopter hovering in place, the earth isn't moving, okay? If I jump in the air, okay? If I jump in the air, right? 1 second, the earth would allegedly be spinning so fast under me that 4.3 miles should be spinning underneath me, okay? No matter how you cut it, no matter how much fairy mathematics you lay on that, it is not happening, okay? And I know Globers might say, yeah, that's like half the speed of an hour hand on a clock, okay? Which is reasonable, right? However, theoretical globe Earth is much bigger than a clock, okay? What that means, it's more ground to cover in the same amount of time, okay? So that's the second mandatory conditional, which is not present, the rotation. Okay, the third one.
Yeah, you're right. I think the way I'm trying to illustrate that, though, Trip, is that not fantastical imagination, but imagination of visualization, that kind of a thing, within realms of possibilities. You know, like being able to visualize how 3 different gears would work on one another, that kind of thing. Not like a purple flying unicorn with, you know, candy corn dropping out of its ass. And we know that that's just out of the realm of possibility, but you can still imagine it. And I just brought it to fruition by speaking it out into the universe. Isn't that crazy? Because you imagined it too.
One is tilt, okay? Allegedly on globe Earth, on the globe theory, there is a 23.4 degree tilt back and forth, which is allegedly the reason for the seasons. But what I would like to demonstrate using a pair,
which is really crazy too, because we're like 3 million miles away from the sun further during our summer than we are during the winter, which is just fucking retarded, man. I mean, 3 million. Oh, it's just 3 million. You know, isn't that the original distance that they figured the sun at was 3 million? And they were only off by 90. Brenda said, yeah, but they will have no reason to go and check it any further from now on or anything. I was like, that's probably what Tycho Brahe thought, you know, when he said 8 million or, you know, whatever his calculation, 15 million. And then they kept upping it. And then they took it too far and then they had to back it up. And it's like, because you're basing it off of what you think is happening. You're taking a lot of kinematic effects and trying to incorporate it into this wild ass model that you've constructed with no basis in reality. We have to actually prove that shit goes around the sun and that it is this magnificently huge object 93 million miles away. They blow that shit by you when you're a little kid and you don't have time to think about it. You say, oh, okay, well, that's the teacher and they know everything. So who am I to question that, right? So we take that shit for granted. Well, go back and start at square one as an adult and see how much sense you can make of it, right? This is how they get you on it. Anyway.
Because as we know, the high priest of globe religion, Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually said Earth is pear-shaped, okay? I'm not putting words in his mouth, okay? Now watch. The reason there is no tilt, okay? Polaris would be directly above the North Pole of this pear, right? Doesn't matter how far away it is.
Hey, Trip, you know, it should have took you less than 5 minutes just based on common sense, right? Think about this. If nobody had told you you lived on a fucking globe until you were, I don't know, 18, and then came up and ran this fucking shit on you, what would you think? You would have no observational evidence that any of that was true. That you were moving, that you were on a ball, or any other thing. What actually, I'll just ask you, Trip, because I know you're being sarcastic. Let me just ask you. If you had never been told you live on a ball or a globe, what would ever make you come to that conclusion on your own? Nothing. Well, angles don't prove convexity, M-ball. Can you show me the angle of a curve? There is no angle of a curve. It has degrees of arc. An angle is a line. A curve is an arc.
Polaris is directly above the North Pole of this pair. Now, not only Polaris doesn't tilt, but Orion, the constellations,
Yes, of course, in Bolivia, you would have them facing north because the sun traverses back and forth between the two tropics. You're south of the equator. It would make sense.
fixed stars do not tilt. Now, this is the third mandatory conditional for the globe theory. Allegedly, the Earth tilts like this, with all of the stars tilting perfectly. Do you guys see what I'm saying? My hand represents the northern celestial hemisphere. I hope you guys are following what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be weird or throw some weird stuff at you guys. But the reason we know there's no tilt, the sky, it's like this. The sky would stay put and the Earth would tilt like that. But that's not what we see, because the Earth is not tilting. What that is there.
Everything seems to be tilting with it. We don't see that variance going on with Polaris at all.
The sun's path goes from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn. There is no Earth tilt, right? Next, here we go. The fourth mandatory conditional, which we can discuss if you guys want. I'm open-minded to whatever you got to say, okay? The fourth mandatory conditional for the globe theory to work, gravity. So that people could stand on the bottom of this pair. You see, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or do, you know what I mean? This is what the globe theory is telling me. Since I've been a kid in school, this is what the globe theory's been telling me. People are standing on the bottom of this pair dancing, right? Gravity, right? Now, as I understand gravity, it is the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction, right? This is what I've heard. You guys, I don't know if you guys still agree with it or not, but greater the mass, greater the force of attraction. The reason we know that isn't true is because if there was something that weighed 100 pounds and something that weighed 1 pound, if gravity were true, the heavier object having more mass would indeed fall faster. But that's not what we see because it's not happening. The other one that I know about gravity is mass attracting mass. Now, okay, we don't see that. When I look in the sky, I do not see the...
Even just think about that. You got like a big, heavy fucking safe sitting in the middle of a room, and all these other, and a little tiny table with a doily on it, and maybe an end table, you know, but you got this big ass heavy safe, right? So it's massive, it's heavy and shit, right? Big. Is it going to attract all the dust? I mean, if that were the case, I would only have to ever dust like the largest piece of furniture. You know, are these things grabbing dust because of gravity, because of their own gravity? I mean, after all, wasn't it Nick Volt that claimed that the hydrogen atoms had their own gravity and pulled themselves together into the mass of the sun? Totally against how gas actually works. But anyway.
10 seconds.
Being 10 seconds. I don't see the moon being attracted to the Earth.
No, they don't.
I don't see the Earth being attracted to the sun because there's no gravity. All of those mandatory conditionals for the globe are non-existent. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Matthew, for your opening statement. Just remind everybody who's hanging out in the live chat, if this is your first time here at Modern Day Debate, hit that like button and share this out in those spaces you like having these conversations. We super appreciate.
In what medium, Brenda? In what medium? Oh, in a vacuum? Well, that's because everyone knows that something is much denser than nothing. So let's change that medium to, I don't know, water. And let's see what happens then. And then as we go, we can try oil and we can try all different forms of medium. Okay. You're going to lose.
Appreciate it. We're a neutral platform. We host these debates on science, politics, and religion. We hope everybody feels welcome here. This is a friendly space. We're going to hand the floor over to Nathan. You have up to 6 minutes to present your case for the flat Earth.
All right. Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you very much to the creator as well for this get together. To Matthew as well, my partner, and the interlocutors here, Anthony and T Jump. Tom, thank you guys for being here, for making it for this discussion. So if I may, can I share my screen, please?
And real quick, I've got Zerzus and a couple other baltards out here that are having a real rough time with the term imagination. All right. So what I'd like everybody to do right now is I'd like you to just close your eyes for a second, and I'd like you to imagine standing outside in front of your house. And I want you to imagine what it looks like when you are, and this is something you're familiar with, right? Okay. So imagine that, right? Now, are you really standing outside your house? No, but you came up with a accurate representation in your mind, in your imagination. Do you understand how it doesn't mean fanciful? You understand? Image is the root word of imagine, isn't it? Okay. It means an image in your mind. Okay. Yes, you can have fanciful images in your mind, and you can have factual images in your mind. But if you're unable to have any fucking images in your mind, then you've got problems.
Let's see. Share. My screen is up here.
Sonny and share, buddy. I'm seeing our Zoom meeting. There you go.
You see slide now?
I see the slide. You're ready to go.
Okay.
Look at there. Oh, I hope it's Dana. No, it's not. Damn it.
So to
Dana from StreamYard is a little hottie boy, I'll tell you what. I always say that. My wife looks at me like, you're a fucking retard.
go off of what Matthew was saying here, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, the cosmology, geomorphology, the Earth shape. And so is it a globe or is it a plane? These are two contentions. So we have the observations and the evidences. So for the case of curvature, we have things that would fall.
I just thought of something, Brenda. Wasn't you the one that said that it's just they're getting better at guessing shit? And that's how science works, is just guessing shit.
Falsify the claim of curvature, and then any recreated demonstrations. And then we have what would support curvature and any recreated demonstrations
right
if you
there,
are
exactly.
contrary to the curve claim. So we have here the four lights experiment, as well as an observation of the base of some poles, and there are multiple data points which we can see the base of, and these data points you can plot out on a Cartesian coordinate grid, which will give you a line as a geometry shape of the surface of water, which most of the Earth is. And so this is a flat appearance that can be recreated on a known flat surface to scale. As far as this, I've tried to reach out to several people of the globe side to get like a four lights recreation on a known curved surface. Because talking about the shape of the Earth, the ground is the most important thing, second to sky or how things act upon the ground. So the shape of the ground. So this is yet to be recreated on a known curved surface. So I put here an image that would be the attempted recreated demonstration. There's yet to be one. Maybe it's because there are different sizes to the United States, depending on the image of the Earth that we use according to the computer generated, composited, stitched together data. And so the support for curvature would be things like the boats disappearing over the bottom or bottom up in water, or only being able to see the tops of towers for skylines, which is what that middle picture is on the right side. And so this is actually using on a known flat surface. This is using a realistic variable of temperature variation and inversion. And the known flat surface is actually able to recreate and demonstrate what would be a bottom-up disappearance, but the globe cannot recreate an apparent flat position on a known curved surface. And then to go with rotation, What would falsify a rotation would be something like the Michelson-Morley result for the Michelson-Morley experiments, where they had barely any fringe shift, about 1/6 of what would be predicted for the claimed motion of the globe Earth, which is an absolute motion of axial rotation. Added on to that, compounded in, would be the orbital of the sun, the orbit of the galaxy, and the galactic drift. And so the explanation is that everything is relative. The maths are equally valid for a non-rotating Earth, or for a non-moving Earth, just as valid as a moving Earth. And so you can't tell which is which and which is motion here. And so then for rotation, what would support rotation? Well, there are things that will be claimed like hurricanes on the north or south side of the equator. So how a flat model would attempt to describe why the rotation is the way it is because there is an equator. And so if you're on the inside of the equator or the outside.
Brenda, why I did understand the globe. I did. I understood everything that they put in my brain about this dumb shit. I really did. Okay. I used to be a baltard. I did. I read Isaac Asimov books, Carl Sagan, couldn't wait for fucking Cosmos to come on, all that other goddamn stuff. Right. I loved it. So, no, I had to go back and go, look at this shit that they shined over me and I didn't even fucking catch. And I don't think you've caught it either yet, Brenda. I really don't.
Side, you're going to have the sources
Slip
of
a lot of shit
influence,
by it.
the sun and moon, and things of the ether. They would be coming in from the bottom right or the top right of a hurricane on the north or south. As far as tilt goes, what would falsify tilt would be something like the solar analemma. We see a small circle in the north. If you look at a still, I maybe should have used that instead. You have a large loop in the south and then a small loop in the north, which would match the sun making, if I can go back here, the sun making smaller circles on the inside. And
smaller circles in the north for the analemma than in the south. And if you take it from the south, you'll get the same thing, just inverted, right? The small will be away from you instead of toward you. It's the same regardless. If it were a globe, you would see that a perfect figure eight.
And bigger circles.
Actually, it's an infinity. Maybe it's an infinity symbol. That's interesting.
On the outside. And then you also have the response to this would be the astrolabe, which is and all other things like the Antikytherian mechanism, ancient navigational celestial navigation devices that are still accurate today. Things that support the tilt are supposed to be things like that we can see a rotation of the stars at 15 degrees per hour. So that supports that it's the Earth spinning at 15 degrees. But we have a refutation of tilt also using the star rotation, because when we see parallax of the stars, not in terms of like other side of the sun parallax, but rotational motion, anytime you're moving in a body, you're going to look out and the closest objects are going to move the fastest and the distant objects are going to move the slowest. All of the stars, no matter how distant or close they are claimed to be, all appear to move in uniform motion, which would imply via parallax that everything is equidistant as far as stars go. And then lastly, we have gravity. The falsification of gravity is the claim of, actually, if we get into gravity, we'll get into it. But I do want to say one last thing. There are experts in the field of various very complicated, difficult mathematics, sciences, things that make the world better every day. And one of the interlocutors.
I just want to show you guys something really cool real quick. I ran across this in some pictures. Is that cool or what? Okay, so what you got is this thing that sticks out with this little sun on it, right? And the shadow goes to the point on the analemma that's carved into this thing, and it indicates what month of the year it is. That's pretty cool, man. I love shit like that, you know. I think that's really cool. Anyway, I just wanted to show that real quick.
Here, Tony is one of those.
Now, I never could wrap my mind around that dumb shit, spreading out a bed sheet or having a net like that to show how this gravity thing works. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Come on. And they always show, look, see how these things are going around. I'm like, yeah, but they'll go crash right into the fucking middle as soon as they lose momentum.
Those people, there are people who do very accurate, credible work, whose math is accurate, challenging, and they still get it right. It goes through a transform and it still works for us. But I don't want to have any accusations of people trying to be bogus or deceivers or liars. They're very well-meaning people. And I just want to make that clear that there are very smart people who it's everything they're doing is accurate as far as the mathematics go. And so I think that is everything. Yeah, this is just something on NASA here. So
all right, we can get back.
I think I should be able to stop sharing here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you had anything else
Thank
you
you
wanted to
very
go
much.
over, you are very welcome. And thank you, everybody. And thank you, Nathan, for your opening statement there. We're going to kick it over to the Globe side. So, Dr. Tony, I'll ask you to go first. You have 6 minutes to present the case for the Globe Earth. And thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the kind welcome from my interlocutors. And thank you to T-Jump for agreeing to appear with me. Let me just start my share. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yep, we are coming through. I can see your
Okay, so we've got...
Oh, and just so y'all know, you see PhD stands for piled high and deep. I want to reiterate how diplomas in degrees are not measures of intelligence. You know what I'm saying?
We've got two models, and the key question as to which model works best is to compare those models versus observations. That's the key element of science. If one model fails to give predictions, then it loses by default. You don't get to just win a competition by saying, sure, I can do that.
Predictions are not post-dictions. You're making post-dictions, not predictions. Okay.
That you have to actually do stuff. So let's look at the most
IQ is nothing more than the ability to memorize and regurgitate.
You know where you are.
Doesn't make a person smart.
You know the latitude and longitude.
You can't do anything.
You know where you want to go.
What good is it?
Longitude, theta 2. How far away is it, and what direction do I need to go in? Now, if the Earth is a flat and we accept that one angle of separation corresponds to approximately 69 miles or 111 kilometers, then this should be an easy solution on the flat Earth. We know the two sides of the triangle, and the angle between them. We can work out the third side and the angle psi. If you accept that geometry, then this is your flat Earth map. There's no other map that has those properties. The way we do it with a spheroidal calculation is exactly the same, except that it's a spherical triangle. We know two sides. We know the angle between them.
A spherical triangle? Do you realize what kind of nonsense gibberish that whole word actually is? Okay. First off, the word tri means three. Angle is a line. It's the vertex between two lines. Okay. Notice that a line is not an arc. It's not a tri. That's a triarc is what you got going on there. Spherical triangle. Listen, that's ridiculous.
We therefore solve for the third side and the angle psi, and these are the formula that give those. Now, this is a very long-standing problem that a lot of people have been faced with. When Bly and his 18 crew members were thrown off the Bounty, they had to navigate 7,000 kilometers to safety, and they had to do that without making landfall. The first time that they made landfall, they got attacked by islanders, and one of their crew was killed. So they had to work out how much water they had, how much food they had, Could they make that journey without making landfall? And they were able to do it. Similarly, the Shackleton expedition to Antarctica, their ship, the
He makes out like that mutiny, a bunch of people stole a ship and on the run, had this all planned and worked it out. Dude, that was a stroke of luck that they actually got to where they were fucking going. All right. It wasn't, oh, look at this expertise, navigation and shit that they did. No, that wasn't what fucking happened at all. Besides that, they'd already been navigating the ship. The charts were already still there, you know? So what the fuck are you talking about?
Endurance got trapped in the ice. Then it got destroyed in the ice. Then they camped on the ice until it melted. And then they took rowboats to Elephant Island. From
Maybe you can tell me how an angle can have an arc, Brenda. Okay. Just because you pretend you understand, well, you don't. You made that plainly clear the other night, man.
From Elephant Island, 5 of them had to navigate 1,500 kilometers or almost 1,000 miles to get from Elephant Island to South Georgia. And they made it. Had their navigation been off, they would not have. We have hundreds and thousands of intercontinental marine transports every day. We know what techniques they use, and we've been using them for hundreds of years. Here is a manual, a sailor's manual from the 17th century, written by Samuel Sturmey. And it's the problem it's discussing here is how to navigate from the mouth of the Amazon to the island of Lundy. We can show that they use spherical geometry to do that. The flat Earth is incapable of telling us how much fuel, food, and water we need. It's not capable of giving us those answers.
Not really a good argument.
You can't just say that your distance formula is the same as the spherical.
We had Vikings going all over the fucking place and doing just dandy, you know, and they didn't think that they was on a fucking ball, right? This is true with the Phoenicians as well. So I don't know where they get this crap, man.
Distance formula that won't work. If you do that, then you have to agree that the distance from McMurdo Station to Mawson Station is 3,000 kilometers, not however much you need. Similarly, we use the same navigation techniques for aircraft, and we have done here, for instance, 5 intercontinental air journeys. What I've done is I've averaged the outbound and the inbound flight times, which are in red in that 4th column. I've multiplied that by the average cruising speed to give that 5th column, and I compare that to the spherical distance estimate in the next column. The final column is the flat Earth distance element, and you can see that the flat Earth distance elements are generally larger than the aircraft could travel in that time frame. For Sydney to Santiago, which is the shortest flight in terms of time taken, the flat Earth says that it's actually almost twice as long as it is in practice. Meanwhile, flat Earth tells us that the shortest of these flights is actually Seattle to Dubai, which is one of the longer flights by time taken. Again, flat Earth fails to give us aircraft fuel requirements or food requirements. We can actually check physical objects. Here we have submarine.
Why do they always use the completely inaccurate, squished up fucking Mercator projection? If you're on a globe, what the fuck are you using this crazy looking shit for?
Cables. One submarine cable going from Sydney to Hillsborough. We can compare the cable length that we know versus the spherical distance formula and the flat Earth distance formula. We can see the flat Earth distance formula is several thousand kilometers. Well, is it more than 1,000? It's about 1,000 kilometers too long, even at 100% tension. We can have a look at the Perth to Muscat one. We can see that again, the flat Earth distance is just too long. There are hundreds of these. Similarly, we can look at railways. So here's a physical object. The railway between Kalgoorlie and
Takula. Those cables again. Go back to those cables. Yeah, right, Daniel. Let's go back to those cables. You didn't spend much time on those cables. Did you see where the Houthis, I guess, the Yemenis or whatever, are pissed off about us bombing them? And they said that if we don't quit bombing them, they're going to cut this fucking undersea cable. And this was on the news, and the news said that 99% of all data communication between between Africa, Europe, and Asia are dependent on that cable. So what is there, like a big gap of satellites that they don't have up over those parts of the world or some shit, right? And it said it was responsible for, it was 99% of data transfer and 88% of telephone communication. So what the fuck? Where's your satellites, man?
We can measure the track length. It's 1,280 kilometers. If we look at the spherical distance estimate, that's 1,240 kilometers. The flat Earth estimate is 3,000 kilometers. So we can show that the flat Earth does not get that right. Similarly, we can look at Jacksonville to Pensacola. We can see that the track separation is 593 kilometers. The spherical distance is 533. The flat Earth distance 643.
10 seconds.
We can now check the geometry. Flat Earth suggests that distance between longitudes should increase with distance south. It doesn't. We can show that here, but we can also go to Argentina and see that the track length in Argentina is even shorter than the Northern Hemisphere track length.
All right. I just asked you to stop the screen share, and thank you so much, Tony, for your introductory statement.
88% of telecommunications, Brenda.
Just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, hit the like button. It only takes a second, and it really helps us out when we're having these live streams to get it boosted up in the algorithm. T-Jump, 6 minutes on the floor to present the case for the globe Earth, and the floor is yours, bud.
All right. So yeah, the Earth is a globe. All the objections they said don't make sense, like the fact that when you jump, you don't feel it moving. When you jump in a plane, you don't feel it moving. When you jump in a train, you don't feel it moving. The fact that you jump would not indicate its motion unless you don't understand that there's an atmosphere around you that's also moving. You feel changes in motion, not motion. For one of the other ones, there's curvature. There is curvature. So yes, we see curvature. We can prove curvature. Curvature's been proven. You can literally just bounce radio waves off the clouds and have them bounce back and forth. And you can calculate where they are. Is very, very easy. Not difficult at all. Yeah, that's good. I'll just conclude there. Moving like open discussion.
All right, no problem.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. Something big is coming.
We
You
saw
can
it.
Probably feel it. Everybody can feel it.
We saw it.
Problem. You still had 5 minutes on the floor there, so we're going to kick it into an open discussion, everybody. If we go into muted rounds with too much crosstalk, we'll do that at your guys' request in the live chat. But we are going to do a Q&A at the end of this discussion, so get your questions in there, and we're going to ask each of our speakers here those questions at the end of the debate. So without further ado, let's kick it back over to Matthew and Nathan to respond to some of the things that they just heard. And I put you on mute there, Matthew. Sorry. Yeah, just heard some background noise while he was making his intro. So I'll just ask you to come off mute, and we should be good to go.
Can you hear me?
Brilliant. All right, let's rock it, fellas.
I was coughing a bit, and I'm sorry if it was loud. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. I apologize for that. So excuse.
I was looking for a video of two guys trying to throw a ball back and forth to each other while going around while they're turning. it's like fuck. It's really good, especially if when you're viewing it from up top, you see that ball's going a straight line. It's the object that's moving. It's really a cool thing. But I don't know where I put that goddamn thing.
Excuse me.
No problem.
But anyway,
Let's go.
Mr. T-Jump, I heard your rebuttal about how if we were to jump inside a plane, do you understand what you said about that? If you were standing inside a plane and you jump and you don't feel it, what do you think the reason would be really that if you wouldn't feel it?
Here's the thing, and I like to point this out. So let's do something theoretical in our head here for a second. If you jump up in a plane, it's going to be negligible, right? Because you're still accelerating. You are still accelerating. You haven't had time enough to slow down from your source of acceleration, right? But let's take this a little bit further. Let's say you were able to be in a boxcar and jump 40 feet up into the air, right? you would definitely land behind where you were at, because you start losing momentum the minute you stop having the source of acceleration, which is, of course, the train that you're on. So just jumping up like that, you're not going to have time to decelerate, but you would if you were to jump 40 feet into the air. You'd come down definitely behind where you came up. That's a no-brainer. What's happening, Brenda?
Good evening.
Hey, you're a little. Are you in an auditorium?
No, I shouldn't be. Is there something wrong with the audio?
Yeah, it's kind of echoing. It just sounds kind of like you're in a big echoey room. It's not bad, but just it's like you're in the afterlife or something, maybe. Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo there. Yeah, we don't have Velcro air, exactly, Boggin.
Is that any better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I put headphones on, so hopefully that would be better. I rebooted my system, and like a lot of settings got reset for some reason.
I hate that. Man, there's no reason, no rhyme or reason for it. I have that happen to me too. Sometimes I'll reboot and now it doesn't recognize my speakers. So I have to unplug my speakers and plug them back in, and now they're fine. And usually something like that right before I'm getting ready to do a show. It's like little gremlins or something trying to get after me. I hate it. Whoa.
Yeah, but what you were saying about jumping up and down on an airplane is wrong, right? If you jump up in an airplane, you'll land right back where you jumped up from.
Right. That's what I was just explaining. But if you were to be able to jump up higher, let's just take, for instance, let's pretend we got an airplane or a train that has a boxcar you're in, and it's, say, 40 foot tall, all right, or 50 foot tall, and you're able to jump up that height. What's going to happen is now you've had time for the deceleration to occur from your source of acceleration, right? Because you'll start losing momentum of moving forward as soon as you leave the source of acceleration. And given enough distance, you would definitely see observable distance of going behind, because you would start to slow down in relation.
That's completely false. That's completely false.
No, it's not.
You can say words, but they're wrong. Right?
Okay, how are they wrong? What would make me still have the momentum? What would be, I have to have acceleration to move forward, right? And so as soon as I leave
you don't have to have acceleration to move forward.
I don't.
No.
Well, how does a forward motion occur then?
It's the first law. It's Newton's first law.
How does forward motion take place? There has to be
an object in motion will continue in motion
until it's acted upon by an opposing force.
Right.
But the whole thing is, you don't, what opposing force?
There isn't one. When if you're in that airplane,
there absolutely is, because as soon as you leave the thing that's moving, you're going to start decelerating. You're not going to continue moving on and on forever. Nothing does that.
That's literally what Newton's first law says. It says
no, it doesn't say no, because look.
It says
that means you should be able to hit your fucking gas pedal, and you should be able to just take your foot off the gas and go all the way to California if you don't hit any lights or anything. Just go all the way without ever having to put your foot on the accelerator. Why do you have to keep the pressure on an accelerator?
Because there's friction.
Okay.
Right, but in the airplane model, there isn't.
No, Brenda, if as soon as you leave the source of acceleration, you stop accelerating.
That's false. It's exactly That's what Newton's first law
I don't
explicitly
care.
says. It doesn't
No,
happen.
no. You can put this into practice. You can put this into practice really easily.
Well, Newton's first law, just to be clear, says an object in
Try,
motion.
try bouncing a ball. Try bouncing a ball on a merry-go-round. See what happens.
Can you hear me? So
Yeah.
again, Newton's first law, an object in motion will continue in motion.
Okay. So what I'm
Unless- Yes.
so then if I bounce a ball on a merry-go-round while I'm spinning around, it goes into the air. It's going to be spinning. Is it going to be turning just like it was on the merry-go-round? No, it's
It will
not. It's
continue
going
in a straight line.
to go in straight lines. It's going to go in straight lines. It's not going
Yeah,
to.
that doesn't refute anything.
Yes, it does. It's not. Why isn't it continuing? Why isn't it continuing the rotative motion? Why
It's
is it
not-
now? Why doesn't it continue to rotate like it was doing
'Cause
when
it's
as soon
not
as it left my hand? As soon as it left my hand, it stopped doing that.
Because it's not connected.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
It's not connected to the source of acceleration. Therefore, it doesn't maintain that.
No, well, it has the momentum that it has as soon as it left your hand.
Right, but it didn't continue to go. It
Yes,
slowed
it
down.
does.
No, it doesn't. It didn't go off out into space. It didn't fly across the highway into a Kmart, nothing. It just stopped. It lost acceleration because it was no longer had a source of acceleration and it expended the energy.
Again, that's not Newton's first law. You're directly contradicting Newton's first law. You're saying that objects, once they are removed from a source of movement, will stop moving, and that's just not what happens.
They will start decelerating. If they're disconnected from the source of acceleration, so then what you're saying is that the reason this doesn't happen on the Earth is because it's a contained system.
It does happen on the Earth.
So I can go up, I can hover in a helicopter and let the Earth rotate underneath me?
No, of course not.
Why?
Nobody says that.
Why not?
That's not a refutation.
But wait, why can't that happen? Why won't that happen?
Because you have momentum.
I have momentum. I had that go. What? I'm just going to continue going along. What about air? What? The air's going along with me too?
If you are standing, like say in a parking lot,
right,
on the Earth as it's rotating, you jump up, you maintain whatever linear momentum you had at the time you left the Earth's surface.
Well, that's kind of weird. No, I don't see that occurring, man. I don't see
That's
that
why-
occurring in motions. I mean, I've not observed that. So, in order for that to take place, like you're saying with the airplane idea, or even with the train idea, that would indicate that the Earth is enclosed somehow while it's turning.
Well, it is kind of.
It is how?
Where we have atmosphere around us.
Well, we have atmos, yes, but gas doesn't have a shape.
Sure, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Of course, it does.
What's
It
the
has
shape
whatever
of it? What is the shape of air? What's the shape of water? What
It
is the
has
shape
the-
of oil?
They have the
Fluids don't
shape.
have shapes, Brenda. Fluids don't have shapes.
Of course, they do.
No, they don't. Only if
Yeah,
they're
they
in
do.
a
They have
container.
they have whatever shape the forces that are acting on force them into.
Well, what force is acting on it?
On the Earth,
Yeah, what force is acting on the air that would cause it to be in a shape?
gravity.
Gravity. Can you demonstrate air having a downward acceleration due to gravity?
Yes.
No, not by what? The barrels rolling down an inclined plane?
No, you put it. You weigh it. It has weight. That's
So it has
downward.
weight, but it only has weight when it's in a contained volume.
No, it has weight whether it's contained or not.
Does it? How does
Yes.
it have weight when it's not even bonded molecularly to one
That's
another?
why you can feel the wind.
Right?
That's what the wind
Because
is.
it's not molecularly bonded to one another. Okay.
You're still feeling the momentum of the air molecules hitting the
Yeah,
land.
I agree.
That's wind.
Right. That's
Right.
the result
That's
of
weight.
high and low pressure systems. Yes, I know.
Yeah, that's weight. That's weight. It has
Right, okay.
mass.
Well, no, actually, it's equalization due to pressure differentials hitting one another.
That's just gibberish.
No, it's not gibberish. That's what's
It
occurring.
literally is.
It's dynamic fluid.
Differentials are-
Brenda, it's a dynamic fluid pressure system.
Yeah, pressure differentials isn't a thing.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Do
It's
we
not
not
an object.
have high? Do we not have high and low pressure systems in our system?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. And when they meet, what happens?
Um, you get weather typically.
That's
You
right. We
like
get weather. And
storms.
is wind
Right.
is wind
Cold-
is
The
wind
warm air will be lifted above the cold air and it will rain.
Okay, so what do we get? We get weather from that, and we get wind. So exactly as
Yeah,
I said,
because they have mass.
equalization between two pressurized systems meeting each other, and
Yeah, but
these are
that's not-
formed due to temperature, moisture, of a host of different things that cause
Yeah.
these within a dynamic fluid pressure
Yes,
system.
air
which-
has all those qualities, but it
Right.
also has weight.
Okay, well, when it's in a contained volume, it does.
No, the weight doesn't go away when it's not in a container.
It doesn't.
No.
Then demonstrate air having a downward acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, you weigh it.
Yeah, you have a contained volume.
Yeah,
So
the weight doesn't go away. The weight of water doesn't go away if you put it into a glass.
You can't weigh air or
you can.
water. Listen to me. Wait a second. You can't weigh it
Fix
without.
his mic. Are you aware he has an echo?
Yeah, it's like reverb or something. I bet you that might be a setting on your microphone, Brenda. That there's a reverb button.
Yeah, you could go to settings, audio, echo cancellation.
Right.
You can get that a try if you want. But he's doing good. I just want to make sure I heard him. I'm gonna be quiet up this side.
So in order to even weigh air or a gas, you have to have a contained volume, correct?
I'm not sure if that's necessary or not.
Okay, well, how else would you weigh it?
I don't know, but I think that there might be ways of measuring air's weight that I'm not aware of.
So we've also got Dalton's law involved with this too, and this is also partially responsible for what we call a pressure gradient. Okay, and that's
Pressure
another.
gradient is caused by gravity.
No, it's not, because
Literally
gravity.
is.
You have not successfully demonstrated a downward acceleration of air.
Galileo did like 500 years ago.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he literally did. You can
What,
say no.
he rolled barrels down a fucking incline, and that proved the downward acceleration of air.
It wasn't barrels. I don't know what he used.
Well, whatever it was you were talking about the last
Yeah,
time.
marbles. I don't know what he used exactly. It may have been marbles.
Marbles are not made of air, Brenda.
They have weight.
I don't care. We're talking about a downward acceleration of air.
Yeah. Well, Galileo didn't roll air down an inclined plane.
I know. That's the point. It has nothing to do with what I said.
You asked
your thing about Galileo and his inclined plane has nothing to do with air or gases having a downward acceleration due to gravity.
It's what he did is he did an experiment that showed that there exists something called gravity.
Well, it exists that that heavier than air objects will drop. And of course, they're going to go down toward the denser medium because they're in a state of disequilibrium. Everything wants to equalize. And this is why you can't have a gas pressure system without containment. Notice that the gradient, the pressure gradient, that the word that precedes gradient is pressure. Pressure is the act of pressing. Okay. So what is, yes, that is the very definition of it.
That's not, in physics, that's not the definition of pressure.
Oh, okay. Well, you tell me what pressure is then.
Force over area.
Okay. So how do you have that? Pressure cannot be its own source.
The source of pressure for like gas is the kinetic energy of the gas molecules.
No, the gas doesn't behave that way. Kinetically,
It
gas molecules will continue to move in all directions colliding with one another until they're free of one another in an act of dissipation. But then without dissipation, they're prevented by this because then they bounce off the walls of the container. And the more of the gas there is in a given area, the more of them that are colliding together. We have a higher concentration of all the gases right here on the ground where they are produced. Now, Dalton's law says that the entire pressure is a sum of all of the individual pressures of the different gases involved in that medium. As we rise, because of the principles of fluid dynamic of buoyancy and density of these various gas molecules, we end up with less of some of them at a higher altitude, thereby reducing the pressure. Because now we've taken an entire component out of the equation of Dalton's law. It has nothing to do with gravity pulling air.
Am I still echoing?
Yes.
I'm going to try and fix that.
All right.
Oh, that was it.
What's going on, Joe Cool?
Good to see you, man. This is a good debate. I like it.
I need to turn you up a little bit, bro.
Oh, hold on. I've been fucking with my
Let me see.
too.
Let me see.
Check.
I'm going to turn you way up. Try it now. No, now you're muted, bro. Now you're muted. Wow, everybody leaving. What the fuck? Hell. All right, well, we'll go on with this for a little bit and we'll see what happens.
How about if you were on top of a plane? Mr. T-Jump, say you were one of those wing walkers out there on top of a plane. How fast do you want to be going? Any speed you want to go, 400, 500? What will happen if you toss the coin?
There he is.
Should be better now?
Yeah, it's still a little bit low, but I got you turned up. I can hear you.
All right, I had my Bluetooth on.
Bluetooth. That's a old Nordic rune, that Bluetooth symbol. That's a Nordic rune for a dude they called Bluetooth.
Is it?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Did Bluetooth have something to do with speed, distance, communication?
What now?
The Norse god, you say the god is named after a god named Bluetooth.
Yeah, what?
I wonder what his attributes.
Let me look him up here real quick.
Yeah, I wonder what his attributes were. Brenda is up here doing well. I wish he didn't have that echo.
He was a Viking king. Yeah, let me see here.
Yeah, see if he was known for.
This is Harold Bluetooth Gormson. Was a king of Denmark and Norway. He was a son of King Gorm. He ruled as king of Denmark from 958 to 986. He introduced Christianity to Denmark.
I wonder why they chose him as the emblem.
There's something, I heard something about it one time and I was like, yeah, it's par for the course, you know. Here's the wiki article on him if anybody wants to go and look at it. Let me put that in here. I'll put it over in the private chat so you can get it too, Joe.
All right. I can't access shit while I'm on the phone, or it'll
snatch
me away. I'm on another phone,
you.
It'll snatch me away.
Anyway, you can look him up, Bluetooth Viking. Just put in Bluetooth Viking in Google and it'll come up as him. So, yeah, man. Well, she'll come back as soon as she gets her microphone fixed up. I have another microphone around here that actually has a little reverb button on it that you can actually purposely make it sound like that, you know?
All right.
But
it's weird. I was on Jason Gaudet's channel earlier, and it was a really bad reverb. He couldn't figure it out. Then I saw him later. He said he figured it out. It was on his end, something to do with the StreamYard, but it sounded like I was coming from me. So I figured I'd hop up here, and if both of us are echoing, then it's, I don't know what I was trying to figure out. But I really wanted to hear dudes fucking. I mean, Brenda's a she apparently.
Yeah, she'll come back. She'll come back here soon.
Yeah, I like
hopefully. Yeah, that's
She's
it's gotta,
good, yo.
what is it?
She's good.
Well,
She was good. I thought she was really good.
well, okay.
And she, and she, did just gave her arguments as opposed to emotion. I like the argument as opposed to all the emotion that comes with
Yeah,
it.
I don't like that shit. Like that guy Martin I
Yeah.
had on here, he was just acting like a fucking asswipe that night, but I didn't care. He's not been nearly as mouthy on Facebook after coming on here. I can tell you
That's
that much.
good. All right, that's good. I know after I've talked to you a couple times, I had to go refine some shit and Google some shit and humble myself.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
let's watch a little bit more of this and we'll wait and see if
yeah,
Brandon
let's
comes
do
back.
it.
How does that relate to the question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What if you're jumping in a plane, is this plane traveling in a linear, straight, constant speed?
It can go in a curved speed. That's perfectly fine. You still wouldn't feel it.
May
Can
I?
curve, so
may
you
I-
don't. What's that?
Yeah, let's get Tony in
I
here.
just wanted to ask. So both of you made a conflation that I don't think is warranted. Here's a cube. It's going to be a cube whether or not it rotates. It's going to be a cube whether or not it is tilted. It's going to be a cube whether or not it exerts a force or whether or not it is acted on by a force. The debate here is about the shape of the Earth, not whether or not it spins, not whether or not it's tilted, not whether or not gravity is as described by mainstream science. The debate here is about the shape of the object that we are standing on. So it's very easy for flat Earth, and this is a complicated enough topic that I think we.
It's not really complicated. If you ever, I'm sure you've been up to the airport and they got one of those conveyors you can stand on. It's like a moving sidewalk, right?
Yeah.
Those are fun, man. Start walking in the direction of the sidewalk, man. You're fucking trucking along, right? Then turn and walk back the other way.
Right.
Is it really relative? You see what I'm saying? Jump up in the air on that. Jump up in the air on that. That's moving underneath you. Are you going to keep moving along with it? Fuck no, you're not. You're going to drop back behind. I guarantee you every time. Try it. I've done it.
I don't know. Those are a bunch of different arguments. The first one he made, he was saying what the argument is, whether it's round or not. He was trying to eliminate the spin argument.
But sure,
but
provable convexity. We need to have that, and we don't, man.
But what it's easy to what's a good argument that the Earth is round. If you look at every other celestial body in the sky,
right,
it's round. So you can assume the Earth is round.
Why would you assume, wait? Why? First off, let me stop you there. Why would you assume because the things you look at in the sky look a certain way that where you're standing must be looking like that? I mean,
it's more logical than to assume that we're the only different thing around, right?
Why not? We're the center of the fucking universe. We're in the middle of creation. Why wouldn't it?
Well, none of that is provable.
Sure
It'd be pompous to assume that we're
it's not
distinct
pompous
and
at
we're
all.
different.
Well, no, we are with purpose. It's created. We're not a happenstance accident that happens from some explosion and shit. This is purposely created. This is the most fantastic biological living clock machine that's ever freaking existed, and you're part of it.
Okay, so even if that's true, meaning that means that we are the only one biological clock machine center of the universe.
Well,
separate from anything,
why would there be a need for another one? See what I'm getting at is looking at things in the sky, assuming that they're very, very far away, assuming that they're balls of terra firma, and then assuming that you must be exactly like what you see in the sky. That doesn't make much sense because
that was your assumption. That's your assumption.
No,
that's your assumption. That's not what I said.
That's your assumption.
That's your logic that you're arguing, not mine.
Wait a minute. Let me just use your logic in a different.
That's
approach.
Not my logic. I said nothing about terraformer. You're using a straw argument. You've changed my argument, and you're arguing against it. I did not. I said round planets,
and it would make sense.
I didn't say planets. I said round.
Okay, round. All right,
all.
so I look up in the sky and I see a bird flying over. So I conclude that I must be a bird as well.
If
And
you
how do I
simple
know
as
that?
fuck,
Because I
yes.
saw a lot of birds. I
Yeah,
saw
if
a
you're
lot of
simple
birds.
as if you're simple as fuck, yes, because when you look up, you see a lot of things in the sky with
Uh-huh.
different shapes,
Yes.
mosquitoes and shit. For you to pick
Yes.
birds, it's kind of not the same
Well, it
as
is
looking
really.
up.
I mean,
Wait, don't cut me off. Don't get in the habit of cutting me off. So, it's kind of not the same as looking up into the sky and seeing all round things, because all things in our sky here are not bird shaped. So it's a false analogy that you're arguing. Go ahead.
Well, not all things that you're looking at are actually round either. You
That's
have to.
Mike check pie. I'm sorry,
Did
Brenda.
you get your issue fixed, Brenda?
How does it sound now?
It's still
worse.
It's more.
It's more now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
the,
and see it. Do you have one of those microphones that like changes color? There's
No.
a couple of people have got those. Look on there and see if you've got a setting or something on the microphone itself, because my other microphone actually has a reverb button that I can put on, and I can actually turn it up or down if I want to.
It doesn't have that. It's just a cheap fee-fine USB microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sonar, which comes with my video card, was picking up a different microphone, and they were competing with each other.
Oh man, maybe they're both going.
You're not getting reverb now, though, are you?
Yeah,
we're getting a lot of reverb.
A lot of reverb.
Jesus Christ!
Sounds like you're speaking to us in an empty auditorium.
Yes.
You know, like how it sounds when they're doing a mic check for the public address when the principal comes in. You know, Chuck, is this thing on?
Check. Woo, woo.
Yeah. David, quit smoking weed under the bleachers. I got that one a lot. No, but what I'm getting at is
we're talking about round and circular.
Yeah, right. So to equate where you're standing with things you see in the sky is not really a good way to determine that. I mean,
not if everything you saw in the sun.
Well, wait a second. How do you know that those aren't in our sky? I mean, what would give you an indication to think that, oh, I must be on a ball, what I assume to be a ball? I must be on one of those too. What would make you think that? I mean, how would you?
Well, I'm just playing the odds right now. I have many other reasons, but I'm just trying to remain with one.
Right.
If I look and walk into a place and everything I see is circular shape, odds are it couldn't make a 100% proof of anything, but odds are the shit I'm on is circular too. That'd just be the first reason you should assume it's circular. There are many more.
Well, we shouldn't really ever assume anything.
Well, assuming we can't go to the planets and prove it, and I have ways that I think could prove it, but someone may not think those waves are valid. Like, for instance, distance to the moon. I don't think it's difficult to prove, but when someone says prove it, and I say you shoot a laser at it or some type of ray at it, we can tell what speed it is. The same way I have a target on my gun and I point it to the target, or my tape measure. I point it to the wall and it tells me the wall is 12 feet away. It measures the light going out and coming back. You can point it at the moon and easily find out the distance the same way. But when I use that, what I think is proof, someone else may not think is proof.
Cool.
So it's hard to prove the thing. So sometimes you have to go on
Don't you
assumptions.
think it would be a better idea to actually look at where you're at to find out rather than assuming from looking at other things in the sky? We also have to take
we can do them all. It don't have to be the
we have
better.
to take into account what happens to distant objects in a telescope as well. So a telescope is made up of a bunch of different lenses, and the big ones actually use a concave mirror.
Yeah.
Okay.
They all do.
And a concave mirror has a tendency to make things look round. And so does a convex lens. So all lenses have a degree of curvature to them, including your eyes.
You know that's a reach though, because right, if
No,
you
not
take a
really.
pair of binoculars, hold on, if you take a pair of binoculars, they have the same concave shit. And when you
Mhm.
look at your garage is not round.
Right,
And
right,
you
right.
don't need a telescope. I can look up in the sky and see round.
We
It's just,
just by looking up in the sky, you see
yeah, I
round.
can see what the shape the moon and the sun
Okay,
and
the moon.
is, yeah.
It
And
definitely does appear a lot of the time to be round.
yeah.
But does that mean it's spherical?
Here we go. It does not mean it's spherical, but then that
Right.
would be the next thing we think about.
Sure.
Because they round, are they spherical? And you look up and you say, well, if they were flat and just round and not spherical, what are the odds that all of them face us all the time? Right.
Right.
So
Well,
we
that's
know
another.
that
See,
it's
this is
more
a this,
logical if they're spherical rather than disc shape. It's more logical.
or is
Yeah.
it concave?
Uh, could be. We're just
It
going
could be. It could
most
be.
what's most
It
logical
could
and likely.
actually. It
Yeah.
could be flat and appear to be spherical. It could
Wait, wait,
be.
wait. How could it be flat?
Oh,
Because if
I'll show
I'm
you.
assuming that
I got a really
I'm
cool
ass-
video. I got a really cool
yeah.
video.
I'm assuming like if it looks like this, at some time, some of them will face us from the side. They can't always, everything in the sky always face us at this angle. That seems difficult to
Isn't that weird? And also, just
unlikely.
happens to be 400 times closer than the sun and 400 times smaller
You
than the sun.
you jumping stuff. You jumping stuff.
But I mean, it's just I'm just putting some more of the coincidences that are in there. But let me share this with you, and then I'm going to ask you real quick when you look at this.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I've got 4 objects up here. Okay,
Yeah.
which one is a sphere?
Well, I'd be guessing. It looks like the third from the left, but it's a
Third from
guess.
the left. This one here. This one here.
It's just a guess, man. Yeah.
All right, right. So what this is going to show you is how you can assume. All right, so you pick this one. We're going to number.
I'm not assuming it's a sphere. No, I'm not.
Right.
This is you doing this.
It looks like one, though, don't it? Looks like one.
They all do. They all do.
But only one is really a sphere.
If you say.
All right, so watch.
Here are 4 objects. They all look round, right? But are they all spheres? How would we know? What if I told you that there is only one object that is not spherical? Can you tell what it is? Can you tell me how you knew it? Please look at them carefully. Here is the only object that is not spherical here. Here it is. I bet you thought it would be another one. But it will blow your mind if I tell you that this second object is also not spherical, and it's flat.
None of this shit blows my mind.
Look at that.
And it will blow your mind.
Yeah. What are you trying to prove here? This
All right,
seems like basic shit. I'm not sure why you're showing me.
Okay, I'm telling you because when you assume,
but how about this one?
You can be very, very wrong.
I know that without you showing me a video.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying is that it's easy for us to deceive our own selves by looking at something and going, "Oh, that looks like a sphere." Okay.
Yes,
And
but
yeah,
I'm
in
not a
most cases,
simpleton.
and in a lot of cases, it can be.
Maybe you're talking to the crowd or somebody in the chat. I am not a simpleton. I would not just look up and see something and assume it must be a sphere because of that. I would need more. We're just starting.
You said you looked up and saw the moon and it was
Yeah.
a sphere, and then that would be more proof that the earth is a sphere.
Close enough. I was going there. I was going step by step.
Right.
My point is, you add these things on, then it becomes a sphere. One of them tells you it's a sphere. Right.
So looking at other objects in the sky, assuming that
Yeah.
they are spheres, looking at the moon and assuming that they are spheres.
Well, you can really, the moon's close enough where you can see the way the light dances on it and it phases. Right.
Actually,
it goes to quarterly.
It doesn't behave correctly.
Reflected
light.
Okay.
Reflected light on a ball has a highlight and then it fades out to the edges. The moon doesn't do that. The moon is fully lit, the whole thing. You can't get a ball to illuminate like that.
You say it seems
I
easily
mean, you
likely.
can't try it.
Yeah.
I mean, try it. Everybody, you got a basketball
I've
around?
seen it a million times on fucking TV. I've seen it like I've seen it all the time, so I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. In fact, I see it so much that it seems obvious to me why the moon phases, because that's the way light hits a ball. I'm not sure what you see. It stands out and say that doesn't look right.
Light does not light the whole circumference of the ball when you're
No, it
looking at
lights one side and
when
then
it,
it gradiates. That's the same way it
well,
does with the
right.
moon.
So when we have a full moon, we don't have any shading gradient going to the edges. It's bright all the way across.
Of course, it's a full moon. That's because the
Right.
entire face
A
has been
ball does
illuminated
not
by the sun.
reflect light that way, Joe.
It
A ball
depends
does
on what
not
side.
reflect light that way. Try to
It's
make a
what?
full ball. Try to make a full ball with a flashlight and a fucking basketball. You
Yeah.
can't do it.
Well, if
I'm
I took a basketball, go ahead. I'll wait.
listening. Go ahead.
Oh, if I took a full basketball or something even bigger and I'm facing it and the light is behind me shining on it, it would look lit. And I could, if I got enough light on it, I could illuminate the whole thing. I don't see why you're telling me you can't light side of a basketball. Or maybe I'm not understanding. Seems like anything you shine a flashlight at, half of it's going to be lit up. In fact, I noticed it's weird arguing that.
Because
And
light does not reflect off of a curved convex surface in that manner.
in what manner? I don't understand what
In
you're
a,
saying. Light reflects off of
when
everything.
you look at the moon, you see when it's full moon,
Yeah,
it's a full moon. The whole thing
yeah,
is illuminated.
yeah,
The whole thing is illuminated.
yeah,
When you shine light onto a ball,
yeah.
you're not going to get a full ball. It's not going to light up the whole ball. It's going to be bright where the light's hitting it, and it's going to fade out to around the edges. That's how it's going to reflect.
Well, let me see this.
The only way
What?
you can get that kind of reflection is with something convex or concave. Now, if you do that with a concave, you can
Yeah.
all day long get the whole thing lit up.
You
All
think?
day.
Yeah, you think that concaved moon would do phase like the circular moon where it's full and then goes small, small, small till it disappears? You think a concave moon would do that?
It could. It
No, it couldn't. So
absolutely could.
we could pretty much
Sure.
throw concave
Sure.
out,
Play with
right?
it. Play with it a little bit. Another thing too is, how do you know the light from the moon is not its own source?
Again, that's illogical, and you're jumping around here,
Wait,
which
why
is
is that
what
illogical? You assume that
I'm going
because
to
you
tell
look
you
at
why
shit
it's
in the sky
illogical. You
that
don't
you're
have
on
to
a
ask
round
and
stick.
yell at me. I was going to continue talking and tell you why it's illogical.
Okay,
It's
why is it
illogical
illogical?
because, fuck, what was the question? Well, oh, because if it's the moon is its own light source and it throws off light, from the way I have seen things emit light, uh, the whole thing will light up, not a quarter, half, semicircle till it disappears. If it's its own light source, right? Are you
Why?
saying the whole thing is a light source? Is what you're telling me? It would
Yeah,
never disappear.
it could be its own light source. In fact, it behaves as though it's its own light source. It definitely doesn't behave like it's reflecting.
It's lit
Not a bit.
24 hours a day.
I'll tell you another problem that we have
Wait,
too.
don't switch yet.
Oh,
Don't switch
okay.
problems. The
What do you
moon,
mean?
is it lit 24 hours a day? If it's its own light source.
No, it goes through phases.
So it's a light source and it like picture a flashlight like this. And then for some reason it eats away at itself and the flashlight gets smaller and smaller.
It goes through a phase. You ever see how a cop light works?
Cop lights, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that thing
they spin.
turns. That thing
Yeah.
turns, eclipses the light, right? But the light is always on, right? It eclipses the light, and then it comes back on from the other side again.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So what can we deduce from that? Assuming it is what you say and it's spinning, can we determine the shape of it?
Well, I don't think we've determined the shape of it yet. I don't think we've even determined what it is.
I think we could determine
hold
it.
on, wait.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
finish. So
Yeah.
we're still under the assumption that it's a sphere. We're still under the assumption that it's a quarter of a million miles away.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of assumptions involved here.
We do
Okay.
that all the time. It's not
Well, not
abnormal for
really, because
humans.
when we run ratios of shadow sizes between a
Yeah.
lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse,
Yeah.
they don't work out. We end up
What?
seeing that the Earth would actually only cast a shadow about a quarter of the size of the moon.
But that doesn't
Or I'm
negate
sorry,
what I just
10%.
said, that we make assumptions to prove shit all the time, every day. Because you come up with one experiment
No,
doesn't mean that we
assumption.
don't make assumptions
Well,
to prove
one,
shit every day.
you have to prove the assumption. Assumptions can't be necessarily facts.
Yeah, I said that. I say
Yeah.
we go by assumption all the time. That's just how we calculate everything,
Right, but
by
we have to
assumption.
test the assumption. We have to test the assumption, don't
And
we?
in most cases, they still remain an assumption. For instance, these things, some of these equations we make with magnetism, it's an
Yeah.
assumption because we don't have it. We can't visibly see it, but we, by its effect that it has on things, we know it's there. Magnetism.
We know a lot more about magnetics than we do about gravity.
Well, I know a lot more about gravity than you do, so let's not say
I
we.
don't think you do. I think you might understand the effects of gravity, but you can't prove gravity at
You
all.
can't prove magnetism at all.
Yeah, actually, I can. It's a
Actually, I
relationship.
can prove
It's
gravity.
actually a byproduct. Well, there's brother and sister of magnetism and electricity. Where you find one, you're going to find the other.
I would
Okay.
agree that that's
All
proof,
right.
but I
So
could show
when
you proof
I
of gravity,
can
and you would say
manipulate,
it's not
wait,
gravity. Here's
and we
proof of
know that it's
gravity,
it's
not proof to you.
we know how the toroidal cycle of a magnetic field actually works, right? And we
Let's see if we
know
get
that
Brendan. Mic check, mic
we
check.
know that what it causes, the reasons that it does what it does, okay, but it's still a bit of a mystery. We can manipulate.
The reason what does what it does.
Wait a second. We can manipulate the electric current, or we can manipulate the magnetic effect.
You can manipulate gravity.
With both. No, you can't. How do you manipulate gravity?
You can't. I've explained to you
I know.
that if you take,
but I can manipulate the medium, and I can change.
No. I say you can't. I can. You don't believe stuff. But if you take a pendulum and hang it down, it would hang right here. If you build a fucking brick building the size of so and so tower, the pendulum would pull toward the building.
No,
There's your proof of gravity.
Toward the building at all, dude. That is just guessing. That's
It
a
is not.
nice hypothesis. Can you show that proof of that?
Yeah, I'm sure someone has an experiment somewhere, but if I showed it to you, it
fucking
prove
crane,
it to you.
unless the wind blows and disturbs it or anything, undisturbed, that fucking crane is gonna hang plumb. It's gonna hang plumb, perpendicular to the level earth. It's not gonna pull toward a building. How come your biggest piece of furniture in your house doesn't attract the majority of the dust?
Because this what do you call it? Minute shit. You guys, that's not a great philosophy. The pull of a piece of furniture would be almost non-existent.
What
For
if
you
it
to
was a snake?
assume that it has its own gravitational field and it's attracting big ass particles is not really
That's what
right.
you're telling me. You're
No,
telling
I'm
me
not
that the
telling you
mass
nothing
of an
weird like
object
that. You
causes it to
mischaracterize
have
what I'm
fucking
saying.
gravity. You said the mass of an object causes it to attract other masses. So
Yes,
if
but
I've
I'm
got a
not
mass-
saying I'm being pulled to my mattress. Let's not say I'm saying crazy stuff.
No, I'm
Right?
saying you're telling me that you're telling me
Right,
that
you're still echoing, but I guess we're gonna deal with it.
I'm still echoing?
Yeah,
At
man.
least as bad as ever. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, you literally told me that a crane cable is gonna.
You said crane cable. Don't put words in my mouth. I just said a pendulum. If you
Or a
hang it
pendulum,
down,
whatever, anything like
okay.
that. So you're telling
Yes.
me. So you're telling me if I was to go hang a little pendulum up next to my Jeep, that it's going to start pulling to my Jeep?
If you hung it next to your Jeep, well, actually, it'd be ideal to hang the pendulum there first. And the Jeep is way too small to see any noticeable shit. That's why I said a massive brick building. To start actually filling some mass.
Do you have
and
any?
actually have
Do you
something
have any
measurable.
proof of that? Do you have any?
Yes, I
photograph?
read it in the Dial of Physics. I don't know what they used to show it. But I'm sure you could Google it, but then you just discredit that the same way the other experiment, the torsion bar
I'm
experiment.
going to tell you what. If something works on the micro, it's got to work on the macro as well. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. So we can still just go ahead and scale that a little bit.
Let's do it. Let's put the moon by
All
the
right. So
earth,
if
and
a
if it
pendulum,
stays there, I'm correct.
if a
Or you come
pendulum
up with
is,
more
but
excuses.
wait, if a pendulum is drawn toward a big building, then
Yeah.
my analogy of a large, heavy piece of furniture, let's just say a great big, huge safe. And I got
Yeah.
that sitting in my living room, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And all the dust in the house just accumulates right on that one. And some of it lands on the other stuff, but the majority of it, I end up with a thick layer on this safe. That doesn't happen. The dust
I
will,
wouldn't think it would. This is your assumption. I don't think that's logical. I
why
wouldn't
not? If
assume
a
that was happening
pendulum can be,
because you're giving a safe the gravity of a planet. It's like you're acting weird.
you're giving a building gravity. What's the difference? All I did
They
was
all have
scale it.
gravity. I just had to come up with something where I could explain to you that it would be noticeable. That's why I didn't pick something small like
It's
it
not
would go next to
noticeable,
this knife.
Joe. I have worked on construction sites
Me
for a
too.
long
What's your
time,
point?
right?
What's your
And
point?
you've never seen a fucking crane with the pendulum. There's a ball right there, a big heavy ball, so that it'll stay down plumb and not swing around and shit, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And there it is hanging, and you don't ever see that thing drawing over toward the building. You never see that. It just
Right.
hangs there.
Because let me ask, because when the crane was hanging, you brought the entire building in at the same time and saw it move ever so slightly. You've done that at your construction site, or did you build it brick by brick, where you would never see anything change?
You said it was noticeable.
Yes, remember I told you hang the pendulum, then drive the Jeep in, and they will pull over. If you
Well,
put the
why
Jeep,
would it matter? Why would that matter? It's
well,
mass and mass. Why would it matter in what order they come into contact with one another?
I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you.
All right.
If it takes a building to get it to move, and I build a thing brick by brick, it will move so slow, it will be imperceptible. Do you understand?
No, that's nonsense.
All right. It seems logical to me.
It doesn't sound logical at
Seems
all.
basic. Yeah.
Well, so after the building's already built, it would have the same gravitational effect as it did as you were building it, right?
Yes,
So
but
then if
how
you
would you
already
know?
built it, if you
How would you
already
know?
built it and put a
Yes.
pendulum next to it, it's not
Yes.
like it had to get acclimated to it, right?
Yeah, I
So
agree,
if you've
but
already got the building built and you hang the fucking pendulum next to it, it's still not going to draw over to the building
can you watch grass grow? Do you see it grow?
all the time, man.
You can watch it and you can perceptibly see it grow?
Yeah.
Really? This must be
Yeah.
some really fast growing. How fast does it grow?
Too fast, man. I'm sick of mowing this shit.
Yeah. But when you go look at a blade of grass,
What are you
you
talking about?
actually
There should be measurable different.
oh, wait. I'm talking about a blade of grass right now. When you
No, I'm
go
not
look at
talking about grass.
grass,
I'm talking about
I
your
ain't
fucking
talking about
pendulum.
grass.
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
your
grass.
pendulum.
I'm
Okay.
trying to explain a pendulum to you through grass. When you look at a blade of grass, you don't see it going up. That's not true. Right? Why is it so hard to say yes? You don't see grass grow.
All right. We don't see grass. There is no
All
grass.
right.
We're not talking
However,
about grass. Is there
however,
a
I'm trying
measurable
to explain
fucking
it to you.
angle?
I'm
A
trying to
measurable
explain it to you.
angle to the pendulum due to the gravity of the fucking building. That's all we're concerned with. I don't
That's
give a
all
fuck if
you're
you
concerned
watched
with.
it. I don't care if you watched it. I
Yeah.
want a measurement from Plum. What was the angle degree? Is it measurable? Did the thing swing over to it? That's what we're talking about, Joe.
No. I got there eventually. I was talking about the imperceptibility of the swing, which now you're jumping again. If you want to talk about angle, we could talk about that. Yes, the angle would be so fucking tiny. How would you notice it
Then
at
how
a
the fuck
construction?
would they know that it was done? How
I'm
would the
sorry. Did
fuck
you
would they
answer my
know that it
question?
pulled on
Did
it?
you answer my question? What a question?
Holy shit. You just got done saying there was noticeable difference and then told me in this breath that it's so negligible that you can't fucking notice it.
No. Again, if you stop cutting shit off, you know what the heck I was talking about, man. You get so excited, you
I
just
don't
cut
think
off
you even
motherfucker
know what you're
statements.
talking about, Joe.
But I got a better shot at it than you because I pay attention to me and you don't.
Okay, so let me just synopsize this. So the
Go ahead.
building's built, the crane pendulum is sitting there, or whatever pendulum
Okay.
you're using, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the pendulum is pulled toward the building, correct?
How much? How
That's
much?
what I'm asking you. How much? It's your story.
Very good. Let's say about I'm gonna guess here. I have no idea, but I'm gonna say about 100,000 of an inch or a couple hundred thousandths of an inch.
Okay.
But the thickness of a hair at most. That's
Okay.
what I'm talking about.
Now, how do you attribute that to the gravity of the building?
How do I attribute that to the gravity of building?
Yeah.
Because when the building goes, it swings back to center.
You don't take the building away. What? And it's only a fucking thousandth of an inch, you said, or 3 thousandths of an inch, or is this a guess?
This is a guess. I told you the
Yes.
thickness of a hair.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have used
And what
crane.
controls were used, and how did you manipulate the independent variable, and what controls were used to find out that this thousandths of an inch, if you could actually measure that, with it compared to a building, what? Come on, man. What controls were in place? I mean, a thousandth of an inch, and they said, look, the gravity pulled on it. Are you shitting me?
No, I am not shitting you. This experiment in my head, at least, is it's all, it's just made up in my head. I doubt anyone has ever taken a building and had a pendulum to it, blah blah. But this is how you would demonstrate gravity.
Right. Well, that'd be a
Yes,
good one, because if that were actually true, and
yes,
that actually worked,
yes.
then you would have something. But since it won't happen.
Well, let's see if we can prove that. Hold on, let me go get my girl's tablet.
I want you to be able to I want you to show me this, man. Absolutely, 100%. I want to see this. I mean, a building pulled a pendulum. They think a thousandth of an inch, and they know it was the building.
Well, that was my guess. I don't know who they are. That was me guessing that crazy shit, thickness up here. I don't know what that is.
So they found that this thing, that the gravity of the building pulled on the pendulum, and when they couldn't have took the building away, they had to move the pendulum, right? Because nobody moves an entire building and leaves a pendulum.
I'm not saying this experiment ever even happened.
I would say that it has been done. I would say that it has been done. And I would furthermore say that it probably showed that the building didn't have any fucking gravity to it. That's wild. It was going down the road. That's a good excuse right there. You get caught going someplace you ain't supposed to be, and you say, I don't know what happened there. The gravity of that fucking building just pulled me right on inside there. I don't know how the hell I got into that titty bar. I was just walking along, minding my own business, and all of a sudden the gravity of the titty bar pulled me right on inside. Damn, physics. Think how much gravity a hurricane would have, right, Sean? Good God. Remember when asked Brandon for proof of pressure without a container, he said Jupiter, then claimed Flurfs presuppose everything. Yeah. Wow.
I'm just still trying out what should I type in. See, I don't know what to type in to find out.
Type in gravity of a building or something.
I tried building first, believe it or not. I tried gravity. I could use a building. I got nothing.
Must have been some double D's. Yeah, that made the gravitational constant more. And that's what drew me into the titty bar was the gravity. That's what happened. The gravity of the building sucked me right on into the door and pulled a bunch of dollar bills out of my pocket. Motherfucker. Tell you
I
what,
don't know
pendulum
nothing
method
about
is a
it.
method of calculating acceleration of gravity using a solid ball that is connected to a rope attached to a stative pole. The pendulum is swung at a small angle. Resulted A. Ran out of room. Martino Berto. Like them little things and little balls that you drop back and forth and they swing back and forth to each other, but they eventually lose momentum and they stop.
Maybe pendulum. I need to get rid of pendulum. I need to get rid of pillar. Just saying to say object to be pulled next to a large object. There we go. All right, I think I got it.
Listen. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, he's got some article. Martino put it up on there. Damn, Mandela effect changes disappeared in my double D's. Double A's. No. That's all right. Cupcakes are nice too, right? Right, guys? We're not prejudiced about that. Well, anyway, while you're looking for that, I'll pull up this and we can watch this a fair bit more.
You need to stick to it. The flat earthers do like to sort of say, well, there's this, there's that, there's the other stuff. Let's talk about the shape of the earth.
Yes, I agree. Tony, do you mind if I address a couple of the things that you had brought up in your opener?
Feel free.
So you had mentioned the flat diagrams of triangulation using a star as well as 2 ground positions. And so you gave you showed an example of what we would see like in math if you're doing trig and you're drawing on a piece of paper, you're drawing a triangle. And so maybe here I could do so this.
I got to
This
get better
is a
at paint.
triangle that you would have in math class,
Microsoft
and this is just on a board or a piece of paper or whatever. And so this would be how you would use trig to try to calculate your angles. But I think what it is a misrepresentation, because if we're talking about the real world and determining the Earth's shape, in reality there are other variables that are impacted in on our measurements. So there is the medium.
See, they got him cropped down.
Mm-hmm.
And they should bring him up full screen so he can show his demonstration. But I already know what he's showing. He's showing that you have to use a flat baseline reference
Of the environment we're looking through with optics. And so light is traveling. So the true position of the star could be different. It's also a claim that there is a glass. I would advocate for a firmament, a dome structure. So there is a medium change that could be affecting the position of the stars, as well as things like the atmosphere that would essentially make squiggly lines added into the triangle. It wouldn't be a straight.
I've got a video. I've been looking for it. I know I've got it on here of a jet taken off from the cockpit, and you see the sun. And as he comes up in height, you see the sun actually not so well. It does kind of change position. It drops and then comes back up, but it also changes sizes about 3 times as he comes through different temperature differentials, all kinds of shit. And you see the sun change location and size just in this climb. And it's really interesting.
I'm guessing the video is hard to see. Something's wrong with it. It's not no high quality shit.
No, it's actually very high quality. Yeah, you can guess all you want to, but
I know, because every time we show video evidence, we end up, you gotta it's really just hard and fudgy. You guys don't show a lot of HD new shit when you're proving shit.
Yeah, this is pretty good HD quality. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
There's video of all different qualities. See that
I go look.
That's a
I had
straw
these
man.
conversations all the time.
That's a straw man statement. All of you guys' videos are always, and that's not true.
Yeah, well, let's say 99 out of 100. You
No,
guys
it's
use the
not
same
99. It's
12
not even that, Joe.
videos.
That's
I
straw
argue with
manning too. You're
I
straw manning
debate,
again.
I debate with a lot of you guys,
You're
and
straw manning again.
I wasn't done. You're cutting me off because you're getting insecure. I
Because you're
debate with.
straw manning, Joe.
You still don't have to get insecure though, right? You can wait till I finish
No,
the
I mean,
sentence. You don't
why,
have to
why,
trigger.
why continue? You're straw manning.
You
Everyone
you
knows
have
what
no
you're
idea.
saying right now is 100%
You're
not
gonna be
true.
arguing that I can't explain myself later, and I'm gonna tell you again. It's because you never listen.
All right, go ahead and straw man, Joe, and then we'll
Yes.
go ahead and listen to your erroneous
Well,
assumption that
well,
all of us have nothing but low quality
right.
videos. Go ahead.
All right.
Is that what you
Now,
were going to say?
well, you'll know in 2 seconds. And when I start doing what you're doing, understand that you started first. I don't mind being a dick. You know, if you're gonna go there, I think it's funny sometimes. So I'm
Well,
willing to do that too.
you make erroneous straw man statements.
Well, you cut motherfuckers off, so I'm gonna start doing what you're doing, and we'll see if it just triggers
Well,
you
that's all
more.
right. I'm the one that's controlling the fucking channel, ain't I? So
Don't,
you go
I'm
ahead
not
and
sure
you
what
play
that
your games,
matters.
I'll play mine, right?
Okay, yeah, you started it.
All
I'll
right.
go with you. Yeah.
So now,
The end of my
really good
statement
point.
was that you guys pretty much show the same video all the time because every time I go somewhere and you show me evidence, it's the same 12 vids, basically. That was the end of my statement.
Okay. Well, you
Yeah.
don't get around much.
Well,
That's
I don't know. It's the same
I'll
vids
put
you
that
show
out
me.
there.
The rest of them
And
show me.
your entire statement was a straw man based on your emotional opinion on the entire subject.
Okay. When you guys show the firmament being hit,
See, we haven't
how
even
many
shown you
videos? How many videos do you have of a rocket hitting the firmament and blah blah blah?
bunches of them, man.
Very good. When everybody tells me that, but for some reason, whenever they show me, it's the same video or two.
We're getting the video from your guys, Joe. Those are your guys'
Very good.
videos, right? We get them
Yeah,
right from fucking NASA,
I'm
right
okay with
from
that.
Elon Musk, okay?
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Talk
I'll
to
tell
them
you.
about it.
I'll
We're
tell you
giving
what I'm
what we're
talking about.
showing what's been provided,
I'll
man.
tell you what I'm talking about. I am talking about you guys. This is what you call a straw argument. I'm saying you use the same videos. I'm telling you that for that thing hitting the atmosphere, you have two videos. When I say I can prove a thing, I have 100,000 videos from space. You
No, you
have
don't
the
have
same
one
two
video from
videos.
space, Joe, because
That was
space is
my point.
scientifically fucking impossible. No one can get out of the containment. The containment is necessary to have air pressure. So just because you believe in Star Trek and shit does
Yeah.
not make it so. I don't
What?
give a fuck. Do you think Sandra Bullock went to goddamn space? Do you think that the film crew for fucking Big Bang Theory went up to space so they could film that guy with astronauts inside the fucking space station, Joe?
I
Get the
think you're.
fuck out of here with that dumb shit.
I
All you
think.
guys got
Go
is
ahead.
your
I'll wait.
fake goddamn space. And until you can prove that you
Yeah.
can get through the containment, you don't have no space.
All right, there is no proof. First of all, I think you should stop using them lame ass arguments as if I said I think Sandra Bullock went to space.
Well,
No,
you
that's a
must.
lame. I'm sorry, you're about to cut me off again. That's a lame argument that you
No, it
use all
ain't.
the time. I'm sorry. It's a
If
lame
space can be
argument
faked,
that
how
you
do you know it's
use
not?
in your desperation.
How do you know
Uh,
it's not? How do you know it's not fake?
and I wasn't done. And and because you say and get loud and saying that's how it is, your just trust me, bro argument means
No, you're
nothing. You
suggesting
have
a
proof
physical
of
impossibility,
nothing.
Joe. You're suggesting a physical
Yeah,
impossibility.
I got videotape of mine.
I
You
don't give
don't.
a fuck what you got videotape of. I
You
got videotape
can't.
of
You'd have to
Captain
face
Kirk.
reality.
No, it's not reality, dumbass. It's
It's
not.
I don't know. You
Videotape
watch
is
other
not fucking
videos, you think
reality.
it's real.
Listen to
You
me.
think I'm watching me real right now. You think that's real. But
Now
if it
listen.
goes up in space, suddenly it can't be
How
real.
do they get through
Sounds
the
like you
container?
can never face
How
reality.
do they get through the container, Joe?
Your imaginary container?
What imaginary container? Can you demonstrate a gas
What
pressure?
imaginary container? I never said there was a
Wait, wait,
container. It's
wait,
your
wait, wait.
container.
Joe,
Yeah,
how can
yeah.
you have gas pressure without containment?
Oh wow, this is a really difficult one. Let me think. Maybe if you had something that pull that gas down, then you'd
Well,
have gas pressure.
since
Kind of like at the
gravity is not a force.
kind of like
So
at the bottom of the ocean, uh shit pulls down. It could be
no,
the
nothing
same
pulls
fucking
down.
way.
Nothing is pulling. There's no
Really?
pulling. No,
Yep.
no.
Okay. See?
Your top physicists agree that gravity is not a force.
No, I would. So when the
So
top
how do you?
physicists say
So
the
you're
force,
saying? Wait a second. You say
yeah,
that gravity is holding air.
yes, gravity is
Okay. Can
holding
you
anything with
demonstrate?
mass.
Can you show me gravity?
Yes, but you don't understand proof.
Wait a second. Yeah, proof would be showing a downward acceleration of air due to gravity.
Proof would be a bunch of shit, but it doesn't work with you. Look, proof. Have you
No,
heard of terminal velocity?
no, you actually had
Downward.
an object in disequilibrium that sought equilibrium. That's all.
Yes. Right.
Relative density
It's
disequilibrium,
it's
bro.
funny that equilibrium always points to the center of the earth, as if
No, it
something is
doesn't.
there pulling it.
Center of the
It's
Earth's north.
weird.
No, the center of the Earth's north. Nothing pulls through the center of the Earth. Things go up or they go down. That's all.
Really? Let's see if it's which way this goes.
Oh, it'll go
Oh
down.
wow, it went down toward the center of the earth.
Which weighs more, that
You're
or the
wrong.
air? Which weighs more, that or the air that it displaces?
Which weighs more?
Yeah.
Doesn't weight assume gravity?
No, it's the relative density of an object within a given medium. That's all.
Hmm.
You can change
Okay.
the weight of an object by changing the medium.
Yes, and you can change it
Did
by
you know you weigh
making
more
it.
in a vacuum?
But the easier way to do it would be to make it denser. That way, it have more mass, which means more
What do
gravity.
you mean? Make the medium more?
I'm
Have more
saying,
mass?
yes, I am saying that iron weighs more than cotton
No,
candy.
Iron
A
weighs more
ball
than.
of the same size because it's denser. You give it more
Right, I
mass, you give it
understand
more
that.
gravity.
I
All
understand
right.
that.
Yeah.
It's not gravity; it's more weight.
Yeah. The only reason it drops,
Because it's heavier than the air.
yeah.
What would happen in a pool of mercury?
What would happen in a pool of mercury depend on what you put in the pool of mercury, right?
Okay,
Pretty
the
much anything
same
would float
object.
in a
Why?
what?
Why?
Pretty much anything would float because mercury itself is super dense.
Right. So
Yeah.
if I change the medium and increase the density of the medium, I decrease the weight of the object.
Yes, but that doesn't exclude increasing the density. There are many ways to have an effect on things. You think that because one way you change the medium, suddenly the other stuff is ruled out? No,
Well,
it'd be
all
a
we have to do
combination
is
of
change
both.
the medium, and we've changed the rate of downward acceleration, and we've
Yes.
also changed the weight of the object because the weight is determined as a ratio. Okay, we quantify it various ways: kilograms, pounds, stone,
Yes.
whatever.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so all it is its relative density, right, in a ratio to the medium. That's it.
Well, let's like the medium water. And
Okay.
let's make the ball the size of a basketball.
Okay.
Now, first we're going to make it out of wood.
Okay.
What happens to it?
Let's float.
All right, on. Let's make it out of iron. Same
Okay.
density, same everything else. It drops.
All right.
Yep. All right. So without changing the medium, I still managed to make that ball go faster, float or go down. Yeah.
Right. Because
So
all you did was manipulate the ratio of what I just said.
yes.
That's all
So
you've
I'm
done.
just saying.
You've changed the density. Now you've changed the relative density of the object and left the
Yes.
medium the same.
I am
You
telling
proved
you.
my point.
Well, I hope I'm not proving your point because
You
my
did
point
prove my
is that
point.
my point was that even without the density of the water, you can still just use the density of the object to change. You're telling me it all, at least I thought you were trying to say, it all depends on the medium. I'm saying if the medium, which is the water, remains the same, I can still do my trick.
All right.
So it doesn't matter on the fucking
All right.
medium,
So
water
listen
or
to me
air.
again. Listen
Yeah.
to me again carefully this time.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
It is a ratio between the relative density and the medium in which it resides. So if the object weighs more than the medium that it displaces, the medium cannot support it and it drops, seeking relative density. If the object weighs less than the medium that it displaces, then it will be rejected upward, seeking relative density. This is why a weather balloon will only reach a certain altitude. It goes up, 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 because it's in a state of disequilibrium. When it stops, it has reached a state of equilibrium. It will not go up, it will not go down, it will remain right there. Okay? This is how all objects behave in every medium.
I'm not sure how that gets rid of gravity, though. I'm not sure how that
What
gets rid of
is gravity? There's no gravity doesn't even come into play.
Right. So let's say, oh, you don't even believe that shit. How high can something go?
It depends on the energy that it expends and whether or not it is in a state of disequilibrium or not. If it's
Very
in a
good.
state of disequilibrium, it is going to seek equilibrium. The medium
Agreed.
will not support it.
Agreed. Let's assume that that whatever it is, you have an object. Will its weight change in your wherever you how you think? If I have an
In a different
object that
medium?
weighs if I have an object that weighs 1 pound
Mhm.
touching the ground and I move it up, I don't know, let's say a couple 100,000 miles or 100,000 miles, will it still weigh the same?
No, even in fact, if you go up to about 120,000 feet, it'll actually weigh more.
The
Because
higher it goes, the more it weighs.
Yeah, because did you know things weigh more in a vacuum?
Wait, before you. I want to stay here before you
I'm
go too
just
far.
this is right on topic with it. This is
Okay,
right on the same
but
topic.
I'm still asking.
Mhm.
The higher this object goes, the heavier it gets until what? If
Well,
it
doesn't go
moved
into
there,
it only gets heavy as a result of its relative density in the medium that we're in. Okay, so you have to understand Dalton's law. Okay.
Okay, tell me.
All right. So Dalton's law states that the sum pressure of the gases, right? Like we have 14.7 psi at sea level, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the sum of all of the different gas pressures combined: nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, argon, right? The highest concentration of those gases is going to be right here where they're produced on the ground, right? As you get up in a higher altitude, you've subtracted a few of these elements out of the air, okay? One of which is oxygen, and you've changed that air pressure, right? The medium is now thinner. So you even now the amount of the medium that you displace weighs even less than it did before.
Right. That's
So
what
you
my
can
question
actually put
was.
things
How
in
high?
so you
that
can
makes
actually put things in a vacuum and have it on a scale and reduce the pressure. And as the pressure is being reduced, actually watch the scale go up as the
That's
object.
obvious. All these things are obvious. That's what I'm trying to get rid of them. I'm trying to ask how high does an object go? Can you calculate its weight the higher it goes? Is that calculable?
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
It is. There is a scientific calculation for
There
that.
is a way that you can just take what the medium at that altitude is and compare it. Yeah. So what's the point?
Well, I'm asking you, and the way you see things. If I take that, let's say it's a 1 pound, what do you call those things? Bowling ball.
Mhm.
And if I just take it up forever, at some point get past the Earth's gases, does that thing continue to weigh 1 pound forever?
Well, I don't know. How would you ever get past the gases? How would you ever get past the medium?
With rockets,
couldn't.
that's how they do it every day, but you don't believe in
No,
rockets
they
or
don't
something.
do it every day at all.
Rockets aren't real?
No, rockets are real. They don't go to space, though.
Where do they go?
A lot of them go to the Bermuda Triangle.
They just launch these multi-million dollar things and just dump them into the water.
Do they really cost that much, or is that money funneled off into some other shit?
Whatever. They're just spending money, and I assume it's pretty expensive. I know what an automobile costs.
Yeah.
They just spend that money to dump them into the water?
$68 billion a day. Yeah, that's chump change, bro.
Why do they do that?
So that you'll believe that they're sending shit up into space and continue on with your fantasy.
Why is that fantasy so important that they got to spend billions of dollars?
Ah, there you go. Now you've come to a really big question. Why would you deceive people? If you ever deceived someone, why would it be?
There'd be a million reasons to deceive someone. You had to narrow
Why
that
would
down.
powerful people want to deceive the masses?
That wasn't my question.
I know.
I'm not sure that answers my question.
Answer your own fucking question. You're asking
my
me.
question was,
you're asking
what is
me to tell you the motives of someone else.
Well, you came up with that crazy ass theory that people just burn money for the fun of it. I assumed you have a reason behind it.
Dude, they do. Do you not understand how the fucking banks work? They burn money all the fucking time, bro.
Do they have a reason?
Yeah, to put you in debt.
Very good. What was the reason for them throwing the rockets in there in the water to put me in debt?
So that they have a justification for the money that they launder into dark and black projects for DARPA? That's one reason.
We're talking about Elon Musk here?
Yeah.
Elon Musk is
You actually think Elon Musk is not part of the fucking system? Are you
No. You said
he was
you said
there.
That. Are you arguing your own point again, Saab?
People need
Who are
a
you
hero,
arguing
we
your
will
point
provide
with?
it.
That's your point. I am not arguing it. Argue with yourself. Don't put shit in my mouth and then argue it. I didn't say Elon Musk is not with the system, and
Well,
you're
then what
arguing
the fuck
that.
are you bringing up Elon Musk for?
Well, I must have brought him up to say he's not part of the system, according to you. That's
Bullshit,
weird.
he isn't. Bullshit, he isn't.
I'm not saying nothing dumb like that. You did. If you let me talk and stop assuming shit,
All right,
bro.
so how is another guy that's part of the system? What has that got to do with it?
Oh, I was going into HARP and DARPA, but again, you cut me off and argue weird arguments.
I can show you where the money goes.
I asked you, was Elon? I tried to ask you, and you cut me off and started arguing whether Elon Musk is part of the system. Is Elon Musk part of DARPA or HARP?
I'm sure that he's connected with those programs, especially since he is operating a mass propaganda platform, just like Facebook is, just like YouTube is, just like the rest of these things are. Of course. Do you really think there is any of this out here that's not controlled?
No, I wouldn't think no weird shit like that. I was talking about, do you think Elon Musk is DARPA? I don't know why when I make a statement, it's like this with you, Sav. If I say Trump sucks, you automatically have all this baggage where you'll think, well, you'll hear Biden is good.
No.
When I say a thing, take it at face value and stop adding all sorts of shit to it. If I say he works for DARPA, I ask you, do he work for DARPA? It doesn't mean I think he's clean. It doesn't mean all of those things.
Do you think it would be common knowledge if he did?
Only if it benefited them somehow.
Really? So they'd come out and say, yeah, this guy that we put out here to seem like he's a hero to you guys, he's actually working for us, but that's okay if you know that.
I could see a way that it would work. It wouldn't work in the way you put it. It sounds weird. Like you always try to make people sound stupid. No, if I really want, no, it's not logical. It's dumb as fuck. If I wanted to prove,
why would they tell you that he's working for DARPA?
I'm trying to tell you, you can't keep your mouth shut though. You have an issue with that. The reason I would do it, the way I would use Elon Musk is I'd build him up, make everybody think he's some type of hero. I'd build up DARPA to make everybody think as much as they could. DARPA has a shit reputation. And then I say, you know what? DARPA, we don't trust it. Who's the most guy you trust? Elon Musk. All right. We're giving him head of DARPA. Now I've tied them two together, and I found a reason to tie. So what I'm saying is you could find a reason to, but I wouldn't do it unless I had a big reason to.
So
I wasn't saying crazy shit like you like to.
Let me get this straight. A
Maybe I was
reason
saying some crazy
for that would be that it's a PR campaign for DARPA.
No,
They don't
again,
want
you
you looking
simplify
at
it.
DARPA at all, Joe. They don't want you looking at that at all. They would never connect themselves to anything, and they don't give a fuck about their reputation.
All right, let's argue this then. You cannot perceive in your head a reason why they would use DARPA out front in the open for something. You can't come up with a reason?
Yeah, because they're making things that they're going to use against you.
Yes, but
well, why would they want that out in the open?
No, not that part of it. You can't come up with a reason why.
That's what they do. That's not part of it. That's what they fucking do.
Yeah. You're fucking genius. I didn't know that. Why are you yelling at me like we don't know what DARPA
well, I
does?
don't know what you're saying. Oh, well, that's part of it. That's
it's
what they
difficult.
fucking do, man. They don't want you looking at their shit. That's why they're always distracting you.
Yes. But that had nothing to do with my question, though, did it? You don't even remember my question because you're really emotional about this.
Well, I just can't. I'm looking at a glorious lack of logical thinking going on here.
You'd have no idea. You cut me off after the first sentence all the time.
So you said that Elon Musk that they would go ahead and tell you.
You don't know what I said. You don't listen. You don't know what I said.
You said so that they don't look so bad and everything else like that. I mean, it's like
you don't know.
They don't want you looking at them at all.
I know they don't want you looking. My question to you, and you assumed that I was saying I didn't know DARPA's evil. My question was can you think of a reason why they try to make DARPA look good to people? That was my question.
No.
And you take it off. You can't think of a reason?
I can't think of one reason that they would give a shit what you think about them.
Really?
Yes.
Because you just said that they burn all sorts of money and shit to make us think a certain thing. So it sounds like they do care what we think about them.
Yes, they do care what we think.
Okay, so those things are contradictory.
Not about them, about everything. This is why the government's involved with your news programs, your publications.
Because they care what we think.
They care what you think. Because
so for you to say that they don't care what we think was probably a bit wrong.
No, they don't care what you think about them. Who's going to listen to you?
Who is them? The government?
DARPA, any of the fucking organizations.
So the government
organizations. I'm sure that JSOC 77th fucking psychological battalion that runs most of the troll farms that we encounter doesn't like us talking about them either.
Well, yes, the government shit. Let's say MK Ultra. The government doesn't care what we think about MK Ultra. So and so of fucking the presidency and all of that shit. The government doesn't care what we think about what they do, about the government.
Not as long as they've got the masses convinced that, oh, that's just conspiracy theory. You can trust us.
Well, then, if they took the time to convince the masses, they must care what they think.
Well, at that point, but what I'm getting at, Joe, if you want to get all pedantic about what I fucking said, they don't give a shit if you're favorable to them or not. That was the context that I meant it in. Okay. They don't listen to me. They don't give a fuck if you find them favorable or not. Okay.
Really?
All they have to do, because there's a lot of ignorant, stupid fucking people out there, that all they have to do is just go, conspiracy theory. And the rest of the goddamn penguins are going, whack, whack, conspiracy, whack, whack.
Yeah. I'd still fall on the same point. If they're taking the time to psyop you and put out conspiracy series, it'd be because they care what you thought. It'd be care what you thought about them. If they take the time, if you take the time to put on a good face for their politicians and tell you they're trying to help you, they do care what you think about them. And the same thing with DARPA. It is no different from anything else. If they had a way to make MK Ultra feel good, all right. If 5 minutes from now you're gonna be telling me what I said was dumb, but go ahead.
Joe, how you're telling me that DARPA's looking for a popularity contest?
No. You're about to argue your point again. Please argue with yourself because you love doing it.
Well,
You
I
cut
don't
me
know
off
what the
and
fuck
asked
you're
me
coming
what
up
I'm
with some
telling
of this
you.
dumb shit. It's
You
all of
cut
the
me off
everything
to
that you
ask
said
me
is hopeful.
what I am
Everything is
telling
just
you.
hopeful.
You cut me off to literally ask me what I am
Well,
telling you.
stick to
As
facts.
I'm telling you,
Sticks to facts.
as soon as I said DARPA, you took off. I can't stick to shit. And when you keep interrupting me,
Okay, DARPA, finish.
no, let's change to something else because you've said that 3 times. DARPA finish, and every time I say DARPA, you interrupt.
Well, I don't know.
We're
You
gonna go
somehow
loop.
you're putting out conjecture and speculation, a hypothesis built without any roots
I
to
was
try to
asking a
support your
question.
idea.
I was in the middle of asking a question and you cut me off. I didn't propose nothing.
Well, yeah, you were asking me why someone else does something.
Yeah, so don't say I proposed anything. I was asking you a question about DARPA, the same question I'd asked you 3 times already. And I don't guess that shit matters. I can see. Let's do this because every time I ask you a question, you think I'm saying crazy shit. I can
Well,
see
not just the
DARPA,
only times.
just like anything else, needing to
Mhm.
put on a good face. In fact, I'm sure if I Googled DARPA, they would tell me it is the greatest thing in the world for me.
Sure.
So all I was saying is I can see a reason for them to try and make DARPA look good. You've been arguing that I'm wrong.
Well, are they?
Are they what? Good?
Are they trying to make themselves look good?
Yeah, if I Google
How?
them, I think what they said DARPA does when I Googled them, I forgot, but it was supposed to be for our benefit. Yeah, I'll
Sure.
Google them now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not going to say they do black ops and the shit that me and you
Well, of
say.
course they're not. Of
Yeah.
course you're not. In fact, you're
Yes.
using a government controlled fucking search engine to look for it.
Exactly. So, exactly. They care about how they look. They're trying to make DARPA look good. I don't know
Sure.
why you
And
spent
then the
20
only
minutes
way they can
arguing
make
with me when
themselves
I
look good
said
is
that.
to lie. The only way they can make themselves look good is to lie.
I agree, which is why you trick everybody, think Elon Musk is a god, tell them, hey, he's going to take over Twitter and NASA. Now we suddenly believe Twitter is, not NASA, Twitter and DARPA. Now we believe Twitter is on our side and DARPA.
Right.
We're sheep, we'll fall for it.
That's right.
Yeah, I think so.
That's right. That's exactly what Musk's out there for. And oh, look, he's doing his own space thing. Let's not forget, this is the guy that tried to make you believe that he put a fucking car in orbit.
Yeah, I don't see why that's so hard to believe.
Really?
Yeah.
The tires didn't explode. The fucking paint's not peeling. The plastic vinyl is fine. There's no fucking problem whatsoever. Come on, man.
I don't know about all that. All it is cold. I don't know what effect cold has on shit. If you leave a car in fucking Siberia for so long time, I don't know what
In a
happens.
container in a vacuum.
Do I know what happens to air in a container?
Do you know what happens if you have contained air in a vacuum?
If it's a vacuum, it's not. It doesn't have air in it.
There's air in the tire, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you put that tire in a vacuum.
Yeah.
What happens to it?
You suck everything else. You suck the air out.
No, it'll expand and
As it
eventually
sucks.
and then blow up. And then it'll blow up quickly.
What'll blow up? The air?
The tire.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Blow.
It'll expand.
Boom.
Yeah. Yes.
Gone.
Yes.
Okay. I just got a warning last week in my Jeep that my tire pressure was low, but it was also 4 degrees Fahrenheit outside too.
Same.
So after a couple of days, now it's fine. They're back up.
Mine,
but it went from 42 psi down to 39.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy fuck, that's a lot, man.
Mine was in the probably like 39. And by the time I got back, I drove it hard that day. It was up into the 40s. It looked like 42 or something. So the same exact shit. All of them were in the 30s. The highest one was 39. When I got back, they were all in the 40s.
Yeah,
it was just that cold. Yeah.
It is. And it just shows that contraction, expansion of gas due to temperature.
Yeah.
But you try to put something. There's a really cool video you can see. You remember Stretch Armstrong?
I did.
All right. So they put one of them fucking things inside of a vacuum chamber.
That'd be great, right?
You got to see what that thing just starts bulging out and then pretty much just filling up the whole fucking
But
back
you know,
because it can't
if
hold it.
you think if I took a Stretch Armstrong and threw it out of space, it would just blow up?
Yes,
You think
absolutely.
most things would blow up in space, or
Yes,
just really
yes,
even that car?
yes. Anything that's got air in it, anything that's got air in it is going to want to expand and escape to equalize with the immense lack of pressure around it. Absolutely. That's how
Wow.
it works.
So you don't
Dude,
believe that
you got to
satellites are up there then, right?
not out in space, no, but there's
They're low, but they're low in traveling. You
they're
think that's
low. And
feasible?
here's some interesting shit that we found. If you ever watch Witsit, and they're onto some stuff now, I'm starting to learn some stuff about it.
Yeah.
That there's these magnetic, like toroidal magnetic fucking lines, these fields that they're
Yeah.
actually locking these things into. And that they actually
Yeah.
go, and when you look at them on a like on a flat Earth or an azimuthal equidistant map, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a spirograph. It's beautiful, man. It's a perfect thing,
Yeah.
and it's exactly how the planets move. They do that exact same thing. They make like a spirograph.
I'm
It's really
curious.
cool.
I'm curious. What do you think is keeping those satellites up there? If
Like I said, I think it's this like quantum locking of some kind.
so, you
I'm learning.
think that those toroidal magnetic
But
fields
we've
somehow
also
give
wait a second,
energy
and
to the satellite?
they travel along it. They just travel
But
along it.
what keeps them up there? I get that they travel, but at
Okay, if you ever looked into
sometimes
quantum
don't they run
locking?
out of gas or fuel?
No. Have you ever, because
I
they
have
feel,
not, but
oh, it's really cool. It's really cool because they can actually flip it upside down and it works. It's frictionless, right? It's completely frictionless. And it'll actually, when it's, you have to with superconductors and shit like that, but we're talking
I'm
about
familiar
some
with
pretty
that.
cold
Yeah.
temperatures up there anyway.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. Yes,
It's
yes.
really, so there's a lot of stuff that's being looked at with this. And as it turns out, according to Witsit, the mathematics for these trajectorials that they're using
Yeah.
for the orbits of these totally
Yeah.
match these fucking magnetic lines, these magnetic fields that work.
I could
But
go
we
for that,
also
but
have
I
to-
think
wait,
go ahead.
we also have to look at this too. There's almost 3,000 satellites or satelloons on balloons launched from Antarctica daily. And this is where they're getting all their weather. There's a whole program of these guys. They go out, they launch these balloons. It's a whole balloon corps, and it's really cool. Hatch, it shows a balloon, but with a flat horizon. So I thought that was kind of cool. But anyway, they actually
I've seen videos of them. Yeah.
They got a special airplane that they go up with a grappler and grab a
I've seen it.
hold of the balloon, and they can pull it into the plane and shit and bring it back down on the ground. So yeah,
I've
there's
seen
a
it.
there's
I'd
a lot of
like
that.
you
But
to wait.
in order
We
to
have
get into
we
space, we got
no,
that
that's not what
containment.
we were talking about. We're
Hmm.
not talking about that. We're talking
Mhm.
about these satellites. I asked you these what is their power source to keep them up there for years? They'd have to be getting it from somewhere. Where do you see it coming from? If your theory is true. Just
I don't know. I have no idea.
another flat
Where would they
earther.
be getting where would they be getting their power from in
Do
space?
I get some backup over here?
Where would they be getting their
I'll
power
back
from
you
in
up.
space, Joe? Where would they get their power from?
No, I asked you first. Don't answer my question with
Okay,
a question.
so couldn't they just as easily have solar panels on those?
You think solar panels are holding those satellites up there?
No, I didn't say that was holding them up there. You said, how did they get their power?
Yes, to stay up there. Why don't they
I
just
just
fall
got
down
done
like everything
saying,
else?
I just got done saying it's possible we're using quantum locking.
And you're saying that you believe that those fields somehow are holding them up there. That's what you're saying.
Quantum locking.
All
That's
right. What's
exactly,
good,
that
Jesse?
is what it is. You don't know what quantum locking is. Let me show
I
you.
do know what quantum locking is. You
Okay.
don't have to show me. It does not explain what you're talking about.
Okay.
Quantum locking
Yeah,
occurs when
it
you have.
does explain exactly what I'm talking
All
about.
right,
And
just cut me off
if you
and go
actually
ahead.
knew,
Just cut
if
me
you
off
act,
and go ahead. Cut
well,
me
because
off.
it does. If you
And
just
that'll
got
give
done
you a
saying
better
you knew,
chance at being correct.
you just
If you don't
got
let me
done saying
dispute
you
what
know
you
what,
say.
you just got done saying you know what
I
it
didn't get
is.
done saying nothing. You cut me off.
3 deep breaths, sing kumbaya.
So what is quantum locking, Joe?
My bad. It requires super cool temperatures and an object for the other object to lock with. And usually here on Earth, we use certain types of ceramics.
Okay.
Well, you asked me to explain. I just did.
Right. Very good.
Thank
you. So you understand what happens when
Please tell me you're a round earther, a globia, whatever they call us.
Glurfs.
Mr. Pro, who just got back up? Them or me?
It's Mr. Pie.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pie. Globie or flat earther? Flat earther, damn it.
No. I'm what's the one where you're in the middle? Hollow.
Yeah, that's where
Flat
I'm at.
Earth,
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Hollow Earth. Hollow Earth. How about that?
Hollow Earth, yeah. I've heard some interesting stories on that too, you know. And it is altogether possible that there is another world beneath us. Who's to say the deepest we've ever dug is 8 miles?
Well, hey, what I think is it's realms.
It's
so
what?
It's realms.
Realms?
Realms.
Oh, realms.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, so I'm with you, Dave, Super Dave, on it's not round. I don't believe we've been to the moon, obviously. Joe, I know you're laughing, Joe.
I gotta call somebody.
Joe flies to the moon every night. Don't you see him hitting that bong? He's there all the time. No wonder he believes in that shit. He's flying sky high. He's flying sky high every night.
Right? I'm up here. I'm on the international fake station, man.
Oh yeah.
I'm up here floating around. I'm waiting.
Joe will be joining you in a sec.
I'm sitting here on the vacuum toilet talking to all you guys at home.
Hey, Joe, don't you know that like NASA means in Hebrew like to deceive?
I did not know, but it matters.
Yep.
Like they if you look at language, etymology, and all kinds of things, like
yeah.
I mean, I don't claim to know anything or everything or anything, but my discernment, I guess I'm crazy because I believe in the Q movement and other shit. But I see pattern.
The NASA
ahead.
thing. Yeah, the NASA thing. If you say it means lie or deceive, I would believe that, but it matters not. It's 2024, and you have kids with enough money to go out and shoot rockets up, and you can see the curvature of the Earth now. I'm not sure why I even debate weird stuff like this.
Ooh.
I'll let Dave take that one.
He says, Dave, do you see that Chevy sign behind Joe? Well, he's a lost cause, bro.
Yeah, come on, Chevy.
Are you serious?
You're a Chevy guy?
My girl has a Chevy, so
okay, so let's get down to the brass tacks. Like the whole point is we're in this, we're all together for a reason of finding the truth, right?
Yes.
So if we all agree that we've been lied to,
yes,
since birth, none of us know, like none of us really know the truth or what's going on.
Yeah, some shit's observable. You don't have to rely on other people. Like I can tell the Earth is round by observable shit. I don't need to take nobody's word for it.
All right, what observation tells you that the Earth is round, Joe?
I watch the sun go down every day.
Watch the sun go down.
Case closed. Yeah.
So when you go away from,
it means the Earth is round. It means it disappears behind the horizon. It doesn't disappear into a fine point. The big ball disappears behind something.
Well, it's not gonna lose a whole lot of angular size to you, given its size and its distance from you, in relation to how far it's moving away from you.
Right.
It's funny
If
how
Joe,
Go ahead. Yeah.
if it actually moved far enough away on a flat place,
Mhm.
right? Say the Earth was flat and you had
Yeah.
the sun, and it
Yeah.
moved straight away, it would disappear, would it not?
And to a fine point, yes, it would.
But it would
That's
disappear. But it would
yes,
disappear. You could no
yes,
longer see it, and if it went
yes,
far enough, you could no longer view it by a telescope. If it went far
yes,
enough,
yes,
it would disappear. Would it
yes,
not? Okay,
yes.
so how does that prove that it disappears when you just agreed that if it went far enough straight, it would still disappear? So that doesn't prove that it's round.
It does. You didn't hear my whole statement, apparently. I said it disappears until a fine point. I watch the sun every night. It does not disappear until a fine point. The whole thing drops down at the size it was.
No, actually, sometimes it gets much bigger
I've
than it
seen the
was
sun every night.
yeah, it does, and it's because of atmospheric lensing. You're not
But
taking that into account.
I
We have
literally got
we
a
have video.
sunrise and a
We have
sunset
video.
on
Wait a
here
second.
right now.
We
I
have
took one
video.
yesterday or the day before. I literally got it under time lapse that I could send to you.
Right. So
Yeah.
didn't we just get done discussing that what you see is not actually what you think sometimes, right?
Well,
Especially
sometimes when I'm
wait a minute.
57 years old, I've seen a bunch of these.
All right. So you've
All
seen a
right.
lot
Well,
of sunsets.
56,
You've
yeah.
observed the same effect. Okay. You've also, I know, seen the sun appear at various sizes due to atmospheric conditions at different times. In fact, even during the course of a day, it can change in size if the weather gets more moisture in the
What
air.
does this prove? Every day,
No,
every
what I'm
day at the
telling
same
you
time of night, the atmosphere acts up on my eyes and everybody else's
is the
eyes. What
sun
does this
always the
prove?
same size at sunset?
Pretty much, basically,
No, it's
yes.
not. It's
That's true. It
different
is.
sizes all the time.
I watch it every night with my
And the reason
girlfriend.
being is because you're looking at light that is scattering. Okay. And the further it comes down, the more of this thicker soup that you're looking through as it lowers in your visual horizon, the more effects of refraction you're going to see, the more effects of diffusion. In fact, we've got video of the sun actually fading out of view due to atmospheric opacity.
Yeah, I'm sure you got some crazy 70s vid blurry shit.
All right,
Here,
hey.
let me find a real sunset.
All right.
But
Can
in
we
any
all?
case,
Well, here,
wait, let me just finish this point real quick. So nothing's going over the horizon because you could watch that sunset and then you could take an elevator and go up into the top of a tall building and you can watch it happen all over again. You're
Because
not
it changed the
wait. You
horizon.
can't see around a physical curve, Joe. You cannot see around a physical curve.
Yeah.
Okay. And all you've done is you've changed your parallax, which has increased your viewpoint.
Now tell me if this sun disappears into a fine point or does some weird shit that he is talking about.
I just explained the fucking shit
Oh
to you,
wow,
Joe.
the whole thing disappeared. It didn't go wiggly or whatever you said. The whole thing disappeared as a ball. I
Okay.
can find a million of those. You're gonna find
I
one
can find a
out of
million.
focus video to focus to prove your point.
Joe,
Yeah.
that would be all well and good, but you know, there's no convexity. Secondly, you're not seeing.
Oh, sorry. No computer. I
as
don't know
I
how to
just
work it. Hold on, I'm
exemplified,
trying to turn it off.
as I just exemplified, you cannot see around a corner. You cannot see around a curve. If you
I know that.
All right. So if I increase my elevation after watching the sunset and then I can watch it, do it again, I'm not looking around the curve of a ball to see the sun again. All I've done is taken away a whole bunch of the refractory index by moving further up from the ground. That's all I've done. Okay.
Really?
We've got a huge sky coming into the ground right there. That's what we see all around
all right.
us.
Well, hey, can I ask a question real quick? Can we all agree that we've all been lied to?
Oh, yes. Fuck yeah.
Okay, so whether we're trying to prove the point of whether the Earth is round, like spherical, flat, whatever, that we all just kind of like, we're kind of all pissed off that we've been lied to.
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
So, okay, I what I'm saying is none of us can prove none of us have been to space.
Here's a dumb shit right here. Hold on. Here's a dumb shit right here that thinks you can see around a corner. Okay. I've got a video I took up at the Mimsland Hotel right here in Luray. It has a spiral staircase. Okay.
Yeah.
And I had my wife go up the stairs and go on around the curve, right? And I went and I zoomed in. And you know what? I still couldn't see her anymore. You know why? Because she actually went behind a physical curve. Not the same thing when we're dealing with distant objects on the earth, because there is no curve. We see things well beyond what the prescribed size of this claimed globe actually is.
Okay.
Well, what I'm asking is how does it affect your life? Whether we're on a globe or we're flat.
I'll tell you how it affects my life. The same way people watch football or something. I don't really watch a whole lot of sports, but this is absolutely entertaining to me. This is video game fun to me, bro.
What it is. So, but for me, it's about a lot of people trying to be right or wrong when
it's ego involved. Yeah.
We're all on this place. So whether if Dave is right or you're right, whether it's a globe or like we're here, we're existing on this plane or this realm. I like to call it a realm because
I'm okay with that.
You know what I mean? Like,
well, it matters in this respect right here, Mr. Pie. It's this. Do you have a regular name? Like, can I call you, you know, whatever, Bill or
Pie is cool,
I'm
right?
Dave.
I like Pie.
No, my name's Jeff. Yeah, you can
All
call
right,
me.
Jeff. So, the thing about it is that this entire deception, this one alone, is the key to the rest of the deceptions. I'm telling you right now, through experience of myself and others, what you find is, yeah, we all know we've been lied to, right? But when you realize the biggest lie ever perpetrated on mankind, and you realize how huge this really is, and you go, motherfuckers, the next thing you know, all the rest of them start falling away. All the rest of these lies just start exposing themselves. All these manufactured fears that they try to keep you in. All of this, you're just random out in space. There goes all the fear porn every other week from NASA talking about an asteroid the size of 33 sheep is going to narrowly miss Earth.
Okay, so once we realize all this, is it like it's faith over fear in every scenario?
No,
so,
it's truth over fear, because fear is an illusion.
Yeah, fear is like, so most like with the jab or with COVID or with all of it, we realized 4 years ago that you can change the entire trajectory of the world through fear. And that means most people don't have a lot of faith. Most people are scared. Most people, they are not, they don't have their true self. They don't know who they are or what their purpose is. And the way to manipulate or mold the entire society of the world is through fear.
May I interject?
Well, it's not just that. The compulsory education program is extremely important in this indoctrination into this system. Of course, people are weird. Of course, people don't know who the fuck they are, because they've been given who they are. They've been given everything. It's not any of that came from themselves. Not a single one of it. Okay? It's going to play with your mind if you're constantly in this state of illusion. That's going to fuck with your mind. Look at an MK Ultra person. Now there's extreme mind control. Look at what ends up happening to them over time. Britney Spears, any of the rest of these fuckers, they fucking crack. They lose their goddamn minds. And it comes from suppressing that which you know within.
Sweet new guy, Canada. How are you?
Trip Canada.
Hey guys, may I interject for a moment?
Go ahead, man.
See, Mr. Pie. See, the thing is, it's not a fear. Is basically the result of not having information.
Can you drop his mic here, son?
Sorry?
It's like I was talking to Saab. Your mic's loud to me. It's louder than others.
Just put
Oh,
him.
sorry.
I'll get it. I got it.
No, yeah, he got it. Go ahead.
So basically, if you're misinformed, you're going to be fearful of what's happening. So if you're informed, you have less fear. Because, okay, you know this is fake, that's bullshit, whatever, right? So put it this way. If you're in doubt, and you, Joe, listen to me too, okay? Go out on the water. Look, any proof you need is water. 70% at least 70% of the earth is water at its level, hence sea level. Topography directly related to sea level, right? How can it be a ball if it's all flat water?
Well,
it's illogical.
Not
Logic
really.
says flat because
Not
of the
really.
water.
Yeah, let me
Have you
explain that one.
ever seen a mirrored image?
Yeah.
Look at I'm in Bolivia right now. Look at the Uyuni salt flats. Right now it's rainy season. Covered in about 2 inches of water. 2,400 square miles of flat, reflective water. What else do you need?
Yeah. How does it stay around if all water is flat? Water
Because
finds its level.
it's not a ball, bud.
Yeah, exactly.
I lived in Toronto. Look, how about this? Look up
Joe
tonight.
is wrong. Joe is
Look
wrong.
up tonight. Look
It's
up
not.
tonight. There's Orion's belt up in the sky. I'm in Bolivia. I can look up and see Orion's belt.
Yeah.
How the fuck is that possible on the ball? When Toronto, Canada faces one way, South America faces the other, how the fuck do we see the same stars?
We don't.
Yes, we do. Orion's belt. Look up tonight. Orion's belt. I lived in Toronto 34 years, bud. Don't give me this bullshit. Orion's belt is in the sky. You're bullshit.
Oh, I like
Right?
this guy.
Guy, facts are facts. You talk shit, you
All
get
right,
called out on it.
first of
I
all,
lived in
let's
Toronto.
get-
I skated. Look, I skated on Lake Ontario. Water freezes
that
flat.
sounds like Canadian.
Can I rebut some of this
partisanship
nonsense
to me.
at some point?
Jesse, that sounds like Canadian partisanship to me now. I think you're siding because he's a fellow Canuck now, but we'll let it go.
No, I like the way he spoke.
I do too.
It's facts, guy. Like what?
It's
How
really
can you?
not,
You can
though.
see
Let's
Orion's
really
belt.
listen.
Hold on.
Let's do
Google
one thing.
Orion's belt from the Northern Lights, from the Arroyos Borealis, and you can see Orion's belt in Argentina. I know. I was down there too. All right,
Sean,
10 hours of flight.
Give me just a second. Sean, you are a feckless coward. You backed out. Okay. You weaseled out of a debate. Okay. So, yes, you are a coward. Now, you had a comment up here that says, everyone has a wrench on my channel because I respect free speech. Well, you don't have a wrench here because I don't respect you. You're a coward. Okay. So now that that's out of the way, continue, please.
Yeah. The first thing that you're gonna need. What is your name again? Trip Canada. The first thing, level. When people say level, it is because the math works.
But just like Dave, I worked in construction, bud. I worked in construction for years. I worked in low-rise forming, building the basements of houses. I know what the fuck level is. Don't give me this bullshit that you know level's curved. Guy, you're talking shit.
I didn't say that. You're pulling the
Yeah, you're
sub.
shit.
I didn't
Guy,
get
you
out
talk
of
shit,
sentence
bud. You
and you
talk
cut
shit.
me off.
Shit. Level is fucking level. Okay,
All
I'm
right,
standing on a
fuck
level
it.
surface right
Don't
now.
you
Why? Because
stop
I
me,
made it
Jesse,
level. You're
because
fucking
this
shit.
nigga got it
Whatever.
coming, so I don't want to hear that.
It's
Should
not
be
a
nice,
tangent
Joe
point.
shit.
It's not a tangent point. I just read the entire definition for level out of the Webster's Unabridged Dictionary,
It's meant for
1975.
simpletons. It's an easy definition that you cats can understand. Let's get an adult definition.
Right.
What level is what the center
curved
of
but
the earth,
straight.
whatever everything is in relation to the center of the earth. That's what level is. Everything is pulled toward the center of the earth. That's what level is. So if you take a cup and you put water in it, it's going to take the shape of the cup. Girl, I'm explaining this shit horribly.
And it always goes level.
Yes, but level is not what you think it is. Level is everything being pulled to the center. Everything level must be measured from the center of the earth. That's the only way level works.
Means no point higher or lower than another. That's what level means. It's in the definition. No point higher than or lower than the other.
I
Do
believe
you
this.
have a point higher or lower than the other when you're
No,
dealing
no,
with
no,
an
no, no,
arc?
no, 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 no.
Yeah.
That is the definition, Saab. Like for the layman, you can say a car, a motor vehicle, it means one thing. But if you want to get serious about it, you take it in the court of the black law. It has a whole new definition. Level works on that definition for the layman. But if you really want to lower level, what level means, if you don't put in the center of the earth into it, you'll never understand that
Sure you
shit.
will.
Yeah,
Sean,
you're
listen,
no,
if
the
you
only
want to,
shit that I
hold on a
understand is
second.
the
Hold
shit that
on.
you're talking, guy.
Hang on a second, guys. Sean, listen, here's how it is. I went ahead and I went through all the hoops to set it up, and you backed out at the last fucking minute. You want to debate, you go set it up. You want to talk about maps, bring them up. Okay? Whatever. But you're a coward. I'm not going through the fucking bullshit
supposed to
again
be too,
because
son?
for you to not show up. Yeah.
He's supposed okay.
He's a pussy, is what he is. And all he's got like 12 people that watch his show. So fuck him. Go ahead, Greg. You were saying. Or somebody was. Trip, were you talking?
No, I was just pointing out the fact that this guy's talking shit, guy. The level is level, okay? Water's been used here in Bolivia. They use water as the level, okay? They take a clear hose, and they put it to one level, and then they take the long hose and they run it to the other side. Why? Because the water seeks its level. Guy, you're ridiculous, guy. Why don't you just take your head out of your ass for a little bit? Look at water. Go to the lake. Look at the fucking lake. It's flat. Boom. Now you just scale that up because water is scalable, testable, and repeatable. All right, bud? Unlike your bullshit fucking theories about curved shit, it doesn't work.
All right.
Can I backtrack a minute, guys? Can I jump in?
Yeah, right on, Greg. We haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah. So I was trying to get set up a StreamYard when y'all started talking about why it matters. And one reason it matters to me is, well, first of all, truth matters to me, but when it comes to what we went through the last few years, I think you'd be pretty hard pressed to find flat earthers that took the jab.
Yeah,
I know they exist, but that's pretty hard. I mean, there's a mindset. There's something that comes through with, like, I think I heard Sav saying something about that. It just helps your mind break through to another level, and you start to question things more. You start to understand. So there's a big. I mean, that's huge. Having that truth literally saves lives. So
It is not
doesn't
true.
matter.
It's fear. It's not truth. It's fear. People like to grasp the simple explanation of a thing so they don't have to work all. That's all flat earth is. What's your name? Hold on. Everybody loves to interrupt on this motherfucker when the earther talks. Greg, can you explain to me when a sun sets, why it's still big and round?
Exactly like Sav said, because we have atmospheric lensing. And the reason it goes down is because perspective. Just like when you see power lines go down, they're not going down hidden behind a curve, and the ground isn't going up, matching up with it. So it's literally perspective. I'll tell you.
So where is the sun go every night?
It's small and local. So
I was talking to him, so excuse me.
It goes off to the distance.
It goes off. Does it get smaller as it goes off to the distance?
It depends. Like Sav said, sometimes it actually even gets larger because in appearance.
Generally speaking, in appearance, when things move away from you, they get smaller. Yes.
Yes, it will get smaller.
Does the sun follow that rule or not?
Of course, everything does. Everything does.
Hey, one sec. Wait, hey, Joe, don't you realize that the fucking sun is at a celestial fucking point of view? Like, it's up in the sky. Your terrestrial point of view doesn't give you the exact details of the sun.
You answer.
Okay? You look at the sun and you see that sun moving. You can't tell me that your ass is spinning back 1,000 miles an hour watching that sun go away. That's bullshit, guy.
Can you answer the fucking question? Where does the sun go every night, Trip?
The sun circles the earth, going between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
When it disappears every night, where does it go?
So as it travels, shut up. As it travels, shut up. You asked me a question, I'm answering the question. Shut your trap, guy. As the sun moves away, the atmospheric lensing creates a magnification, or actually may leave it at the same size, but you watch it go across. Plus, in order to see it properly, you'd have to go up to the vantage point of a celestial body and look at it go traverse the sky at its point of view, at its level. Because looking from a terrestrial point of view, you can't see the angles that you're supposed to
really the
because
only
of
thing
the
that
land.
doesn't get smaller as it moves away. This is what you want me to accept, Greg.
Yeah, see, look,
the truth matter or not, Greg?
Okay, Forget the sun for a second. Why don't you talk about the water?
So
Why don't you
swamp
talk about the
gas
water, the
makes
floor that
things
you're
look
standing on, eh,
weird.
Joe?
Only the
Why don't you talk
sun,
about the
though.
water? Does water doesn't
Nonsense.
find its level, right? Yet the oceans and the lakes sit at flat.
Oh, you don't
I've
know what
seen
you're
Lake
talking about. It's a
Ontario
dumb
flat as
argument.
fuck many times. Have you
Yes,
seen the
yes.
lake flat? Have you
I
seen a
live.
lake flat there, Joe?
I live in
Have you seen a flat
Chicago.
lake? No, you haven't, eh?
I live
You
in
seen curve?
Chicago.
You seen those double D's that Dave saw at the titty bar over there?
I
That we
have
saw?
no idea what you're talking
Don't
about.
pull it on me, man.
Hey Joe, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
What's your main reason for believing that it is a circle?
Well, it's a million reasons. See, I'll give them to you, shoot you off, because I never get a chance to. If gravity is real, gravity exists. All of these things that I know happen. I don't have to explain it through weird shit. Also, the philosophy of gravity: the bigger a thing get, the more mass it has. And if the center of the Earth theory is true, everything huge would be round. Gravity would not allow it to be pulling the cubes and shit like that. If gravity is real, the biggest thing you would have is wrinkles, like on a blanket or on cloth. That is the biggest thing you'd have, which would be mountains. Makes sense. I can look into the sky and see other big objects. They are round. I look at the moon and I see the way light hits it. I know it's round. I have enough reasons right there. If I was
That's
7
enough.
years
That's
old to
two.
say that this is that if that the
Millions, you
fucking
said.
shit's round.
Joe, I do video and photography,
Yeah.
and there's a couple of websites you can go to that most professionals get all their gear from. And you can go look and search by light, like you can search for lights, and then you can find the modifiers for them. You will never, ever, ever in your life find a light modifier that is shaped like a ball. The only way you do, I do have a couple of
I
them.
don't know what a light modifier is.
So it's something like that softens the light, something that makes spread the light. So you might have a hard source light, and you put a light modifier on it.
Yeah.
There's all different types, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It changes
so
the
there
aperture.
Are some that are referred to. There are some that are referred to as lanterns, and those are spherical for the most part, and you put a light inside of it.
Yes.
But you will never, ever, ever find a light modifier. So they even sell mirror type things to reflect light. So if you need to shoot light from a tight space, you can put that in a corner and shine your light at it, and it will reflect
I'm
back.
not sure
There's
what
all sorts of
your
things.
point
So
is,
my
though.
point is, you just said that. We were
Things
just
around.
talking about the moon,
Yeah.
because of the light that it's
The way the light
spherical,
hits it, yeah.
that it's round.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. You don't hit a sphere and have it illuminate the entire sphere. You would have a hot spot on it.
Yes.
Especially, no, it's impossible. You cannot go find, please find any gray ball or any kind of ball, any color, and go shine a light at it and let it give us this even light back that we get from the moon. It's not possible.
I have no idea.
And the reason I brought that up as a light modifier.
Light hit everything round. I see how it looks, and I see how it reflects. In fact, if I hold up a round object to shine a light from this side, the other side is dark, and it turns in gradients, telling me that the object is spherical. I can observe
It's
that
the
shit.
same face, Joe. It's the same face.
But
what are
you think
talking
that
about?
it's lit from the sun.
I
think it's lit from the sun.
talking about? You can see the side.
I can point to an example of a locomotive. Okay. If you look down the tracks at a locomotive coming at you, it's going to look like a round light. You're going to see a round light.
Okay.
But when the train gets up close to you, what you're going to find out is that none of the lights on there were round at all. They were rectangular, and they were on the sides. There was about 5 of them, but it all looked like one round light. So what we're talking about here is light. Okay. And because
we're talking about the moon. The moon is not even emitting light. It's just
wait a
reflecting.
second. Even with it, now you made another gross assumption that if gravity exists, then it pulls everything into a sphere.
Yeah.
Well, where is your proof of that?
Oh, this dude is weird.
No, I'm for real. Where is your proof of that?
Everything big that you know of is round.
No, it
Fuck
isn't.
you
I
mean?
got
Where
what
you
the
been
fuck
from?
round?
Name
My
the
house
biggest
is not
things you can
round.
imagine. What shape
Everything
are
is
they?
round.
I got a
Really?
big oak
The
tree out here
biggest
that's
things
not
you can
round.
imagine. What shape are they?
I got a big
Hey,
oak tree out here.
You
is the
asked for
Eiffel Tower
proof. Did you
round?
want it or not?
You
Name
know?
the
Is the
biggest
Mount
things
Everest
you
round?
can.
Walmart's not round.
Walnut is not the biggest thing you can name, Saab.
Mount Everest isn't round.
It is not the biggest thing you can
Well,
name,
why isn't
Saab.
it
Why are
round?
you
You
not
claimed it
naming the
had
biggest
gravity earlier.
things? Are you afraid to name big things, Saab? Because
Well,
you
those
know
are
they're
pretty
round.
big
Hey,
fucking
hold on.
things.
Hey,
Plug
Joe,
up
hey,
my
let me
phone.
jump in here for a second. Hey,
Wait a
Mr.
second,
Pi,
what
let me say
things are
something.
you
This
talking
guy
about?
talks about gravity. Joe over here talks about gravity, but he talks about mass attracting mass. Does he not know that Newton's fucking law theory of gravity has been kicked out the fucking window a long time ago? And this loser Einstein came in and said that space-time warps and shit. So it's not even mass attracting mass. So what the fuck are you talking about, Joe? Mass attracting
What are
mass?
you
Don't you
talking
even
about?
know
I
what
only
the hell
heard
the
that.
heliosexual model is?
I'm
Don't you know this
sorry.
shit?
Was there one coherent sentence, a question, or are you just venting like my ex-female?
Yeah, you are a female. You're a
Get out your
bitch, guy. You
fucking
talk shit.
emotions
Guy,
and
Newton's
fucking make a
gravity has been
coherent
thrown out.
sentence.
Okay,
You
listen again.
emotional fuck.
Newton's theory of gravity has been thrown out and has been taken over by Einstein's theory of gravity. So
I know
bullshit
at least
taken over
3
by
theories of
bullshit. And
gravity.
you keep
So
talking
what?
about the first bullshit.
What is your
So what the
point?
fuck are you talking about, Joe? You don't
Well,
even know what you're
obviously
talking about.
not what you're
You talk
talking
in
about. I know
circles. Okay,
alternate
you talk
theories
in
of
circles. You
gravity
think
too,
everything's are
besides
balls. Do
Newton.
you have balls
If you
hanging in your
assume, I
bathroom? Hey,
assume
do
that
you look
Newton
at
had the
balls all
only
night?
theory
Hey,
of
Joe,
gravity,
you
so
stand there
the
looking
whole
at balls all
shit you're
night?
talking about is stupid, right? Because I know there are other theories of gravity. You
Yeah,
assumed
because you
I
talk
thought
shit. You don't
Newton
even
was
know.
the
You
only
talk
one,
about
and I was
Newton's law like
dumb.
it's
And
fucking.
you
You
went
talk
on
about
to
Newton's
tell me
theory
how
like it's law,
dumb I
but you don't know what
was.
the fuck you're talking about, Joe.
It
Hey,
sounds
Joe.
like
You don't know
you
what you're
don't know
talking
what
about.
the fuck I'm talking about.
Exactly. You don't even know what you're talking about, Joe. You're talking shit. Joe's like, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna talk shit anyways.
He's right,
What I said.
Joe. He is right. They did shit can the mass attracting mass over 100 years ago.
Well, yes, there are many
Joe.
theories. I could give you more theories about it.
Joe.
So
Joe.
you saying
Hey, Joe.
they?
Joe, listen. Joe, real quick.
Yeah.
You've
Go ahead.
you've had experiences. I've heard your story. Like not even like it's unbelievable. The things that you've have happened to you. Near death experiences like
Okay. Okay. All right.
okay, so things that you've experienced, right?
Yeah.
So you believe in the unbelievable for most
I
people.
do.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so why is this so unbelievable to you?
It's not logical. I'd say
Yeah,
it's
I know.
logic.
Okay, no, but that's not logic to most people with the shit that happened to you.
Yeah, most people don't
Yeah.
have my
Okay,
IQ though
so
either.
okay, well, so you're
I'm sorry to be a dick, but I got a
okay.
pretty high IQ, and
Okay,
and I
so
could. Yeah.
and let me compliment you in many ways, real quick.
I didn't. Yeah. Okay. You don't have to, but I'm
Okay,
just saying.
well,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Joe, I've watched you since the beginning of Paul Enslaved to your channel, whatever. You don't take no shit. You call it out. You've been through your life, you know. So you've seen shit, you believe shit, and you try to get to the bottom of shit.
And listen, I'm really smart. I mean, when I did the test, they would grade the test by my test. You know what I'm saying? They had to bring in create new classes and teachers and crazy shit for me. You know, that's something you might not know because it might not come up.
Okay, so why wouldn't you think that you're with what you believe? Is it not possible?
Yes, yes. I am not
What?
saying it's not possible. No, don't get me wrong. I'm arguing that it's my shit is more likely. Your shit is definitely possible. Every theory you came up with is possible. Even that crappy theory about the hazy reflection when the sun goes down, I guess is possible.
So can I touch on something you said, Joe? You said you follow logic.
Yeah, chase
All
logic
right.
is what
All
I
right.
said.
Now listen. Okay. So where is the logic behind water wrapping around an object and assuming its shape? Or where's the logic behind having a gas pressure system without containment, having never seen air being affected by so-called gravity ever once in your life, much less being able to
This
show
is
it?
getting a long question. Just saying,
All
it's gonna
right.
be a long question.
There are two things. There are two things. Okay.
All right.
All right, there are two things, and what I'm pointing out is they're very basic things that defy all logic.
Go ahead. Answer the question.
So that's it. Air pressure without a containment and convexity of water wrapping around an object. And
all right, I'll give you the latter first. The water wrapping around an object. Let's say, take a basketball. You understand magnetism. You understand magnetism?
Mhm.
Yeah. You take a basketball and you put an electromagnet and dead in the center of it. And
Mhm.
then you put little round balls on the outside. Yeah. You can roll those balls around. Those balls are people, trees, whatever you want. They are attached to the ball. Don't matter upside down, right side, or whatever. They are always attached to the fucking ball. Right?
Water's dielectric,
Wait,
diamagnetic.
wait. Do you understand that concept, first of
No,
all?
because the magnet is
No,
diamagnetic. A
that's very
magnet actually repels water.
I didn't say nothing about water, bro.
I did. That was the question. How do you get water to adhere to an object and assume its shape?
I was trying to explain it. Did you not hear the first part of it first? I said when you put little metal balls on the ball and you put electromagnet in the middle, they'll be on dancing around on top, right? Doesn't matter. You flip it, whatever. The metal balls stay on the big sphere. Yes?
They'll go toward the north of the magnetic field, but yeah. Okay.
Okay, good, very good. So if there is a thing that gravity and some unknown reason could pull us, all of these things suddenly fall into place if gravity is real.
Okay, and if there are magical flying monkeys that are invisible pushing everything down to the ground, that would work too. But
Yes.
you used if, and we
Yes.
still have
And we
not.
don't know.
Wait a second, we still have not demonstrated that your if is actually a so. Okay,
Just
and it's
did.
not. No, that's a measured effect, Joe. We talked about
Okay.
this. That's a measured
Joe.
effect.
Yeah, Joe. What happens with a fucking bubble? What happens with a bubble?
I don't understand the question. They pop. I don't know the question.
Yeah, it fucking rises.
What happened with a bubble in the water? Yeah, it goes up.
No,
Yeah.
a bubble and this like blow fucking bubbles and they go up.
Yeah.
Helium goes up. If
Yeah.
gravity was so strong or this thing that was real, why wouldn't it push it down?
Very good.
Explain
I will.
that.
Yeah. Let's try. Is there a way we can use magnetism for this? Yes.
No, because there's no magnets in the sky there, bud.
If
There's no magical magnets floating around in the sky, Joe. You can't make shit up, Joe. You can't just keep making stuff up.
that was dumb shit you
May I ask
said.
you a
I didn't
question,
say a
Joe?
word yet. But please
Let me ask you a
tell me
question.
what I said.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
No,
logical
you were
question. You
doing
say you're a
much
man of
better
logic.
reading my mind. You're brilliant at it.
You're
Please
no,
continue.
but I'm just gonna ask you a logical
Something
question.
about
When you wake
magnets
up in
in
the
the
morning,
sky is what you interrupted
when
to
you
say
wake up
about.
in the morning, Joe,
Yeah.
do you feel any movement? When you just wake up in the morning, do you feel movement?
Not until I move.
Do you feel movement when you wake up?
I said not until I move.
Okay, so you don't move, right? You don't feel movement. So
I don't feel it.
so
That's
what
correct.
in your logical mind makes you think that the earth is moving if when you wake up in the morning or when you're anytime you don't feel the earth moving? I
I'll
used to work
explain.
2.5
No.
meters
Let me
from the
explain.
ground,
You asked me a
and I
question.
used to
Let me
be just have
explain.
to balance
Can I
myself
answer the question?
on hold on. I just had to balance myself on a piece of 2x4, okay, 2.5 meters from the ground, not fighting the earth spinning, but fighting the wind. Okay, so logic tells me that I don't feel movement. Okay, is that your logic as well?
No, I told you I have a
Oh, so
high
you feel
IQ.
movement.
No. Let me talk. I told you I have a high IQ. You have a low IQ, so you don't
Guys, it's a
understand
yes
shit.
or no
I'm
question. You
talking
high
now,
IQ can't
buddy.
answer a fucking yes or no question. Or who the fuck are you just kidding? Do you
Well,
feel
you had it
movement, Joe?
coming. You got it
Guys,
coming.
don't
You
fuck
running
off
your
with your
fucking
comments.
mouth.
See,
Don't get
you
sensitive.
back talk. You're like a Jesuit over here. You
I
back talk.
haven't talked at all. You're
Circles, guys.
doing all the
Yes or
talking. I
no?
want to
Do you
explain
feel
to you.
movement?
More proof that the IQ tests mean nothing, and this is a
Yeah.
lost cause. When somebody has
I
this
was
much of an
about to
ego
say
saying
he
how
didn't.
smart they
Yeah,
are
it's
over and over,
pathetic. It really
you
is.
know,
Yeah, you're right.
there's no chance to come to truth. There's
You
no
know,
coming to
Yeah.
truth for this
listen.
guy.
They know it all already.
And
You
by
know
the
he's got a
way,
low
wait,
IQ, so he must be
hold
sensitive
on,
about it. If I
hold on.
remind him of it, he'll act a fool.
Joe,
That's
you
just
Hold
cheated.
logic
on.
again.
Joe, you
Hold
cheated.
on.
Wait,
Hold
let me
on.
answer his question first.
Yes
No,
or
All
no,
you
right.
never.
Joe?
Let me
No,
answer his question,
hold on.
please.
You
I'll
never.
stop playing. Let me hold on.
No,
Let
Pie.
him
you never
let
answered
him
my
Pie.
question. You never
Hold
answered
on.
my
There's a
question.
question on the floor already. All right. Dude's
Mine
hang on,
was
question about
Ty.
first.
movement. I'll stop bullshitting.
Mr. Ty, you
My
go next.
logic tells me that if I fall asleep in a car and wake up, even though I'm doing 100 miles an hour, I don't feel like I'm moving. That's
You're
logic to
bullshit,
me.
guy. I
All
fucking
right,
fell
go
asleep in the
ahead,
car and I can
Pi.
feel the car moving. Guy, guy. You're beyond belief, guy. You're beyond bullshit. Do you feel movement when you wake the fuck up from bed? Yes or no?
I'm gonna get him again. Y'all don't get on
No.
me when I give
No.
up shit. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
All
you're
right,
bullshit. Hey,
no.
I don't know, Dave. I
Hey,
don't know why you
Saab,
waste your
don't cut
time
me
with this guy.
interest.
He's obviously delusional, bud. You
Trip,
can't answer a
Trip,
yes or no question.
But we're
Do you
actually
feel
arguing.
movement?
We're
Trip.
actually
He never
arguing.
he
We're
never
actually
answered
arguing.
my
Listen,
question. He never answered my
Yeah, I know.
question.
He
You
never
never
answered
got
your
it. You never
question either.
asked
It's
it. You
true.
never
all
asked
You
right,
it.
never.
Now go ahead.
let me just say something real quick.
Yeah.
So what we're doing though is we're actually, and this is like people saying, do you think a fly would feel it? How in the fuck do I know what a fly feels? It's subjective. Okay. So I've gotten up many a morning, still half fucking drunk, and the world was whirling like a son of a bitch. Okay. And then other days I wake up and everything's peaceful and calm. And especially that's how it is now. Right. So that what I'm getting at is that what you
It's all
feel,
perspective.
that's subjective, right?
Yeah, it's subjective.
Even
There you go.
Einstein said there's no conclusive way to tell if the earth is moving or if the sky is moving from the earth. There is no way to tell. Okay. And this is why they came up with the
I would
Michelson-Morley
agree with you and
experiment,
Einstein.
the Michelson-Morley experiment, and they actually indicated a 5-degree drift in what they believe is the aether. So that
It's
was
not about.
basically
I know it's
true
not about what
aether.
these calculations said. My point being is that Arkham's razor says the less assumptions is probably right. So when you wake up in the morning, you do not feel movement. You look up at the sky. The what do you call it? The clouds are moving at their pace. The stars are moving at their pace, but you are not moving. So logic dictates that the base of all observation is that we are not moving, Joe.
Not necessarily, according to
Oh,
your
not
theory there.
necessarily, Joe. Whatever,
There
Joe.
you go to cut niggas off.
Whatever, bud.
According to your
Whatever.
theory, Occam Razor says when you hear hooves, you think horses. Sometimes as a zebra or a giraffe. You didn't prove a thing.
Well, Occam's razor, most times, often it is, given the chances of running across horses in a civilized area. You're again arguing semantics. I think Mr. Pi had a question on the floor that he wanted to ask. He might have gone to look for his bong or his cigarettes or whatever else. Hang on, go ahead. Go ahead, it's you.
Well, motherfucker. Okay, so now I fucking forgot. Okay, hold on, real quick.
Bubbles.
Hold on,
Bubbles.
hold on, Joe. Hold on.
This is great.
No. This was about gravity and like
The bubbles.
buoyancy and density. So
Okay.
if gravity can keep everything on this earth, like the rivers, the lakes, us, down,
Yeah.
why can I blow a bubble?
Why can you blow a bubble?
Why can I blow a bubble and it go up? It's light as air.
I would assume
Why
that
why would gravity not shut that down to the
I would
ground?
well, in your instance, the bubble must be underwater. You could use
No.
salt.
Just I
Okay,
blow
I
a
don't.
bubble of soap and it goes up, or a
Oh,
helium
okay, that's
balloon.
even better. That's I was going to try to
Why
bring it
would
above water. Better.
why would a helium balloon go up if
Yes.
gravity is so strong?
All
If
right.
gravity is this force to keep everything down, me and you and the rivers and everything on
Yes.
this earth, why would a balloon go up?
All right.
Explain that to me.
Of course, I was just waiting for your mouth to stop moving. All right. There's also on this earth, there's also air here too. Gravity is holding air here. Yeah. And the buoyancy density thing you started to talk about. The whatever you just named, helium is lighter than the air. The air is going to move in and displace the helium as long as the air is here. If you remove the air, even the helium would fall.
No, the helium will not fall. The helium will expand to fill the empty space. The balloon itself will fall, but once released from containment,
Well, the
it
helium
will fill the
balloon
empty
will
space.
fall.
Which
So
is
you're
exactly. Hold on, now, it's my turn for a second here with this.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to hit this. I'm going to hit this right on exactly where you were going with it. All right. So since you've got a high IQ, and I would imagine that most of us here do, we're going to do a real. Hang on. So we're gonna do a little mind experiment that
right.
if you wanted to conduct it in reality, you could, but I'm pretty sure common sense is going to come into play.
Okay.
So gravity, as you state, is caused by the earth, and it's a force which would be, of course, the strongest at the ground level. We can assume that because of this gravitational constant, right? Okay. So we're going to have us a little box that seals up, and it has a remote control so we can open it up, right?
Yeah.
So we seal that box out here.
Yeah.
And it's got the same air pressure in it that we have right out here around us. Okay. And I'm going to take a vacuum chamber. I'm going to set it right on the floor so that the gravity's the strongest, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to put that box of sealed air inside of that vacuum chamber. Now, me, the air around me, the vacuum chamber, everything is being held by gravity, right? So we reduce the pressure in the vacuum chamber to as close to.
Okay, I got it.
All right, wait.
I'm gonna
Let
be
me
strong
finish
with
for
you.
the folks at home.
Go
Let
ahead.
me finish for the folks at home.
Okay.
Now, if your theory is correct, your hypothesis, then when I open that box inside the vacuum chamber, that air should remain inside the little box. Do you think that it will?
Are you saying that there is a box within a box?
Yes, I'm taking the sealed box.
Okay. And then the little box in the middle, what's in that box?
Air.
And the outer box is a sealed vacuum chamber of some sort.
Right.
The inner box technically will be affected, but I don't think it'll be noticeable.
You think the air will remain in that box due to gravity?
The middle box you're talking about.
There's only one box, Joe.
I thought there were two boxes.
Listen to me.
Yeah, all right.
Hang on. I got this.
That's that high IQ working, Joe. Look at the high IQ, the way you can analyze shit.
I bet Joe believes in.
Very good.
Joe probably believes in columns of air.
His IQ's fucking led him to nowhere.
Let me just do something here real quick. All right. So we have this little box right here. Okay. Yeah. And we can seal this little box up.
Yeah.
Okay. And we put 14.7.
Maybe you should do it in crayons.
Yeah.
I'm doing the best I can with it. All right.
All right.
This is my artistry at hand right here. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we seal this box, and it's got 14.7 PSI inside. It's sealed up. Then we take us to the vacuum chamber. Okay.
Yeah.
And we put this thing inside the vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make it so it's kind of 3D. Okay. So then we take and reduce the pressure. There's a little pressure gauge for you. Okay. We reduce the pressure inside the vacuum chamber down to as close to zero as we possibly can get. Okay. All right.
Which is 10 to the -6, by the way. 10 to the -6.
Right on. Yes, it is. And the inside of this box is 14.7 PSI or 760 torque.
Okay.
Now, when we open the box, we hit our remote control and we open the box.
Yeah.
Will gravity hold this air inside of this box? Or will it escape the box and fill the empty space of the vacuum?
The air inside of that little box in the center.
Yep.
If it is contained, it cannot leave.
Right. So we just opened it, though. We opened it inside.
No, you opened the big box on the outside.
No.
Oh, the IQ. You can see the IQ points fucking falling as we go.
Dude, we're opening the one with the 14.7. We've
The
taken
one in the
this,
middle.
We've
All
taken
right,
this
okay.
out here. Look, we've taken this out here to zero. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's down to zero. In here it's 14.7.
Yes, the air, if you open a small box, is going to expand into the outer box. Yes.
Right. Why?
Whoa, entropy.
So wait a
Wow. Good
second.
job, Joe.
All of it was on the ground where the gravity was the strongest. Why didn't the gravity keep the air inside the box instead of letting it escape to fill the empty space?
Really?
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah. Why? Why did gravity not keep the
What's
air
up, Joe?
in the box?
I thought that. All right, be nice. Why would the air stay on the floor of the box?
Why would it?
Are we assuming that right now, that little bitty box, all of the air is laying on the floor in there?
The air is inside the box. Everything
Yes.
is sitting on the ground. This is the ground right here.
Yes.
This is the ground right here.
Mhm.
Okay? All right.
Hey, get a
So
refund for that
right
IQ
there,
test, Joe.
it's right there where the gravity is the strongest. It's sitting right on the ground where the gravity is the strongest. Let's put a big G in here. There we go.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So the air is being held down by gravity outside the box, and it's being held down by gravity all around the world, right? Supposedly.
Right.
So
Right.
why does it know that this box of air, why does it know that this air must fill this empty space?
You must be saying something I don't understand. If
Well,
you did
gravity,
the same, wait,
according
wait,
to
wait, wait,
you,
wait. If
according
wait,
to
I
you,
wasn't
gravity
done.
should
I
hold the air in
wasn't
the box.
done. I wasn't done. If you did the same thing with water, you'd expect the water to go out of the box, to go everywhere. If you opened a box of water, I'm not sure why you expect air to be any different. Why water, if you remove the outside casing, will spill out into the sides. But
Yeah.
somehow air, you're saying I should expect it to stay where it is. I must be missing something.
Well, yeah, you said gravity was holding it against equalization, and that's how we have an atmosphere.
I'm not sure I don't know if I put it that way.
Yeah, you don't know a
We
lot
have
of
an
things, Joe.
atmosphere because
I suggest
gravity
going back
holds
to
the air to
school.
the earth. You said gravity, hold on. You said gravity holds the air to the earth.
Yes.
Okay, we just did an experiment right on the earth.
The gravity holds water to the earth.
Well, wait a second. We're not using water. We're talking about air. We're talking about the atmosphere, right?
Yes, but if you
Okay.
open
All right.
something
Wait.
in water,
Try to
gravity
put those
doesn't
high
pull it
IQ
to the
points to
bottom
work
of the
here.
ocean. Why would I
Joe,
assume that would happen?
hold on. Try to put your high IQ points up there and use them.
I got to get rid of them. Apparently.
Access them. Gravity's holding the air to the earth, right?
It is.
Okay. And the
Where is it strongest, Joe?
The vacuum chamber, the box, the
Earth.
air around it, me that's watching it, everything being held to the earth by gravity, right?
Yeah.
So why does it not just stay in the box? After all, it's closest to gravity as we can get, right on the ground. Why doesn't the air stay inside of the box once I unseal it? Why does it violently and rapidly expand into the empty space?
Did you introduce something into a vacuum? Does a vacuum not exist? Shit will fill the vacuum. Yeah, it's kind of like open a door on a fucking spaceship or something, theoretically, because you guys don't believe it. Of course, it rushes to fill the empty void.
So then how does our atmosphere not rush to fill the empty void of space?
And then wait, ask this too. When the rockets supposedly go into space, wouldn't they puncture a hole in that equilibrium that's up there in the gradient? And then when the hole is created, everything would rush to fill the available space?
Kind of like if you poke your finger through air, it creates a hole and everything rushes out.
When the
No,
rocket
that would not
punctures
happen.
this supposed fucking what do you call it, gradient
though,
on top of
right?
us,
It wouldn't
as the
really
rocket
puncture it
punctures
though,
through that
right?
gradient, it would
No.
suck air through it. And thus, like, you know, when you puncture a hole in a balloon and air rushes through the hole, it'd be the exact same thing.
No, it'd be more like
No,
if
of
you
course, because
had.
gravity, right?
You don't want to
Newton's
learn
gravity
nothing,
or
right?
Einstein's
It must
gravity,
be
Joe?
nice
See,
remaining
once again, Joe,
ignorant,
you don't
right?
even know what the fuck you're talking
You
about.
have no idea what I
High
know because
IQ,
I
my
didn't get a
ass.
chance to
Go
say.
get a refund. Go back
Hey,
to that
Joe.
school. Fucking bitch at them and tell them what your real. Ask them what your real IQ is.
Low IQ fucks like to make a statement and not get a rebuttal. We see what IQ is, motherfucker.
You
You're
said
scared to
gravity.
death
You said
to
gravity's holding this
learn a
shit.
thing.
Gravity's never been
Go
proven,
ahead
bud.
with someone else. I didn't say
Joe,
shit. You cut me
Joe,
off.
do you
Go
believe the moon pulls and creates the tides?
Yes, and the moon and the sun. Yes.
Okay, well, we're mostly told the moon does. So they say that's the gravity of the moon that does that.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
So
Yeah.
gravity keeps down the trillions upon trillions of tons of water in the ocean, right?
Yeah.
And then the moon's gravity is so strong that from the distance of 240,000 miles, they say, or something, it can pull on that.
Yeah.
What keeps that from taking our lesser dense atmosphere up and beyond the moon?
Good question. Good question, Greg.
Well, thank you.
Our less
what's up with that, Joe?
Our less than that dense atmosphere is the same as water. Yeah,
get
if you think
yeah,
about
it's
the air and
water is
gases,
not the
they
same
are
as
Well,
air, even
okay.
though they may
literally.
be the same gas,
So,
with pressure, but
All
they're
right,
not the same.
hold on a
wait,
second.
wait.
Let me
No, no,
let me
no.
just dispel something
Wait.
for everyone real quick, Joe, and then I'll let
Yeah,
you go.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Liquids and gases are both fluids. However, gases are not liquids and liquids are not gases. The one thing they have in common is that the molecules are not bonded to one another. They are in a fluid state. They have plasticity. Okay. This is why fluids, gases, and liquids do not assume shapes.
I don't know what
And
brought that up.
either way, Joe was just said that they are the same. So even if we gave him that they are the same, then
Yes,
therefore it would be pulling on that atmosphere, and we would lose our
exactly. It
atmosphere.
pulls
Then
on the
we would lose our
atmosphere the same
atmosphere.
way it pulls on water. The water doesn't go anywhere. It turns into gas, which is water vapor, which is the same thing as water.
No. The
So it would
tides.
logically hang around the earth the same
I
way
was
the atmosphere
I was
does.
talking about the tides though, and you said that you do think that it pulls the tides. The tides, we physically see them large. So that's something
I
physical
don't
we see.
understand what
This
you
isn't
mean.
just a guess.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
the
did you see
tides.
the
I
tides
thought you
in
were talking about
Canada?
the atmosphere. You
I,
were
I'm
Did you
talking
see the
about the
comparing.
tides in Canada? They
tides.
rise
We're
by
talking
meters.
about the tides. We're talking about the tides, bro,
I
or
brought
the
up the
atmosphere.
tides because I'm saying if the gravity is so strong from the moon at that
Yes,
distance of
yes.
240 or whatever thousand
That's
miles
about
away,
right.
we're
It's
told it
elliptical
is,
orbit, but close enough. Yeah.
then so you're saying that you think that the gravity is so strong from that it could pull the waters from our ocean here, but yet somehow it's weak enough to not suck our atmosphere away with that
Yeah,
gravity.
I thought you took it to atmosphere. If it's
What do you mean? How
logical
do I
to
not?
assume
The
you
atmosphere is in
ended that.
between the water and the moon. So obviously that's something in the middle. So if it can suck our water that's beyond the atmosphere, then something that's closer and less dense, why is it
All
not
right. Well,
pulling
let me
that away to
explain.
it?
I get it. Let me
I'd love
explain.
to hear it.
Thank you. The Earth pulls on the Earth's gravity pulls on water. The moon gravity pulls on it. Somehow it manages to stay here. So even if
Somehow.
it's somehow gets a little lighter and turn into a gas, Earth's gravity is still gonna hold it here because it's stronger than the moon's. It wouldn't be no different than the water.
Hey, did you know that electromagnetism is 36
Whatever
times
you was talking
stronger than
about. Did you
gravity?
want to know what?
Well, wait a second.
Did you
Hold on.
know that, Joe?
What was
Wait,
you saying? I didn't hear
one
you.
sec. I got a question, Joe. I
Yeah,
got a
yeah,
question.
yeah,
So if the moon's gravity is enough that it can pull
yeah.
on billions
The-
of tons of water,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And it pulls it so that we have a noticeable tide. So why is there no atmospheric change due to a gas tide, so to speak? Why don't we feel it exerting a
I'll
different
explain
air
that to you.
pressure?
I'll explain it to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The
Let's hear this.
the water that you see, what really is happening, the earth is spinning away from the moon, right? Its effect is what pulls the water back. It gives that illusion, and the water pulls it forward. The atmosphere has no such ties and boundaries pulling on it to make it visibly or dramatic
Well,
enough.
why doesn't
I
the
hope you
moon's
understand that.
gravity affect it? It's the moon's gravity that's affecting this,
You
right?
understand that the motion of the earth is what causes you to see the tide, and what the explanation I gave, and explanation I
You said
gave
it
you.
was because of the moon's gravity, though.
Yes, if you took a cup of
So the
water
earth,
and the
wait,
moon is
so
pulling
the
on it,
earth is
the
moving
earth
under the
when the
water. So the earth is moving under the water when the moon pulls on the water. So the
exactly
earth keeps
that's what the
moving, but the
tide
water
is.
gets pulled back.
Yes, that's what the tide is. Yes,
Really?
So
that's
basically, the
exactly
Earth
what
is
the
going through a
tide is.
tsunami
Why
at
does it
1,000 miles an
affect?
hour
Yes,
at the
that is
equator, right?
exactly what the tide
But
is.
Joe,
Yes,
we have it on both sides of the earth simultaneously.
you do have it on both sides of the earth. So, hold on.
So what's causing it on the other side?
You'd be having two effects. You'd be having a return of the moon gravity as it comes around, and the sun's gravity also affects it. You didn't know
The
that?
sun's gravity.
This guy's Neil deGrasse
Yes,
Tyson's brother. I'm
yes.
telling
You
you, man.
must. You got to add
This
that in
guy
there
is
because it does have
Neil
effect if
insane.
you're going to
deGrasse
measure this shit.
Tyson.
Yes, it's true.
Well, you
Oh,
gotta, Joe, you assume a lot of stuff, eh? You just walk around assuming you have like $10 million in your bank account. Is that it? Do you assume shit and it just it happens? Is that it?
Where'd you say you were from?
Yeah. Well, Canadian. I live in Bolivia
Canadian,
right
is
now.
that really a real place?
Oh,
What?
you guys,
Did you say?
I got a great thing. We can use science to stop from having overdraft fees. We can do this, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So what we do is our ledger does not have to match up to our balance. All right. All we have to do is tell the bank that there's dark money in the account.
Yeah.
And that it has to be there because they can't prove that it's not.
Trump did it work for him. A bunch of millionaires pull that
What do
shit.
you guys
It
think
worked for
about
the.
that?
I think it works for the super wealthy. They find a way to
Yeah, you
make
don't know
money
the
out
way
of
things
shit
work,
by
Joe.
explaining shit
You
all the
literally have
time.
no idea how things work, Joe.
Now, I'm sorry. Where'd you say you were from?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I
think
am
you were
from
saying
Canada
you were
and I
from
live in
beneath the
Bolivia.
earth, and that you thought that you was a troll and living under a mountain or a rock.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
What? You're
Yeah,
a
I
troll?
thought that's
What?
what you were saying. You
Now
could have
listen.
been saying something different, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, who knows?
Now, what
Yeah, you don't even know
exactly
what the
were you
fuck you're
trying to
talking
say? I'm
about.
not
Let
really
alone,
sure what you're trying to say,
let
because you
alone
really
having a conversation with
articulate a
somebody
little
that's in
better.
denial about
I'm not
objective
sure what you're
reality.
trying to say.
This is like one of those really bad accidents you can't look away from.
I dig it. I'm all in. Let's do it.
I know. Fuck.
So what were you actually trying to say, bro?
So this thing about the you were talking about logic, and you said that it's logical to think that air is being held to the earth against an immense vacuum of space due to a theory that's
You
never
see
been proved.
water happening in the water, and you don't think it's a theory. You see
Wait a
water
second.
being held. Why is it so
We see-
crazy to think an
Wait a
atmosphere is
second. What are
being
you
held?
talking about? I see it with water. What do I see with water?
Water's been on the earth, but somehow you say atmosphere can't be on earth. It doesn't make sense.
First
You
off,
don't think the water is sucked
first
into
off,
space. You don't argue
gas
that,
can
but you
only
argue atmosphere should
first
be
off,
sucked into space. It's illogical.
Can you show a gas forming into a shape? You keep using this term atmosphere, okay, which suggests that it's an air ball. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you show me a gas in a ball without because gas doesn't behave that way.
You got a weird echo sound.
Somebody does.
Yeah.
So you just got done. We just got done showing that, of course, the air in the little sealed box, gravity is not going to hold it against the equalization of a lower pressure, right? So how could gravity hold all of the air against a much, much greater void than we can even create in a vacuum chamber?
Does it hold water?
What do you mean, does it hold water?
According to my theory,
we couldn't have liquid water without the pressurized gas.
With my theory, gravity is holding water to the earth.
Right.
No, your theories hold no water.
So he has his own theory.
So it's not so hard of a jump to think that it can hold atmospheres well. I'm not sure whatever logic. Hold on. Let me just finish. I'm not sure whatever logic you think makes the atmosphere rush out. You don't attribute it to thinking it makes the water rush out. All right.
What the fuck are you talking about? Make the what? We
Who knows what this guy's talking about?
The same thing with atmosphere. You expect it to rush out. How come you don't expect the water to rush out?
Do you know what happens to water in a vacuum?
Yes.
Take away the atmos, take away the gas pressure, and see what happens to water in a vacuum.
Hey, Dave, may I say something? Dave, may I just say something real quick?
Absolutely not get a chance to
the other
talk
day,
because you don't give me a
the other
chance
day,
to talk.
Joe,
You can't
I'm not
talk,
talking to you. I'm talking to
but
Dave.
the entire time
I'm not
you will
talking to
have
you, Joe.
another
I'm talking to
voice
Dave.
talking over you.
Dave,
The same
the other
way
day
you
I had a
talk over
conversation
me every
with this
time
guy.
I talk. So you'll get
Joe,
a chance for
Joe, I'm talking to Dave. Hold on a sec. You just sit there and think of another fucking theory, make believe fucking bullshit. Hold on a sec. I'm talking to Dave. The other day, Dave, I had a conversation with this guy, and I proved to him that gravity doesn't exist. And you know what he came up with? He's like, Joe, he comes up with crazy bullshit. He's like, oh, in my theory of the Earth, there is no gravity. So what the fuck is going on, Joe? You just make shit up as you go? Is that it?
Dave, if he can talk over me, you will be muting me all night because you haven't muted him when he talks over me at
he was
all.
talking to me.
Whatever.
Right.
You'll be muting me all night because he
Well,
doesn't
why
let me
would you want
talk.
to talk? Why would you want to talk over him while he's talking to me about something?
So he'll get to see what the fuck it feels like getting talked over all the time. I don't give a fuck
Oh
who he
fuck.
talks to.
Oh,
I'm giving him
relax,
a
Joe.
taste.
Oh, relax.
Oh, I'm
Relax,
relaxed.
Joe.
I can do this shit all night, and I
I'm
plan
sure
on
you
doing
can,
this
bud.
shit all
I'm sure
night.
you can. You can talk shit all night. I have no
Yes, we
idea. I
gotta
have no
talk over
doubt
you
about
all
that.
fucking night.
With
As
your
long as you
IQ,
fucking
you
talk,
can
as
talk
long as
shit for
we here,
6 weeks
you
straight
can
and think
talk,
you didn't
but
talk
it
shit at
will
all.
be over
That's
another
what your
motherfucker
IQ
unless
level
Dave
shows.
hits that mute button.
So yeah, that's what I had
Yeah, if I
the other
gotta
night.
deal with it, every motherfucker gotta deal with it.
Yeah, bud.
Whenever this nigga
Wow.
talk,
So
I'm gonna
every
talk
time you
over
start
him.
talking, Joe starts talking over you. Oh, that's nice.
He's reverted.
Exactly.
That's nice.
That high IQ's got him reverted down to 12 years old now.
Yes.
No, fuck. If he's lucky, 12.
Anyway, what were you trying to say, Brazil?
So did you hear me, Dave?
Oh, I was in Bolivia. Where were
I'm
you
not talking
saying
to you,
from? I
Joe.
don't care
Go,
who you're
Joe.
talking
Hey,
to. I'm
Joe.
gonna talk over
Joe.
you all
Joe.
night.
Guys, smoke your
You
bong,
don't
guy.
like it, do
I don't
you?
think you've seen enough
Let's
balls yet.
keep it up and see how
Hey,
long we can do
smoke
this
your
shit.
bong, Joe.
If you
I don't think
keep
you've seen
doing it,
enough balls, guy.
Joe, if you keep doing it, I'm gonna have to put you backstage until it's your turn to talk.
Yes, and when you boot me, I'm gonna leave.
I'm
But
not gonna boot you. I'm not gonna boot you. I'll put you backstage.
yes, when you do, I'll cut out. If you
Hey.
let this nigga talk over me, I'll play by the same
Y'all
rules.
need to stop talking over it. Everybody needs to
Sounds
stop
fair
doing
to
it.
me.
Just stop doing it. You don't have to act like a fucking 5-year-old and go with your little game. All right, Joe?
Agree?
Try
Yes.
to be an adult. I thought you said you were high IQ.
I was, but I
That's
couldn't
not
talk
high
because you let this
IQ.
nigga. Well, you didn't let. He talked
But
over me, so I taught him a lesson.
Sav, he needs that same respect because every time he starts talking, people start talking over him. So
What I'm
he's
trying
just
to
proving
say.
he's just proving his
I'm
point. So
trying
let's
to
just
prove
be
a point.
respectful
You're
of
gonna
each
do it
other.
all
If someone's
fucking night?
talking, just let them talk.
I have
You're
no
gonna do it
problem
all
playing by the
fucking night.
rules.
Everybody's got to stop talking over each other. Okay.
Yes.
So who's got the floor?
Whoever.
Gravity's made my penis longer.
Mine too. And a good thing about
That
that, it
reminds me of
pulls.
your when I went onto the boat with my old lady, my dick got bigger because of the nautical miles. Guy, Dave, that was fucking hilarious, guy.
When I meet a beautiful,
It all depends on how you measure it too. I mean, if you measure it like from the ass out, because that's technically dick underneath there too.
Here's the other thing to disprove Joe. When my penis gets hard, it defies gravity.
There you go. There is one. Mine, the larger it gets, the harder gravity pulls it, and it gets even larger.
Well, it's actually been shown scientifically, and the formula for this is that the mass of the ass is directly proportional to the angle of the dangle times the heat of the meat.
Oh,
I've heard that.
I like that.
I think that was Dawson's theory.
I think we can all. I think we can all agree on that. Can we all come to an agreement here?
Yeah.
Hey, world peace. Where's Jack Talcott? Holy.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know this. I mean, it's got noble intentions, I believe, but in order to. Does he really even understand what the fucking UN actually?
He has no. I think that every day, Saab. He does not think of the UN as I think of it.
Listen. This is what's so fucking crazy too, right? The UN, they're using this flat Earth map for their flag and shit. It's divided into 33 sectors, right? Okay, so at 33 degrees parallel and 33 degrees longitude lies a place called Mount Hermon. Now, in the book of Enoch, it says that the fallen angels gathered on Mount Hermon. They were the watchers, right? And they swore this oath to defile.
I remember those guys. Yeah.
All right. So right now, there's a thing called the United Nations Disengagement Observer Force stationed on Mount Hermon, and it's restricted. Observer force, watchers. I'm like, holy shit! And Satan's running the fucking world, man. What are you guys It's right in your face, man.
Check this out. Somebody told me this as long as we're talking about the 33 degrees here. Somebody was explaining, I hope someone was there to hear it because I was explaining poorly, that the good evil. Jesse, I hope this was your theory and you can save me here. Somebody was saying that the 33 degrees was the bad part and 66
No, two-thirds. Okay, so
Yeah.
the number of the beast would be 66.6, two-thirds of a man. When you're a full man, you have the empathetic, the other 33.3 degrees. That's actually a full man, empathy connected to God. They want people as a beast, only in that 66.6 where they're not actually fully connected to God, which is all the people that are fully indoctrinated, the high IQ ones that are indoctrinated into their bullshit system.
Yeah, man.
I don't miss that, bro.
Hey, do you guys want to hear do you guys want to hear about something pretty cool down here? Near me, there's a city called Copacabana, right? Inside the mountains, right? This tour guide, when I went with my sister and her boyfriend, we went there. There's a sundial etched into the mountain. It's literally dug out, and this stone pillar comes out of the ground, and it tells you what time it is, the day of the year, and the month.
A gnomon. Yeah, those are cool, man.
Insane.
Yeah.
And it's been around for thousands of years. They don't even know how old it is.
Did you guys see my pocket sundial? I showed it on here the other day. It's made by a watch company in Austria.
I've got a pocket rocket.
You set it for your latitude on the outer ring. And I think I got a picture of it up here on Facebook someplace.
You guys ever think? Go ahead. Whoever's go ahead.
Hey Jesse, do you watch Jeff Morrow's podcast?
No.
He reminds me a lot of you. So he interviews everyone that does NDEs. Joe, you should get on his thing. Like he has I think it's I don't know, hundreds of thousands of followers or whatever. But there was a guy that I just listened to on his podcast that had the most interesting story I've ever heard. And I was listening to it, and it had synchronicities to my life, which it's kind of unexplainable.
In what way? In what? Oh, you can't explain it. All right.
Okay, no. So I guess this guy broke his neck diving into a
Shallow
a lake or
water
something.
or something.
Yeah, and then he's been knitting or doing this tapestry
Crochet or something.
Yeah, for the last 8 or 10 years now, and he's I think he's younger than me, but his story is fucking retarded. So I think Jesse, you should interview him. His name's Nuestro. His story is so fucking fascinating, but he had so many just random things.
It touched you where though? It touched you somewhere. You can't explain where it touched you. I can tell it touched you somewhere.
Okay, so
Why'd you relate to it?
Okay, so
you saw truth in it. I'm gonna shut up. You saw truth in it.
Okay, so I think all of us, well, I don't want to speak for everyone, but there was something that happened to you, right, Joe, that you've explained before that you can't really explain.
Yes, it's
I think there's something.
That was nicer than I thought, so that was really nice.
Okay, and then so I think maybe that's happened to a lot of us here, but there was something that happened to me in 2019, right before the pandemic or whatever happened, and I can't really explain it. I sound crazy to my mom and my parents or whatever, but I had this crazy dream, and I woke up. It was like a when sleep paralysis or whatever.
Yes.
So I had a dream that my dad died. My dad is still alive, by the way. And in this dream, my dad died 5 times in a row. So I kept waking up. I kept waking up in my own dream.
Yeah.
And it was real. And it was so real. And it was real.
Yeah, I've been there.
Hey, Pie Guy, I remember I've watched you one time on here, and you talked a lot about mushrooms. Were you on mushrooms at that moment? Because you made it sound like you took them you take them nonstop almost. That could be a factor. I don't mean that as an
I
insult.
wouldn't discount it even if he took mushrooms. I wouldn't discount it as being true just because mushroom might be just as real as anything else.
This is before I ever took mushrooms.
Okay.
I was scared of psychedelics, so this happened before all that. I do like psychedelics now, and you're right. They call me Mr. Pie. Like, I mean, they were like,
oh, pie. Okay.
Yeah, like, but I mean, I haven't been online in a while because I've been sober. I guess I used to get online.
Congratulations. Yeah, the last time you were on here, you were rather intoxicated. So keep it up.
Well, good job, Mr. Pie. Stay clean, bud.
Yeah, bro. Listen, I the last time I drank was 13 and a half years ago. Or 12 and a half years ago. Coming up on 13 years.
Good on you guys. Good.
About 5 over here.
I have 19 years that I don't drink.
It's some bad shit. You know, the one thing I wanted to go back to this theory though of gravity containing air, because I got a real problem with that. That's one thing, because in order for things to be in space, right, to actually go to what they call outer space, we would have to, I think somebody mentioned, breach the containment, which of course would result in sudden and violent equalization of the gases that we breathe, right? So that's one big problem. The second big problem is, if they were able to go to space, how can they maintain an environment that is not going to explode because of the massive pressure differential? That's a bad problem too. The same reason that if you decrease the pressure inside of a rail tanker, we've all seen that when they took it down to, I think, 8 pounds per square inch, and the son of a bitch just went chunk instantly. It just shrunk down like somebody squeezing a Bud Light can.
They had a recreation of the sub that went down and killed those people. They have a really good recreation of it. It happens damn near instantly. From the inside and the out. They got it.
Well, that would have imploded, and so the opposite
that would have been an implosion.
Well, they also say, correct me if I'm wrong, the degrees of the temperature beyond the Van Allen belt would be like 34,000 degrees.
It'd be high, especially in between the light and the dark side. It'd be extremely different.
But so to get through that, what was supposedly the spaceship to get to the moon, it would not able. It's like so many degrees that it would have melted it.
Well, how did they keep it cool inside?
Yeah,
too?
And then to get all the way there, and then to do it back on a live feed, it's just, I can't even get service sometimes in the mountain over here. Like, this is shit is fucking ridiculous. So,
Mr. Pie, just to push on your point, think about the metal going up. Say that it doesn't melt; it'll at least become pliable. And think that thing's going up 17,000 miles an hour with pliable metal. That shit's gonna deform before it reaches the outer limits of so-called space.
And then in the 60s, and then we lost the technology. How do you lose the most sacred, like, human?
You're not gonna
This is the biggest thing.
You're not gonna convince this man with logic. Don't you guys see that?
Yeah.
Well, all of these are
That's
flawed, and I had
that's actually why I came in the room, just to say that.
All of those were not good arguments as far as I'm concerned. I thought they were all obvious, but I didn't say nothing.
So Joe, what do you say to all that though?
Oh, to which one? We can start with Sobs. I had a different idea for all of them. Okay.
So, I mean, like, so you are you so ingrained in your, like, I would think.
I
that
hope
you're,
I'm not ingrained.
You're fucking ingrained, bud.
You're open-minded for a certain extent, whether it comes to the way the human condition is or to where the space is. Like, I mean,
I'll give it to you. I think I hear what you're saying. You think I'm pretty open-minded, but here, why am I so stubborn? Blah blah blah. I told you I chase logic, and logic at this point tells me you got to assume. All right, Logic tells me I've seen with my own eyes rockets going up, and I see them go up into outer space till they float. I've seen video.
On a
You
You
t-
didn't
guys,
on a
see
on a
that,
t-
wait, wait,
on a
Joe.
wait. I
TV.
know
You're a
you guys
liar,
don't
man.
believe
That's
video.
not logic. That's an observation.
I know you guys don't believe video dies at the border of space or something, and anything up here is CGI and anything down here is real. But assuming that imaginary border doesn't exist, I've seen video of motherfuckers go up into outer space continuously and see the Earth. So this is what you're trying to argue against with your theories. I've actually seen it,
You
and
haven't. You've
Wait,
seen
you've
You
a
haven't
actually
seen
video.
seen
You've
anything,
seen a
Joe.
video.
video.
You've
You've
seen a
seen
video.
video of it, right?
how do
It's Hollywood, bro.
Hey, let's
But
go back
I've
but
to the
Joe,
seen
but
takeoff.
Joe,
Can I?
kids,
Joe, Joe,
kids
Joe,
make
have you
videos
actually?
now. It's
But Joe,
2024. Kids
Joe,
shoot
Joe,
rockets in outer space. Go ahead.
have you actually seen it with your own eyes, watched it visibly go straight up right out of the atmosphere? Because every time that I've ever seen live footage, it goes
Yeah.
up and then it goes flat. And they even was showing what height it was, and it stayed at that height as they're saying it has to go this way out opposed to that way. And that doesn't make a lot of sense. I've never seen anything visibly go straight out. You know, you have
Yeah,
to
we see
rely you have to
shape the
rely on
thermite.
their video footage afterwards. Have you ever seen with your own eyes a
I
rocket
ha-
go straight out into space?
I have seen the rockets go up. I don't expect them to go off out of space. I expect them to hit
Is that
certain
before or
windows and
after the
go on a more
heroin?
of an angular path. And when I was talking about rockets being launched, I was not talking about those. I was talking about kids now have rockets that they attach cameras to and launch them into outer space where you can see the curvature of the Earth. So it's hard to argue against that. Assuming I don't believe it's CG, and because I argue a lot of flat earthers, I've had to watch a lot of these
And
videos and
because
find a
I
lot of
argue a
them.
lot of flat earthers,
You've
I've
seen
had to watch a
kids
lot
do
of these
that?
I
videos
know.
and find a
He's seen
lot of them.
kids shoot
What
rockets
kids
into outer
are
space.
launching
Somebody
those?
got an echo of TV or something.
What kids are launching those? I've never seen kids do that. I've seen like some things
Do you
where
know how
some
much
students might be
thrust?
involved, and it costs a lot of money, and they're getting up pretty high. But what we see is we see it flat from up there.
Kids
We
with
have not seen
GoPros can
Can I
see the
show you? Can
curvature of
I
the
what.
show
Earth
you all
now.
something?
Yeah,
I want to show this to
I look them
Joe.
up all the time.
Let me just show this to Joe real quick. All right. So you see the ISS right there, right?
I do.
I can hear you without the phone.
Don't be snippy. I'm just excited to talk to my baby.
I'm excited to talk to you too.
So, what's this mishigas about you moving out to go live with the little Polish girl?
How about calling her?
So that guy must be up in space. We saw
He
the
has the same
outside. Hold on.
belt
We
as the
saw the
guys do.
outside. We saw the outside of the ISS. We see him in there, obviously floating, weightless. We saw another astronaut go by. It looks exactly like what we see when we, just like in my background right here, we've got the little blue bars and the hoses and the wires and all that good shit, right? So he's up there.
I like to respond. I like
There
to
he is.
respond.
They do. That's why we married them.
I just hope I'm not dead from a broken heart before you get back.
See, and that's you can call your mother back home. There's no delay. There's no delay. I noticed.
Well, please, everyone from NASA
Oh,
is listening to this phone call.
Good. They should know what a horrible son you are.
Okay, Ma. Great talking to you. Gotta go.
Look at his pants. He has the same pants as the astronauts.
Yeah.
There's a harness on the
bunched
side.
up around his dick too. All bunched up just
Yeah.
like they got right there. Like,
But Joe likes
almost
that.
like they got a harness on, huh?
Okay. I'd like to respond to that. And I like to say that I think that was intentionally, I think you're trying to make a point, but you chose to go the condescending route and say, Joe, so he's in outer space. No, and I don't believe that. And you
Why?
knowing
Why
petty,
is that?
wait, let me
Why
finish.
is that
Let
not
me finish.
believable, but the
Please,
other is?
please let me finish. Because I didn't even start to say what I wanted to say. I just
All
wanted to tell you, first of all, if you're allowed to be condescending, I will do the same.
right,
Don't
go ahead.
argue with me when it occurs, because you will.
Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
If you're trying to, I think the point is, I shouldn't put words in your mouth. What point are you trying to make by showing me that people can simulate space? Just tell me
Well,
what point you're trying to make.
What was your
Is that not obvious?
I got it. What was your how did you differentiate that was not real and that the other shit that you do see is real? What
Oh,
was your criteria?
The NASA logo in the corner. That's it.
That's a very tough question because video games have gotten so good now. They have some called an Unreal Engine, what is very difficult to discern now. So I don't know how I discern what's real
But you just
or
made
not
that
real.
discernment.
We're gonna do the
So
interrupted
what
shit
is your
again. I'll do it too.
criteria?
Yeah.
What is your criteria to determine what has been faked and what has not been faked?
Okay,
And wait a second, let me just expand on that.
Yeah.
And if it's real, why would it need to be faked ever at all?
And I just take it one step further there, Joe.
Okay.
Why is there so many videos of it being faked, like catching wires and things like that? Why have they been caught a lot faking videos?
All right. There are a few things here. Solve first with how do I discern what is real and what is fake? The same way you guys discern what is real is from fake. You know that I am here now. At least you think you do. Someone could argue I am CGI. You haven't seen it. It's the same argument. You have to use your discernment the same way I do with the outer space stuff. I don't remember Tom's second question, and you say, Jesse, why there are so many fakes? I had to look into the fakes because I argue this, and I don't think that there are so many fakes. Most of them are extremely easily explained to me.
So I want to say some stuff about getting people into space. And though flat earthers, people have covered this, it kind of gets overlooked. They couldn't get off the ground. If you listen to the reason that I believe they launched some real rockets, and I don't recall the numbers of the decibels, but it would be so extremely loud it could literally kill a person. And these people are sitting right there, allegedly, in this little capsule or something, directly above that, when other people have to be miles away.
Yeah.
And what do we see? We see them launch, and they don't seem to be bothered by it. We hear them talking on their microphone. You don't hear anything in the background.
You see video.
I like to
They
know
have
what kind of
video in there.
I like to know what kind of soundproofing they have that we don't hear those thrusters when they're launching. And also, they're getting up to 17,000 plus miles an hour, allegedly.
Mhm.
And they're sitting there just moving around, have their little poker, looking through their manual. I mean, there's so many elements just from the takeoff
Drinking Mai Tai.
defy logic,
Can I
defy
ask a
science,
question?
and make no sense that to argue beyond that is a joke.
some
When
of
we
that's
can't even
not
get
true,
off the
though.
ground.
But
Hey, Dave, will you drop the
Right.
link
Hold on, drop the link to what?
Was that
to your
okay? Was that an
Oh, to the StreamYard or to the video?
Yeah.
editor?
To the StreamYard.
It's pinned up in the
was
in
that
the
an
comment.
official video? Was that
Right
an
up in the-
official video?
Hold on a second, Rocky. Just a
was that an-
second, and I will let you.
was that
I will
an-
let you ask your question. Just a minute, Rocky. So it's pinned up in the chat.
Okay. All right. No, I got a newbie. My cuz he was like, "Oh, dude, I want to."
Oh, here you go. I put it in the chat again.
And
Okay.
Mr. Pi, I just wanted to say thank you for that, Jeff Mara. I subscribed to his channel. I just emailed him about coming on the show, and I told him, and maybe you'd like to interview me about my NDE. So that was a good link. So thanks for that.
Oh, hey, he's got like hundreds of thousands of
Right.
followers.
Can I ask my
What is
question now?
NDE?
Can I
And
ask
he-
my
he-
question now?
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
All right, hey,
Hey,
y'all.
Jesse,
Rocky,
he's-
Rocky
sorry.
is going to keep interrupting until he gets to ask his question. So
Okay.
it's his turn.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead,
just-
Rocky.
No, you said
It's all right. Go ahead.
You said I could ask a question.
Yeah. I was getting.
Was
to
that
it.
an official? Was that an official NASA video with all the laugh tracks in it and everything?
No,
He's calling his mom.
It was from a show called The Big Bang Theory, and on the show, the guy got to go up to the space station because he developed, I think, the toilet or something for NASA, something anyway. But he was up there, and that's how they filmed it. Now, the point that I'm trying to show there is all I'd have to do is take away the laugh track and put a NASA logo down in the corner And well, there you go. I mean, there's other scenes from that whole story sequence where he's actually on the ISS, you know, the background and everything. He's floating weightless. And here goes one of the real astronauts, an actual astronaut floating by seamlessly weightless. But the only thing that's differentiating that, oh, that's funny, is because they put a laugh track in it. Now, this is very effective with people. That's why they put the cheering into the fucking, oh, yay, and everything. Is to get you excited.
Oh, so that was
originally. I got a
that
clip.
was originally laugh track was originally in the original video. They
Yes.
put that in there. NASA did. Oh,
No,
that's
it's not
like
a
a
real
comedy.
NASA.
That's from a sitcom. From a sitcom.
No, that was
TV
that was
show.
that was from the Big Bang Theory. He was just showing how
It was
easy
good comedy,
it is
though.
to do fake shit.
Is that your question?
Yeah, that was
So,
my
hey,
question.
real-
You answered
hey.
it. Never mind. Thanks.
It was a TV show.
Hey, real
Hey,
quick,
Joe, do you like video games?
Can I?
Joe, do you
real
like video
quick-
games?
I do. I love them. Yeah.
Okay, do you know that all video games are started on a plane surface and then topography is added? Did you know that? Did you know that all video games start with a flat template and then topography is added?
I would
Every
disagree with
video
that.
game. That's why the Earth is flat, bud, because everything is produced to represent what the Earth looks like in all video games on a flat template.
Well,
All right, bud, look it up.
I would say that all video games originate.
Yeah, you would say a
in-
lot of shit, Joe.
we
You would
gonna
say
do
a lot
cut
of
off
shit, Joe.
We
Go
gonna do
fucking
this.
research
We can
some
do it
shit,
all
Joe.
night long. No, fuck that. We're gonna do this shit all
Yeah,
night
yeah,
long.
Joe.
Yeah,
Whatever. You talk
We're gonna
shit
do
all
this
night,
shit
Joe.
all night long. Whenever you talk, I'm talking.
You talk
Hey,
shit.
Trip.
I'm talking whenever you talk.
Yeah, Trip. Let him finish, dude. Come on.
You guys talking
I'm
shit.
doing
He
same
doesn't
shit
know
you
anything.
do. I don't want to hear
And
that
it's
shit. If I
it's 3
can't
o'clock
talk,
in the
you
morning here.
can't
I gotta
talk.
go
I
to
don't want
sleep.
to hear that
Have a
shit,
good night,
nigga.
guys.
You better leave, nigga.
Good night, Trip.
Fuck
Hey, stop
off.
saying the
I'm
N
gonna
word,
make
guy.
this.
What do you
We can
think
do
this
this
is,
all
huh?
night long.
What do you think this is, guy?
What do you think it
You
is?
from
You think you
Memphis
can
or
talk
something?
without being
Gangster?
talked over? No
Yeah, get the
fucking
fuck
way,
out of here.
nigga. You get talked over all night.
I got you live music. Hang tight a minute, man.
Fuck off.
So,
Hey, real quick. So, Jesse, I want to address you real quick. Hey, so Jesse, this dude's kind of like a clone of you, and it's a compliment. He's really good at interviewing, and like
Very good.
he listens to every NDE. No judgment, just ask really good questions. It's like you're gonna dig it. So like, the guy that I watched, yeah, like I said, something happened earlier where I listened to his stuff. He's got like a really soothing voice, and it helps me go to sleep. But he has a lot of really awesome guests on.
Cool. Put his link in the chat. Let's get back on topic.
Okay, all right, I'll stop there.
And I just put my email address in the private chat, and I'd be interested in interviewing everybody on this panel. So if anybody's interested in coming on our show, please email me and we'll book you in. We're booked until like the middle of May right now, but we can get you into the queue if you're interested. That's
Jesse,
everybody on here.
Jesse, don't you have a wrench?
Yeah, I think so.
Put it in the regular chat.
No. I put my email address, just the people on this panel.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
want. I'm not putting my email address public onto thing, but just the people on this panel that like even Rocky. I'd love his take
You can
on.
put your
like,
email in the back chat then.
that's what he did.
Yeah, I did. I just put it in the back chat right now. So that's just what I was saying. That everybody I'd be interested in interviewing.
Do I got your number, Jesse?
Pardon?
Do I have your phone number?
Yeah, man, we text all the time. There's that high IQ working again.
You lying?
Are you sure you didn't cheat
I
on
don't
this?
remember.
Let me ask you something, Joe. On this
Right,
IQ,
you're fucking
on this
right.
IQ test of
Okay,
yours, on this
Uh,
IQ test of yours, did it involve putting different shaped blocks through different shaped holes?
I failed the simple shit because my IQ is too high.
I can't even find the fucking screen anymore that I'm on.
You can't find the stream where he's at. I've been there, man. You get lost in these little fucking things. That's why I've got two screens going at one
Oh,
time.
there he goes. I went to the back chat. So okay, there you go. Okay, cool.
Do you know how
So
to
yeah, my-
read an IQ? What IQ stands for? So
I'm sorry,
110 IQ means you're. I was just trying.
You
An
cut out there,
IQ, how you
Rocky.
read it is.
Rocky, you're cutting out.
Hey, Greg. So
I'm cutting
do
out.
you do some mushroom?
Yeah.
Do you do some mushrooms or what?
No, I don't. I did years ago. It's probably been a decade.
What do I do to fix?
What do you think about them?
I don't know. We can hear you for the most part. It's just on a word here. You're cutting out.
I mean, I had fun at times. I had different experiences with different psychedelics, but it can be pretty wild, the visuals and whatever it was. But
Oh, can I say something about the story of which I forgot? When I left up out of there, they told me how to meditate and get in touch with them, and they told me the entire process. And I told a chick about it, and this was years later. I told a chick about it, and I was at the crib one day, and she called me and sent me to an internet website, and it had the exact process that they told me. So for me, that was like, thank God, and you're not alone. I thought, I was crazy as fuck, but it damn near word for word, you relax your muscles and one at a time, individually. You start with your neck and each part of your arm, and the same way they explained to me, they had it written at that website. Years later, that was cool.
So anyway, those are my two problems that I have.
Which two? I thought I answered the first one. I didn't remember the second one. The first one was what?
About which one did you answer? Air.
The first one.
Air sticking to the earth.
If that was the one, I don't think that's the two you asked. What was the other question? You remember them both?
Oh,
No.
we're back. We're back to you're wrong and we're right.
No. I'm just trying to figure
Do you
out
think the
where
flat
the
earth-
logic is. Oh, and water assuming the shape of an object on the outside.
Yeah.
Hey,
Gas would do this. Gas would do the same thing.
So Joe, if you spin a basketball,
Yeah.
No, wait a second. I'm not finished with this, Mr. Pie.
all right.
I
It could be an IQ.
So your
Could be an
answer
IQ.
is that air will form a shape due to gravity, that gravity is powerful enough that it will prevent the equalization of gases.
No.
That's how else would
I
it be
could
here?
phrase it myself.
Okay.
I was saying that gas will do that. Gas will fill a cup as well.
Well, it'll fill a cup.
Yeah.
But and it'll assume a cup shape because it's in a container shaped like a cup.
Just like water, yeah.
Right. So outside of the containment, how does it form a shape?
It really doesn't have a shape, right? Except
Then
what's
how
being
can you have?
squished toward gravity.
Then how
Squished toward
can
the earth.
well, you haven't demonstrated that air is affected by gravity, because we just proved with our vacuum chamber experiment that it won't stay in the fucking sealed box once I open it.
Your experiment was hypothetical.
Well,
My
still, do you
experiment.
think it would in reality? Wait, do you think it would in reality?
I'm not done. Stop truncating my shit. Your experiment was hypothetical. I could have a way to prove my shit, which is more relative.
Wait,
I
hold
tell
on,
you,
wait.
wait, I'm not done.
I know, but you
I
totally blown
stop
up. You
it.
just
Be
hand
nice,
waved.
because I will
All you
interrupt
did
you as
was you
well.
hand waved it
I will
away.
interrupt you as well, son.
Because you're not
You're
addressing
not that
the
fucking
fucking
patient
issue.
where you can't
You are
wait.
not addressing the
Oh
issue.
my God! You knows what the fuck I'm gonna say next.
Address the issue.
No.
You start going off talking about other shit.
Act like a fucking man and close your mouth for 60 seconds. Don't curb my behavior.
Then quit
I'm on point.
derailing. Go on with the fucking.
It's hard
answer
when
to the
niggas
question.
interrupt you all the time. You don't know that because I'm a gentleman and let you speak. But I could be a dick like you.
Well, so far you've been a dick the whole time you've been here.
I not interrupt none of you niggas.
Yeah, you have. Everybody's been guilty of it.
I have
okay?
not been
Yeah,
interrupting
you
you
have.
guys.
Joe.
Just
Yeah,
that
you have.
prick.
Yeah, you have. Yes.
I've been
Everybody,
very conscious.
We've all been guilty.
guilty of it. Okay.
I had the
Bullshit.
guilty.
I've been
All
conscious of it.
So
and there is no excuse for you to interrupt me, Sav. Please don't give me one. I'm a
just
guest. Be
go. Say your
courteous.
fucking shit and quit bitching like a woman.
You say that shit and you interrupt me.
You bitching like a woman. Get on to the fucking
Yes.
point.
Because I've been fucking dealing with a woman all night that can't keep a fucking lip seal.
Are
I
you
don't
ever
even know
going to
what
get to the fucking point?
no chance. I have no idea what the fuck we was talking about now, Sav.
I asked you how there is logic behind the idea. Now, you said my experiment's hypothetical.
That's
do
where I
you
was
really
going.
need to actually do
I'll
that
finish.
experiment in order to prove that the fucking air is not going to stay in that box? We all know. Everybody with common
Let me
sense
finish.
knows that it won't.
All right. Your theory was hypothetical. I'd like to prove my theory in a more direct manner that air is pulled toward the ground. I'll prove it.
Okay, go ahead.
I just did. Hold on, be quiet. I proved it. It's here.
I think
If
that you should have a
I
damn
just stop that
IQ
interrupting shit, cause when I do it, you're not gonna like it.
Wait a second. Do it
And
again.
if I go up, I'm telling you,
my
I
turn.
don't mind.
Rocky,
I
shut
gotta say
up.
something.
Rocky, shut up for a minute.
Yeah, shut up, Rocky. Shut up. Shut up for a minute. Fuck.
And if I go
God
up
damn
in the air,
it. Shut the
and if
fuck up.
Bye, Rocky.
Thank you. And if I go up high, I cannot breathe. I can breathe down here because gravity holds it down. I can't breathe up there. There is me proving mine directly.
Because of Dalton's law.
Yeah.
Why you don't have the oxygen at the higher altitudes. Okay. So
Yes.
you haven't proven gravity having a downward acceleration on air at all.
I thought I just did.
No, you didn't, because you don't know about Dalton's law. You don't know.
How do you know? You explained Dalton's. Well, then you go ahead. You went over Dalton's law 5 minutes ago, and I thought I told you I understood it. Was it the dissipation of gas over distance or some shit?
No.
Give me Dalton's law. You started out, finish it. Dalton's law.
All right.
Yeah, I have permission from the great Oz to speak.
Go fucking Rocky. Get it. Go ahead and talk about something completely off what we're talking about right now. Go ahead.
I think y'all need to take an IQ test and put it on your fucking Facebook pages or something. Why don't you have an IQ test, Saab, and we'll all take it together? Because I think some dumb motherfucker, Cool Joe, needs an IQ test. Okay, I'm out. That's all I wanted to say.
That's what you interrupted everything for. That's what you interrupted everything for. Awesome.
Yeah, that's what I interrupted it for. That's what I interrupted it for. Simple IQ test.
And what do you think it added to the fucking conversation?
Well, we could take an IQ test and we could see that these dumb motherfuckers in the panel are too stupid to comprehend fucking anything because their IQ is below 100, which is 100 is normal. If it's 110, means you're 10% smarter than the normal GI. If you're 124, that means you're 24%. If you're 70, that means you're 30% stupider. If you got a 70 IQ, that means you're 30% dumber than everybody else in the normal motherfucker. So let's all take an IQ test and see what the dumb motherfuckers are in here.
Okay, you set that up, Rocky. Thank you for all of that. And I noticed how relevant it was to the topic at hand. Good job. Holy shit. Way to get off on a fucking tangent that had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
And an IQ test is more of indoctrination test, because a lot of the shit that's in that test has to do with how indoctrinated you are.
You can look at the questions and see what's meant to see how you think and what's meant to just to check your indoctrination level.
So how do you know that you have high IQ then, Joe? If the test is fallible?
I'm able to disseminate the bullshit questions and the real questions. I want to say I crush all tests, but most of them would be indoctrinated bullshit.
So you're good with the indoctrination.
Apparently,
So-
I'm really good with this.
Okay. Oh, there's our answer. Thank you. Thank you for answering that, dude. Thank you.
So we've all been watching that, Joe. So you put that on full display here tonight.
Yeah. Your logic is sound. I'll give you that. I didn't want to admit that. Your logic is sound.
But you actually, I mean, this is what gets me. I mean, nowhere else ever in your experience of life or in your everyday experience would ever indicate to you that water is going to wrap around something and assume its shape.
I disagree. If
You
I
do?
take a cup, and put
Yeah.
water in it, when I move it, I know it has a tendency to pour back before it settles. So I wouldn't say nothing would make me believe that.
Is that assuming a geometric shape of some kind? Can you describe that shape for me?
Any shape that you put water in doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. It's the container. It will take the shape of the container that it's in.
We're in
It's the
agreement.
only way that a fluid will have a shape. Right? What's up, Elazbo?
And no, that's not the only way a fluid will have a shape.
Well, how can fluid have a shape then?
Well, will you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Will you Google water
Alzabo
in outer space?
Yeah,
YouTube,
are you talking about that water where they freeze frame
YouTube,
it? Yeah. I've seen,
water.
we've all seen it, Rod.
Wait. I
Wait.
am. Stop it. You're assuming stuff.
No, I'm not assuming anything. We've
You
all
said
seen
I'm
it.
talking about some picture, and I have no idea what you're talking about. So
Okay.
go ahead. Hey, whoever joined.
So what's going on, Mr. Pie 2? El Bazo.
Another five.
What's going on?
He's
All
dancing.
right, just came on to dance. All right then.
The hand jive and everything.
Can you hear me? Can everyone
Yeah.
hear me?
Yes.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Microphone check.
What's up,
1,
guys?
2. What is this?
going on?
Cool's getting busy with the roughneck business.
What's up, Joe?
What's good, man?
That's my boy Joe. What's good?
I'm getting trounced over here. I'm getting
What's
picked
good,
up.
Joe?
Two
Hey, I figured I'd join. This seems like a good safe space for the boys.
Good luck with that shit over here.
Yeah, we were just discussing.
Ain't been safe for me all
Check 1,
fucking
2.
night.
We were just discussing
Check
logic. Okay, so you've got to go, brother. That's a fucking thing right there, buddy.
Shit.
Sorry, you got to go, buddy. You can't do
Can't
that.
do that shit on YouTube.
You're
Dude.
gone.
That was a dick
Hey,
move.
hey, sorry, dude.
Do you know that guy?
Yeah, he's my cousin. He doesn't know
You
that.
can't
I
do
guess he doesn't
that.
know that shit. Sorry.
Why
I'll-
can't you do that? Why can't you do that?
Invited.
No, this is his first time on a live stream. Sorry.
It's probably his last time on this one because I'm not
It
gonna
doesn't
do
matter
that.
what the reasoning behind is, you know. It's just the rules.
Yeah.
God damn it. Sorry about
Why?
that, dude.
Why?
Do
Why
you
can't
know
you do
that guy? What is his name? Sleazy, Seezy, Sneezy, whatever the fuck, that big YouTuber. That's how he went down, pointing the gat at a motherfucker on YouTube.
I don't think he was going to add much intellectual content to the fucking.
Anyway.
No,
truth.
he's actually really fucking smart.
I
He's
can
smart.
see
Sneaky,
that.
Sneeko. That's his name, Sneeko.
I could see that. He started
This is pretty
dancing
funny.
and then he pulled a gun on us. That's cool.
All right.
Smart moves.
God
yeah,
damn.
that was funny. That was so funny. I'm gonna clip that. That's pretty funny.
Jesus Christ.
Why can't you pull a gun on the internet, but you can play games that you can kill everybody on the
I don't
internet?
know,
but you can't
Rocky.
pull a
I don't
fucking-
make the fucking rules, man. They do, and that's
Wow.
just how it is, right? So
No, so you can get
Right.
banned. I mean, they'll strike.
yeah, I
that.
could. Yeah,
I didn't know.
yeah,
I'm just asking.
yeah.
I
So-
apologize.
Dave, Dave,
okay.
I just wanted to let you know. So I had a doctor who pulled out his on one of our interviews, and
Yeah.
I told him, "Yo," I said, "that's not cool," because I heard other people talk about it. So he went and researched it all, and he said that it's not. So I'm not sure who got banned for that, but maybe it was other reasons why the person got banned. That video never got taken off of YouTube of me interviewing him, where he did pull his out. So I'm not sure. He went and researched, and because I told him, I said that wasn't cool, and smart guy, and went and did all the researching and things. And he says like other people that have like hunting shows and things, they pull out those things. So I don't know if you have anything to worry about, but
I
but
think
I'm just letting you
if
know.
it's done like in a threatening manner, you got to understand the fucking blue-haired lesbians in the basement of Google are all snowflakes. Okay, they're all snowflakes.
And who knows where and when they're watching. I've seen a million people get away with shit and other people don't get away with. And particularly that gun shit. I've seen a million people don't get away with it. And a million people do.
It's in context. I think it
Can
has
we
to
give
do
him
with context, what kind of context.
Probably that.
And it
Yes.
seemed to
Can
me
we
like
get?
he was
Hey, can we
doing
give
a
him? Hey,
comedy
can
show.
we give him
That's
another
logical.
chance?
Not tonight. No, I
Just
got
a
enough
comment.
people on here, and I'm going to be shutting it down here pretty soon. Anyways, it's been going 4.5 hours now.
All right. Well,
But yeah, maybe next time. You know, look, we're trying to have a discussion up here, right? Okay. And when some Jozo comes in and just starts fucking yammering on about something completely off topic, especially
It did
in the
not look
middle
like
of
he was going to add to the conversation. I'm with Saab. It did not. He didn't give it a
No.
shot at all. So I
No.
see why Saab is assuming he won't add if he bring him back up.
He was just looking to be seen by a bunch of people. That's all he was after, right? He didn't have anything to add. I tried to fill him in on what the conversation was. He wasn't even fucking listening, you know. I don't know. How old is he? He looks pretty young.
He's 10 years my younger. So
doesn't
So
tell me
you're
much.
60.
You're 60. So yeah, no, I'm just, look, I get people try to come on here and do shit to get my channel in trouble, and this is because globetards are triggered fucking retards. They are. They're triggered fucking retards.
Yep.
They are. They're so upset that you don't believe in their imaginary fucking ball.
That's
They're
racist,
really
bro.
upset.
Well, hey,
And they really
let's-
get upset. They really get upset when you point out to them the impossibilities of their fucking bullshit.
Okay, well,
I'm laughing because. Okay.
Well,
but to be
Dave,
fair, I see that on both sides.
That was my argument too. That's why I was
Well,
laughing.
hey.
I used the same argument.
Angela says that ain't your cousin.
he is my cousin, but so I will apologize for that because I didn't know he was gonna fucking do that because he's never been on a live
Who
stream.
does that? Who does that? You walk into somebody's house and pull out your rifle and point it at people and shit? Of course not. This is my house.
Who doesn't introduce themselves? How you doing? I'm so and so. I've been listening to the show. Who said, "Hey, what's good, guys? What up?"
Well,
who does it?
Well, he thinks he's funnier than me, but I'm the funniest. So apparently, anyways, that wasn't funny. So
that was funny. Yeah.
We were on this guy's property for like kind of a family function, and one of the people that was invited that kind of came with the group, he comes and walks with the samurai sword in his back, right? He almost got kicked off the property. There's kids there and all that, and he's walking around with the sword, and so it wasn't the proper obviously time or people to be around walking around the sword there. So some people are boneheads at times.
Well, my
Aaron,
cuz had
Aaron,
my
you had
cuz-
our attention, bro. You had our attention. I was saying, "Hey, how you doing?" And I acknowledged you a bunch of times, and then I tried to tell you what the topic was, and you were just bombastic and crazy and shit.
Bombastic, good word.
Well,
I gotta go though. So it's been interesting.
It's been great. You always bring good energy.
I'll catch you
Jesse,
later.
and
There,
thank
Jesse.
you for your energy tonight,
Hey,
bro.
Jesse,
Thank
I wrote
you.
out I'm going to send you an email. I appreciate you giving us your email address. That would be cool.
Yeah, man. I
Got a
just
lot to
love
share.
conversing. Yeah, I love conversing with people, and all of you that's been on here are, got, good intellect in different ways. And I just like sharing that with our audience because I think knowledge is power, and the more knowledge we have collectively, the less power they have over us. And everybody has something to share. Whether it's for everybody, it may not be, but at least somebody is for everybody. That's why I like interviewing so many people.
I meant that shit about the energy, man. Had you brought good energy, and had you not, it would have been a shit show, bro. You the cat who kept it sane until.
Jesse,
love you.
let's all
Yeah,
suck
man.
his dick.
Shut up, man. Love y'all. And may the source be with y'all. Bye, everyone.
All right, let me see.
Night, Jesse.
That was the greatest cat in the world. I was fucking with Zetetic Warrior the other day, and he asked me, because he's a flat earther, if there was a moon, who would I take? I could take 3 people, and Jesse was one of them. And I was thinking, who gets to go to the moon? Who would I reward? And, Jesse is the most biggest artist, most deserving fuck in the world. If I could do somebody a favor, that was the guy I picked, Jesse.
Hey, Joe, are you really 70?
No, how old am I? 56 years old.
Okay. I know someone said that one day. I was like, what the fuck?
I keep creeping up. I'll be like 79. I go up and up. It's fine to me.
Well, hey, Joe. I will say I recognize energy, and you're the dude that you can disarm anyone. You're disarming and in a good way. Like
I think that's good.
so like you read energy, and whether or not we disagree on certain topics, you're willing to listen and also willing to challenge.
I'm willing to challenge and I'll bend.
Yeah.
I'll give you for instance, and I agree with you. Like the shit I do with Saab is because we're good friends. I've been knowing him forever, and we yell at each other. Had I just met him, I would not use this energy, right? It would only make shit worse.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, anyways, what I've seen about you, I can just tell wherever you roll or in the streets or wherever the fuck, you know how to either.
You're right.
So listen. So like, so what? Not to bring up the
I have no idea,
the
Chicago.
the one unnamed, like Paul and Slave, like he can be abrasive or whatever. So I think the thing that all of us, or what you understand, like I do, is that there's a way to speak to people, and you can be malleable, and you can understand a certain energy with everyone. You don't have to be a certain way.
When you do it, you can be malleable, and it doesn't mean you have to sell out or go
Yeah, it
against the
doesn't mean
truth or anything like that.
It doesn't mean you're cupcaking. It doesn't mean you're
Right.
a bitch. It
Right.
just means
Me-
that you. It just means that you know how to communicate with everybody, right?
Yes, that's the smart way. You learn people
I
language. If I
think.
went to Italy, I
So
learned their
we're
language and
starting to get
communicate them. No one
into
would call me malleable
we're
and shit.
going again, way off topic.
Okay.
Again,
Stop.
way off topic again. Greg, how are you
Um,
doing tonight? You haven't had a chance to say shit.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
No problem.
I
no
don't
problem.
have a whole lot to say. What sparked me getting on was when y'all were talking about, like I said, when I got on, is about why it's important. You know, a lot of people just say, "Oh, it's just interesting," and Joe was saying because he thinks it's funny, but I think the topic is extremely important for
Really?
many reasons.
Please.
Well, like I said earlier, one of my many examples of it is that when you have that mindset and you're aware to the depth of the deceptions, that it would be hard to find anybody who is a flat earther who took the jab. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal.
What else? I could point out a bunch of groups of people, black people, street people. There's very few street motherfuckers took the jab. So I'm not sure
Okay, I'm not
that's
saying
proof.
that's.
Wait. I'm not
Can I
sure that's
expand
proof
on
of a
that?
thing.
You're
Give
right,
me
Joe.
more of a flat earther in signs of intellect or brightness or something.
Well,
if that's what
you're kind
going.
of on the right track. They have done samples and found that the higher percentages of people that did go for it were amongst the higher educated. And even amongst those, the ones that were even further indoctrination, like people with multiple master's degrees and PhDs, in
Yes.
their group, they were like almost 100%. And so, and it diminished with indoctrination level.
It's logical.
We don't, you don't, this is the whole thing. We observe a stationary level plane. We observe water at rest, seeking the lowest point and remaining level, right? Our observations, no one would ever come to the idea. You don't have to be smart to see what the fuck is going on, right? But if you want to believe that you live on a globe, well, here we go. We're going to come up with a whole bunch of complicated shit to explain why what you experience is not what you experience.
It's not really complicated. Are you aware that ancient civilizations had circumference of the planet?
No, they didn't.
Some of the very first.
No, they didn't. Where did they get the R value, Joe? Where did they get the radius value?
Where they get I don't know whether they got the radius value or how they come to the conclusion, but they had the numbers super close. Many ancient civilizations before the indoctrination.
Wait. Well, where did you get this idea from?
Many places.
Are you gonna bring up a fictional character, Aristophanes?
Don't put shit in my head because I could do the same.
No, I'm just saying, are you going to invoke the fictitious character of Aristophanes with his sticks and shadows?
No, I was not.
Okay. It wasn't going to be Carl Sagan showing Aristophanes experiment that, you know, we would neither prove nor disprove a flat earth or a globe.
I know you want to argue that Carl Sagan shit with something, but I still have no idea what you're talking about.
Well,
hey, but isn't it ironic that everyone wants? None of us have been to the end of the earth. None of us have been in outer space.
Mm-hmm.
So why act like you have the intellect or knowledge that or knowing that you've done it?
It's a test of
So
logic. It's a
I
test of
know,
logic. We both, I think, admit that we can be wrong. It's just personal testing our logic. I think no one's going to be proven going
Joe,
up soon.
Do we not all agree that everything that we're indoctrinated in school was just something from the beginning of time through the Rockefellers or Rothschilds?
Almost, yeah.
With our education, so like,
yes.
Why are you so steadfast, and why can you not be wrong on this?
I just told you I could be wrong, and I could tell you the same thing. You've had the same indoctrination. Why can't you guys believe you can be wrong? I can say the same thing.
We obviously do because we've changed our mind, saying that we were wrong for all these years.
I was once educated, and I got better.
Yeah, I believe.
And let me add something here that I know doesn't resonate with this crowd, but I'm a believer, and that's a huge thing. There's so many atheists that the topic of biblical cosmology, flat Earth, has brought them to Christ. I was a believer for many years. I left and called myself agnostic for a couple of decades, and that's what I believe God used to bring me back into his arms, was that message. So again, I know that doesn't resonate with you all, but you can't deny the importance of it for millions of people that's happened. Maybe not millions, I don't know, but a large number that's exponentially increasing every day, and because of that specific topic. In fact, there's one interview that I saw. There was this one pastor who had on a group of maybe 5 other guys that were talking about how it took them from atheism. One guy he was a Satanist. He was literally burning Bibles. He had tattooed onto his head something to the effect of "not even God can judge me" or something like that. I mean, he was deep into hating God, and he is now a pastor, and he gives all praise to God for that. But he says it's because of the message of biblical cosmology. Once he awoke into that, he fell on his knees. We hear that over and over. So that's just another of many examples of why it's important. Again, I've said it twice already, so maybe it's a 2-bit repetitive. I know it doesn't resonate with everybody here, but as I see it, that's like end-all be-all top reason for it, even above being saved from not taking the jab.
I'm sorry, but Saab, you're saying that the belief that the Earth was round, it's modern indoctrination. That older people like Christ days didn't believe the Earth was round.
No, of course not. Why would they?
Okay. All right, I'm Googling shit, and they're
Yeah,
coming
I
up
know
with
you're Googling.
motherfuckers.
While you're at it, Google and see if men can get pregnant. It'll tell you they
I
can't.
know you. I know.
Right?
I'm Googling shit, and they're saying that the Greeks had it, the Egyptians had it, and I'm
Wait,
just
wait, wait, wait,
started
wait.
going back.
Not the whole Greek society. There was a handful of Greek philosophers that postulated this bullshit, but nobody was buying it. They were thought to be quite insane. A bunch of homos hanging out at a bathhouse talking about balls. That's what it was. It wasn't all the Greeks.
Almost.
Well, right now, all of the people don't agree on the Earth is round, so I wouldn't expect them to all agree on it then.
Joe,
But
there's a doc.
people,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no. What people would have known it was the same way Christopher Columbus days. The uneducated guy didn't know it was a globe, but the rich people had literally had globes sitting on their desks. Go ahead.
Joe, there's a documentary if you ever want to take the time to watch it. It's called Heliosorcery, and it's a feature-length video that's put out by this group called Earthen Vessels, and they are believers, but it's not a flat Earth video in the sense it's not trying to prove that. It just goes through and it tells the narrative the way they see it from history of who came up with it, what their motives might have been, and I think it's extremely well produced, just visually. Like clearly, these people have some serious skills when it comes to editing video, and I think the content matches up with so much of what I've been learning over the years. And so again, Heliosorcery, I highly recommend that video to anybody.
Let me see if I can find that. Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it is. Earthen Vessels.
Heliosorcery. Let me look it up.
Yeah, Heliosorcery by Earthen Vessels. You haven't seen that, Saul?
I may have. See, titles don't mean a lot to me.
Right. Well, that one stands out to me. Titles I often forget, but that one I think is pretty good.
I think I was I don't even think I know the titles to have the shit I watch.
How many of these?
There it is, I think. No, wait. There's a trailer. Yeah, hour and a half, 2020.
Let's see the trailer. If there's a trailer, let's see the trailer.
Hang on one sec. I'm going to put the
highly recommended
link to the entire video down here. But yeah, we can watch the trailer.
You get an idea of what he's talking about.
Yeah. I know where this is going. I've seen several like this. I've looked into this a lot. And what you find out is Newton was more of an alchemist that followed the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus in the Emerald Tablets and shit. I mean, more than anything else. When you see the differences in where they first calculated the distance of the sun, I mean, we went from 3 million miles all the way to 93 million miles. And here I got these clowns telling me, oh, it's real easy to calculate the distance of the sun. Oh, is it? Really? And why were they wrong several times through history?
That's poor arguments,
Not really. Not
yes,
really.
do you think that that no one is supposed to get the distance of the Earth wrong, or because someone got it wrong before they got it correct?
It's because they went by
cannot be
assumptions.
right now.
It's because they went by assumptions, and they're going by assumptions
But
now.
I'm saying that your logic is not sound.
Yeah, it is. Dude, don't even talk to me about logic. You think it's logical to have a gob of air without anything containing it. That's ludicrous. We see that nowhere in nature. Nowhere. That's an impossible condition. We know this, but you think it's real. That's not
I
logic.
see it. I can breathe right now, so I don't have to prove,
the only
man.
reason you can breathe is because you
Right.
have
You
air
got to
breath.
come up with
And
imaginary
the only
boxes
way
and
you
shit.
can
I
have
know air is right here. I know
Holy.
rockets going out of space. You have to come up with theories of the Van Allen belt cannot be
No, I don't have
penetrated.
to do any of
I
that. That's
have
you guys.
reality where I
Wait,
see
no, the Van
rockets
Allen
and men
belt's
float in
you.
space.
The Van Allen belt's you guys, man. Not me. That's you
Whatever,
guys.
whatever
making all
false
that horse
variant
shit.
you guys have to
You
come
don't
up
even have
with.
any proof of nothing going
You go
around in
ahead.
the sun.
Listen, what I do have proof of.
In the middle of all, however, resides the sun, a visible god.
It is best to set up learning against learning.
I have a fear, and it is that with the study of ancient literature, ancient paganism will reappear.
The purpose of this documentary is not to provide scientific,
practical, or biblical evidence against heliocentric science, but rather to trace the presently raging cosmology dispute back to its ancient heritage.
Newton was not the first of the Age of Reason. He was the last of the magicians.
For those not so deep under the spell, the magician often gives it all away.
And when their work was done, the old theological conception of the universe was gone.
The fool wants to turn the whole art of astronomy upside down.
I was blinded by science.
If the Bible could be shown to be untrustworthy, then the eyes of men could be redirected back to the learned doctors whose famed words had for centuries made merchandise over their souls.
And we shall weed out from their minds anything injurious to Roman Catholicism.
Hey, can you pause this real quick? I have a question for everybody. Speaking on ancient knowledge, do we believe, all of us together, that there's some ancient knowledge or some secret that's been hidden from everyone that we just were not allowed to know, or these people? Okay, so like, who knew that before them? And like, so do they really have a sacred knowledge?
Yeah, there are a lot of things that are kept secret. Listen, this is the thing that gets me about these Globers too. They're always, oh, what map do you use? There are no 100% accurate maps anywhere at all. In fact, I would dare to say that being is that this whole system, the maps and everything, have to be approved by some Royal College of Maps or some shit like that, that we have to, I'm assuming, I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb, that they're hiding something within our own known area of world. We have a lot of areas of the sea that we don't go explore, we don't go over, we don't go to. Nobody even bothers to go there because apparently there's nothing there, right?
Okay.
And I'm especially talking about large areas of the Pacific Ocean.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah, you're going to.
And this is to your point. All these ancient maps, like we look to all these ancient maps that were mapped by explorers. How the fuck do you map something out on foot, walking across land? Like literally, like how do they come up with these maps? Unless you do it an aerial view, all these ancient maps are shit. Has anyone ever thought about that? So everyone goes on these ancient maps about the entire world that were made up by people walking on foot. How can we get a conceptual, real vision of the world from someone that walked on foot to figure it out? Like, literally, it makes fucking zero sense unless you can see it from an astral, like, up top view. None of the maps make sense ever.
Right.
We just trust the maps that people walked on from hundreds of thousands or hundreds of years before of us. Why do we believe these? Any of the land masses?
Right. Well, I mean, it's within certain degrees, we can definitely measure them, and as you stated, with the ability to get higher altitudes, we can be a little bit more precise on it. But let's get real about that.
Time of day that this could tell you.
Oh yeah.
Distances.
But Joe Cool, you, Rocky, Greg, nobody here in this show tonight, in the audience or anywhere else, is a cartographer. Okay. Cartographers that make world maps are commissioned by very, very rich and powerful people. Okay.
Bingo.
Man doesn't have a need for a world map. He only uses regional sections of map, right?
No. Are you saying that rich people only need regional sections of map?
No. Listen
Okay,
to it
I
again.
misheard you. Yeah.
I don't know. You got some kind of dyslexia. I said that the common man only has a need for regional maps.
Yeah.
Okay. Rich and powerful people have commissioned cartographers and explorers through the ages to set up the maps, to record the cardinal directions and degree points of where these various points of land are at. Okay.
Yes.
And none of us were involved in that at all. None of us.
They didn't go out and do it themselves.
What? No, they didn't. But
Wasn't no rich niggas on them boats.
Well, they don't need. Hold on, they do own. They do own boats.
Involved. Yeah, a few regular people were involved.
They listen. Rich people do own boats, and they can hire people to go and do
Yes,
that.
they hire regular people. The rich people, you
No,
say
they
none
hire-
of us were involved. We
hire-
literally
Listen,
were on the
Joe,
boats doing the
You
work.
don't have regular fucking cartographers. Okay, you have cartographers. Okay, you know what that is? That's a map maker.
I do. How does that change that you said none of us were involved? And I'm saying regular, if you're saying us, not us on the panel, us meaning regular people were involved.
Okay, us regular people, not commissioned by rich people.
Yes.
That you only give them the information, and then it has to go through a Royal Map Academy in order to be approved, right? So my point being is that none of us were responsible or have done any mapping of the world. Whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther, no one of us has done this.
I disagree. I just told you why.
I just told you exactly why, because it's
Oh.
a highly expensive process. How much do you think it would take to hire the people with the expertise to map out the entire world, Joe? How much
Here's
do you
a better one. Well, I didn't go off on some weird belief that you think I have. We know that the people on those boats who washed them and did the dumb chores of pulling up the ropes and all of this were not some wealthy people. They were regular people. Therefore, regular people were involved. That is my belief.
And those regular people had no fucking idea what the guy was writing down on a piece of paper or doing with his chart. They were cleaning up puke, mopping the fucking deck, and tending to the rigging.
Let's see if that's true. You think the cartographers carried their own gear, or did they have regular people do it? Maybe regular people actually walked with them. So they did have an idea. They were there. Regular people.
Yeah, but they're not the ones that wrote the maps. Is what he's
I'm
saying.
not saying that he's arguing that regular people were not there. I'm saying they probably were. I ain't
Yes,
trying to
they
argue
probably
no
were.
other point.
There were probably regular people on the land masses that the people were mapping as well, Joe. But they had fuck all to do with the creation of the map. They might have carried the guy's shit bucket. They might have carried a satchel with his tools in it. They might have known the names of these tools and let the guy use it. But they were not making the fucking maps.
Let's see if this is true. Let's see if this
go
is
ahead
true.
and see if it's true. I already
Christopher
know it is.
Columbus. Let me go.
I already
Christopher
know it's
Columbus.
true,
Stop
so you go ahead.
interrupting me. Be nice. Christopher Columbus, the guy who actually steered his boats and did all this shit so he can get where he got, was a black guy. Regular dude.
He got lost. He wasn't a regular dude. He was a Jewish dude that was expelled from Spain. He was commissioned by Queen Isabella.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Christopher Columbus.
I'm talking about the guy who used to guide his ships, who told him where to go. It was a black dude. Regular dude who just sailed around and shit. He wasn't no aristocrat.
Some regular dude. What was his name?
Like a old.
Fuck, I don't know. But my point is, Christopher
How about-
Columbus, the
how
rich
about
dudes did all this
Shackleton?
shit, and he hired a sailor to fucking
Sir
actually do the shit.
Ernest Shackleton.
All right, there you go.
You know that he got lost, right? He didn't end up where he was supposed to go.
But that was not your point. Your point is regular people were not part of history and blah blah. Sure they were.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
logical.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
I understand that. Joe was the fucking guy No,
Don't get mad when your logic doesn't hold, bro.
Joe, it's your glorious lack of logic. You think that
You go with
everybody
that
was
anger
working together. You think that
nonsense.
everybody? No, I mean
You
you actually think
characterize my shit
you
horribly.
actually
Whatever you
think
say,
that the
you think
people,
it sucks.
dude. You actually think that the helpers that carried shit and everything knew what was going on when it came down to making out the final map. Hey,
Is that what I
that's
said?
that's
Or
what
are
you're
you
telling
saying
me.
dumb shit again and attributing it to me? I didn't say that shit.
You just
Stick to
did.
what we said. I spoke about something totally different. You
Well,
assume
yeah,
that
because
it
you went off
means
topic
you
with the
assume
guy had
that
some black
because
guy
I'm
helped him out.
stupid, I thought the black guy wrote the map. So you say, Joe,
No, he didn't
is
write
your
the map.
assumption that the dumb people wrote the maps?
They were
No.
already
Stop
established
being
maps they were using,
condescending.
dumbass.
I can do it too.
They were already established maps.
Matter of
And they were
fact, I'll
using
stop threatening it.
charts.
I'll
They were,
belittle you as well.
they were
Hey,
using
hey,
charts
Joe.
that were already
Real quick.
established.
The history of Sir Ernest Shackleton,
Yeah.
explorer of the South Pole, hired by the Queen, became was a general. You think that was a normal fucking guy, huh? Just
I didn't
some
say
normal
that.
fucking guy.
Did I say that?
Had
Did
to
I
be a
say that? What
goddamn
is your
sailor.
name? What
He's
is
a
your name? Rob?
Hey, everyone.
Sir
Hey,
Ernest Shackleton. They made
Yeah.
4 movies about him.
Yeah.
I want
And
to
he
stop.
took pictures of the South Pole. Just so happens most
Hey,
pictures
Rocky.
didn't
Hey,
make
Rocky.
it.
Hey, Rocky. Let me ask you. You think Jesus was a white man, right? Just because of
Why
that.
are you
You
bringing
think
up
Jesus was
Jesus?
a
I
white man.
never said Jesus
No, you
was a
did.
white
You
guy.
might as well be saying
What the
Jesus was
hell
a
are you
white man.
talking about
Why would you
Jesus
say
for?
stupid shit like that? Why would you
What are you
think stupid
talking
shit like
about?
that?
I never said Jesus was a white
You
guy. What the
did.
hell are you bring that shit up? We're not even
How
talking
is
about
that
Jesus.
pertinent? Wait a second. First
Wait,
off,
wait.
I understand Rocky's point about Shackleton, that yes, Shackleton was also commissioned by the Queen to do shit, right? My point being is that these people that make the maps are commissioned by rich and powerful people.
I agree to
Yes,
that.
they have people that are sailing the ships, but those people don't have any fucking idea what the cartographer is actually doing. They see him going over and setting up a theodolite. They see him taking measurements and marking things down. They don't really know what's going on. And you know what? They also don't really know what the fucking end product is. So when I said that everyday regular people were not involved in the map making process, yes, I'm sure that there were farmers that grew the food that the cartographer ate. It doesn't mean they were involved in making the fucking map.
Yeah, it's the same thing. When Sir Shackleton's photographer, he took photography, he collected negatives, which were about 12 inches by 12 inches old glass negatives. Do you think
Are you talking about my
everybody on
penis?
the ship knew how to make that negative into a picture? No, them guys didn't know the fuck about photography. Photography was just coming out. And there's only a few of those photographies, those photos left because a lot of them were left behind. So yeah.
If
No,
not so, you guys are arguing against. I already said that the people who do this are rich people. You guys
Right.
need to stop acting weird.
Okay.
Hey, real quick.
You
I just
wanted to
want
get
to. I want
wait a second. So
listen.
then the pedantic point about the guy mopping the deck was really not really relevant to what I said.
No,
right?
it was no. That is not what I'm saying. Again, when you said the regular people were not involved in making the maps, I assumed that you thought it was all rich motherfuckers that did all of the shit. And yes, I thought that's what you meant. I didn't think you meant that
I
made
did.
the
Where did the money come from?
decisions
Where
of
did
the
the
map.
money come from? Where did the money come from to pay these people to go out and look at the world? Where do you think it came from?
That was not the question. If you said where the money came from, the fact it did come up. I said the rich people. I said the rich people did it, blah, blah, blah. I am just arguing because I thought the words that came out of your mouth were none of us played a role in making those maps.
That's right.
Hey, I just want to say.
with that one.
It still
Hey,
We may not decide where the map goes and all of that, but your point, none of us participated in making a map. I logically assumed that you were talking about something different.
I just want to thank Joe Cool
Nice backpedaling.
Oh, me or
Um,
you? Somebody. Go ahead.
This is that more of that talking over shit that I talked about earlier. Go ahead, Pi.
Talking over shit.
All right,
Go
was
ahead,
I talking
Pi.
over? I
No,
wasn't
it's
trying
your
to.
turn. Go ahead. Is
Yeah.
it relative to the topic? First off,
Yeah, I was just gonna thank Joe Cool and the black people for the reason that I have a big penis.
You're
It's
welcome.
part of me.
You're welcome.
So that's
You're
it.
welcome. Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. I gave your mom some too, a little extra.
Joe always has. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to break it up. It was getting a little too.
I know. That's I understand and I hate it. I really do. I hate it. Okay, because I really dislike nonsensical, off-topic fucking shit that gets interjected into the middle of a conversation. I really do. You know,
Okay.
it's just like if you're standing there talking to somebody and you're in the middle of the conversation and some stupid motherfucker walks up and goes, "Hey man, how you doing?" Man, 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 and starts rudely interrupting your flow of thought.
All right. Well, then I apologize.
I mean, I'm not trying to give you shit or anything. I'm just saying, fuck. We're on. How do you get to that from what we're talking about? That's what I'm trying. I mean, are you actually engaged in the conversation, or are you just thinking of shit that you're gonna say?
I got a question I want to ask.
No, because I think you guys get way too serious about some shit that's no one really knows the truth about.
But if we don't mind,
You don't.
why do you?
You don't know. Like no one knows what the cartographers were
I'm
fucking
saying,
doing. Or the math.
why do you get to decide if we're enjoying it? Why do you get to decide it's unworthy of our attention or something? Right? I don't. We're getting way too serious. Not to me. I enjoy this. I look forward to flat earthers to talk to about this. I'm not sure that. I feel like you're ruining my football game. I don't need you coming in. Sports suck. Why are you wasting your time looking at sports? I don't need that.
It's gay as hell, man. It's in my opinion. I think football is like a metaphor for gay sex. I mean, these dudes dress up like cocks in their little tight pants, and they bend over in front of each other, pat each other on the ass all the time. And then they go chasing after this fucking testicle.
Grab each other,
grab this
pull
testicle.
each other on the ground.
Yeah. And then they end up in a big old sweaty dog pile at the end, and it's like, oh boy, that
Hey,
was
I saw-
It's gay when you put it that way.
Somebody
man.
posted something the other day somewhere. It came across my feed on YouTube, and of course, like you all, I don't watch football. I think I know one of the teams maybe playing this weekend, and it's crazy that I didn't even know that they're having the Super Bowl this weekend. But they had like a little flag or like this little streamer kind of thing coming off of their uniform, off their pants, and somebody was kind of making a joke that was half serious, half not, that it's turning into, it might become flag football. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. But seriously, you could see these guys. I don't know that they all had it. This was just a little clip that showed a few guys that had something that usually you'd be like, that's not going to be allowed. You can't have this extra stuff just dangling off of your uniform. But it looked very similar to one of the flags that you would have, like the size and length of it.
I remember playing
Yeah.
that in school.
Jake the Asshole, he gave me a wrench on his channel. You ever watch Jake the Asshole? He's an old flat earther that does NFL decodes. You don't know
he's one of the few like that did the about face, like that Ranty or whatever, right? So
you guys don't know.
Jake's no longer a
Did
flat
y'all
earther.
hear
supposedly.
that Triggered Limey died? The creator Triggered Limey, he was a flat earth hater, First Amendment auditor hater, one of those guys.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, he
You
just
don't-
died. He's from over someplace.
Stop. You know who Jake the Asshole is, right?
Yeah, I've run across some of his stuff. Back when
Well-
him and Professor Dave, I think, was it Dan, Simon Dan, they were fighting or some shit like that. But
He showed
So the biggest thing, like I said, the biggest thing that I find that there is a lack of logic on, as far as this is concerned, and it's completely unprovable too, is the idea of air sticking to the earth and conforming to its shape. And well, I know that, but the thing is because we can find this condition nowhere in nature. We have no evidence or proof that gravity can prevent equalization of gases. None whatsoever.
The atmosphere requires a container, Joe.
You reject
There
any
you go.
evidence that doesn't fit your
But
stuff
you
there.
haven't given any evidence. All you have said that gravity holds the air, but you've not been able. We showed, even though the experiment was hypothetical, only somebody that's really, really, I don't know what they'd be, with their mental case would be, but in my hypothetical experiment of the sealed box in a vacuum chamber, right on the ground where the gravity's the strongest, we know that the air is not going to stay in that little box. As soon as there's that containment is breached, it's going to fill the fucking empty space.
Your whole thing was based on rapid evacuation. Therefore, different things occur. There is no rapid shit going on in outer space. Things have settled over thousands and hundreds of millions of more years. There is no rapid decompression gonna happen. So your entire box thing was a poor theory to begin with. I'm only
then how could
entertaining
it
it.
form? How could it form in the first place? You just got done saying, and I'm going to use another phrase, that equalization has occurred in the universe, which is not true because everything is seeking a state of equilibrium at all times, never really being able to achieve it. All right. But you're saying that since that is a condition, this would mean that there could be no atmos to begin with. We wouldn't even have any air because it would spread out and have filled the empty space of the vacuum or low pressure or whatever.
Unless there were gravity to hold it to the earth, and it's here right now. I'm breathing it. How do you think your shit makes any sense?
Well, because you're actually, thank you for exemplifying that, because we are experiencing breath. We are breathing. We have definite pressure. Pressure of a gas requires containment.
So you're saying there is a field around us?
What's that?
You're saying containment. You think there is a physical field around us? I totally missed that.
Physical barrier over the earth. Yes, there has to be.
Wow. And the only proof you have would be like circumstantial type proof, right?
Joe,
you don't have anybody going up there tapping
My
on
proof
it.
of it is this, Joe. Gas pressure cannot exist without
circumstantial nonsense. That's what I said.
That's a fact.
No one's actually seen it or touched it, right? There's no real proof, right?
Yeah, they probably have.
All right.
Fact,
Well, you got video of it?
A number of times.
You got video of it? No one's ever
I
seen
see
it.
evidence of the dome.
This is mythical thing that no one's ever seen that contains the whole earth.
Yes. What do you mean?
How far is this thing? Well, how high is it?
It's above us. I don't know. I never measured it, Joe. I never measured it. Have you?
It doesn't exist.
Hey,
how can I measure
well, then how do we have air pressure?
No, you says it exists.
It has to.
Well, but you have no idea how high this
It
thing
has
is.
to, Joe. Gas pressure cannot exist without containment.
That is all you got?
That's
hey, Joe,
all I need.
You're not
I
coming
unplugged
in
my
here.
headphones. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
maybe
Joe,
it is
I can
coming in
see
here.
it.
All right, but you're not coming in here.
But Joe, look, that's all I need. Okay,
Oh,
you are suggesting.
Try to get in here.
You are
I can see and hear evidence of firmament.
You are suggesting an impossible condition, Joe.
You say I'm actually breathing now. I can prove my shit. Here you go again with it must be up there. Okay, well besides your atmosphere theory, we got any other good proof of this dome?
How about thunder?
Yeah,
How about
echoing of thunder. Yeah.
How does thunder prove a dome?
Thunder?
What's it echoing off of?
It's what you're hearing. Yeah, it's echoing off the dome.
What's the shape
Why
of a
would it
rainbow?
be echo? Why do you? I need a dome for thunder.
What's the shape?
Do
What's
I
the
need a
shape of a
dome to
rainbow?
yell at
Rocky,
you?
Rocky, stop.
What?
Stop.
Do I need a
Stop!
dome to
Are you
yell
Stop!
at
drunk?
you?
Are you drunk, Rocky?
Are you drunk? Are you
Yeah,
drunk?
you're drunk. Go ahead.
So anyway,
Yeah,
thunder. There's a really cool experiment that I'm sure most of us here have seen, where they go into an old abandoned silo or whatever it was.
Yeah. Pop a
And he
balloon.
pops the balloon in it, and
Yeah.
you hear that exact effect. And that's just the way sound works. It's if we had an infinite space, you wouldn't hear thunder reverberate and give that echo effect like you hear.
I don't know.
And
You
in
don't think
addition to
anything
that, like I
else could
said, so
account for that other than an enclosed
that's well,
dome?
hold on. I'm still going, and that's as far as the audio. Now, when it comes to visuals, we have rainbows and we have double rainbows. The double rainbows is the reverse colors of the rainbow, which is the reflection. The rainbow, you cannot get a rainbow without a lens of some sort in the way. You don't just get that from the particulates in the air. I don't believe. I think you have to have that lensing, and I think because of the shape of it, I think lends to it
You gonna
being
tell them that,
at an arc. So I think those are two of the points of evidence. I
can literally
but evidence.
I can literally spray my water hose and make a rainbow. I don't
Only
need
outside.
Right? Try that
Only
inside.
outside. Try it in the house. It'll be straight.
What's that? I'm not sure what that got to do
I'm
with
saying just
anything.
you
I
can't.
mean, I don't need
It
a
ain't got to do
dome
with
though,
anything.
right? To make I thought he was saying the dome is the rainbow reflected off of something. I can make a rainbow in the backyard.
Go
How
take
in
your
the
water
fuck
hose
did you
inside
pass
with
an
a bright
IQ
light and
test
see
if you
if you're
can't
going to see the same
understand English?
effect as you do in your yard with the sprinkler.
Probably. I'm sorry, but yes. Say again the sprinkler shit. That's what I'm talking about. What you say?
Yeah,
Okay,
like
so-
you can see in the sprinkler spray.
Right.
But that's
Okay.
outside.
Right.
Try to recreate that.
All right. I
indoors.
thought you were saying. Wait. So you're saying that as long as I'm under this dome, light makes rainbows. I thought you were trying to say that somehow the rainbow means there's a reflection of a dome.
No, that's what I was talking about. The double rainbow.
That's the double rainbow,
All right.
Joe.
That's
so
when it's
on a
flipped
double
over.
rainbow. On a double rainbow, the one above, the one that looks higher, right? You'll notice that it's an inverted one. It's the opposite colors of the rainbow. Okay, they're going backwards, and this is because it's a reflection of the rainbow above.
All right. So we think that the second rainbow is the height of the dome.
No, no more than if you put what? Well, why would it be if you made the same
I
condition
thought
outside?
it was reflecting. If I reflected something off the wall, I thought I could tell what a dome was or something.
Wow. The reason it's bowed is because the lens is curved. The lens is the dome. If you recreate a rainbow indoors where you have a flat ceiling and flat walls, the rainbow that comes from it will now be straight. It will have all straight lines in it. The only way to get a curved rainbow is with a curved lens. You can demonstrate this with a glass of water. If you put water in a glass and you tilt it just right to get a rainbow on your table, you'll see that it'll make a little bow, but that's because the glass is curved.
I would have assumed rainbows curved because the earth is round.
The rainbow because the earth is round. What about the earth being round would make a rainbow? You're still on a round earth inside your house. Why doesn't it come out round inside the house?
Let's see. I'm going to ask Google.
Is Google your god?
We see the shape of it because we are looking from a globe, just like I figured, guys.
Oh my God! Well, Google says it. I'm convinced, boy. Hey,
it sounds logical to me. And
does
a bunch
it?
of other motherfuckers agree.
Google if men.
Maybe I should go with your weird fucking refracting off of fucking.
Ask Google if men can get pregnant. Let's see the logic of Google. Let's go. Really?
Yes,
Try to
this is
create.
another.
Try to
This is
create.
just another poor argument.
No, it's not a poor argument at
Yeah,
all.
sure it is, and I'll explain why if you don't
Really?
cut
Then
me off.
why
If you
are they
don't cut me
curved?
off like you're about to, this is
Why are they
another
curved
poor
outside and
argument.
straight
This is
inside?
another poor argument
Okay.
because you've gotten plenty of your information off of YouTube and Google. So I
No,
can turn the
I've
same shit
actually
around
observed.
and
I've
be a
actually
dick.
observed it, Joe. I've actually
Yeah.
observed it.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
I've
Really?
created a rainbow in
Wait,
my house.
wait. Not a rainbow. You've got none of these vids off of YouTube?
No.
Really? Does you think YouTube is real? You've got no information off of Google? Does that mean that you think men have babies? I could be a condescending prick. Do you see when you're being one?
I can see that you are lying about your high IQ, or someone lied to you about
I'll
it.
do the
I
dumb
can tell
shit
you
you
that.
do, and then maybe
No,
you'll think we
for
have the
real.
same IQ.
For real. So
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
created rainbows outside, and they are curved. When I create a rainbow inside, where there's no when I create a rainbow inside, it is not curved.
Because if you had any fucking intelligence, is the fucking earth a globe inside of your house? Is there any earth but a shit refracting off of? When you
What's it
fuck with
refracting off of,
low
Joe?
off of fucking IQ idiots, they think you can go inside of a square house, cut off the light, and there's no globe no globe around. You still gonna get the curvature. Maybe it takes a big rainbow outside that's affected by the globe.
No, it doesn't. It only takes a little tiny one, like you can make with your garden hose, man.
Indoors?
Yeah.
No globe indoors. Globe outside, low IQ.
Wait a second.
Dumb as fuck.
When I do the rainbow
wish I had
inside,
something else to do.
wait a second. So you're no
with
longer
low IQ, motherfuckers.
So you're no longer on a globe when you go in your house, but you are when you're outside. How the fuck does that work?
Let me see. Is there reflections that might be outside where the globe is, and the sky that's round sky is that is not apparent in the crib?
The sky is round.
Oh,
how does gas have a shape?
Oh wow!
The
sky is round. Wait,
we've already proven that gravity is not going to make gas stick to it.
Oh my God, I forgot. You don't believe the Earth is round, so you don't think
it.
You've proved.
We proved it.
Let me see. What's carbon monoxide? No. Dry ice.
What about
dry ice? The gas that comes off the dry ice.
Carbon dioxide. I know.
Yeah, it hangs to the earth.
It what?
It hangs close to the earth.
Not really.
Dry ice. You pour it out of something and it drops to the earth.
Why?
No.
Wait, why?
My point, I wasn't done.
Oh, okay.
My point is, you've proven nothing.
Okay.
Dry ice hugs the earth because of gravity. Stop claiming victory. You've proven nothing.
Okay, so dry ice does not cling to the earth because of gravity. The dry ice goes down to the ground.
You have an opinion. It is not proof. You have an opinion. You've proven nothing.
Joe, let me finish.
All right.
So the carbon dioxide in that form, in that little cloud form that you're talking about, is very, very cold. It is still very cold in comparison to the ambient temperature around it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What happens to a gas when it gets cold?
Gravity pulls
No. What happens to a gas when it gets cold?
Gravity totally pulls
No,
it
it
down.
contracts, right? So it becomes denser than the air around it.
Then gravity pulls it down.
It's nothing to do with gravity, because if that were true, it would remain there forever. And it doesn't, because as it warms, it dissipates. Why does it dissipate? Because now it's not as concentrated anymore, and the little molecules of gas are now not banging into each other as much, and some of them are escaping each other, and it's called dissipation. Now, if it were gravity, that cloud of carbon dioxide that you speak of would remain on the ground forever.
No.
Really? No.
You don't understand gravity.
That's not gravity. That's buoyancy and density. I just showed you why.
No. It's gravity. I showed you where it's gravity when I showed it falling out of the box.
No, you didn't.
have a theory that's weak and you can't understand that I showed you when the stuff falls down, gravity pulls it to the earth.
Prove that it's gravity. I can prove that it's not because I just did. All I have to do is warm. All I have to do, Joe, all I have to do,
nothing.
All I have to do is warm this shit up and it goes away now.
That's an alternate theory of a thing happening. Listen, Saab, here is your logic.
That's a fact.
Here is your logic. You see a tennis ball go up in the air. So let me finish it. You see a tennis ball go up in the air, and to you, that's proof that there's a tennis racket under there. Because you don't see that I didn't. You see a tennis ball go up in the air. That's all you see. And you tell me it must be a racket down there somewhere. Joe, I proved it to you because there's a tennis ball. I tell you, you're not smart at all. I proved the tennis ball. Doesn't mean because you see a tennis ball, there's a tennis racket.
Okay, Joe, we're talking about carbon dioxide, not tennis balls.
Oh, you can't extrapolate and do analogies?
How is a tennis ball anything near like fucking carbon dioxide?
The tennis ball was your argument that you thinking because one way carbon gases behave because of they dissipate and they go up into the vacuum because you think you see that happening, the other thing must happen.
Joe,
I'm telling you,
right,
stop it.
Wait a second, this is your thing. So let me ask you, what happened to the carbon dioxide after it got to the floor? What happened to it? Did it remain there forever? Or what
does this prove? What does this prove?
No, I'm
Why
asking
are you asking
what
that? I
happened
know. Are you
to it?
abandoning the subject?
No,
We're talking
I'm
about
on
what
the
happens to
subject.
carbon dioxide right now when it fall out that box. What
Joe,
does this have to do with anything?
All right, I'm about to tell you if you would answer the fucking question. Does the carbon dioxide stay on the floor indefinitely? If not, what happens to it?
Well, because of gravity, it all ends up on the floor.
Okay, and so it just stays there on the floor forever and ever in a fog, right?
I didn't say that. You said
well,
that.
you know,
weird
you
shit.
did. So what happened to it then?
No. I just told you I did not. I am not going to argue your straw argument for you.
No, wait a second. It's not a straw argument. Did the gas stay there forever? If not, what happened to it?
I told you in the end, it all ends up on the floor because of gravity. Different state fluctuate, turns into an ice crystal, turns into a gas cloud, rains back down to the ground. Gravity, it always comes back down.
Does cold air drop or rise?
Oh my God. Are you changing the subject, bro?
No, I'm not.
You gotta let me know when
I'm
you're
trying to
making
get
these
you to
sharp
understand
turns.
something here. Okay, so the carbon dioxide went down on the floor and it was in the form of a fog, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. So did that fog stay there or what happened to it?
I just told you, man. Shit, the
It got
fall could have
sucked
went
into the earth. It got sucked into the earth. Is that what you're
you
saying?
want me to argue your straw argument again? When I
Well,
want
wait
to
a minute.
argue that it got
It's still
sucked
there?
into the earth, I
Are
don't
you
say
saying
that.
it's still there?
I am not saying that it got sucked into the earth. It's still there. If you'd be quiet for 2 seconds, I am
Still there
saying a
right
million
now.
things could happen to that carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide can get trapped into a water vapor and go back into the sky. Someone could breathe that carbon dioxide in. A tree could fucking breathe that shit in and then turn it out. Million things can happen to that carbon dioxide.
Okay, so if you have it
Smart
in a
ass.
room with no people, what's going to happen? Is it going to remain down there on the floor forever indefinitely? You got the room is closed up.
Oh, okay. Now you give me something I can work with. I have a
Okay.
sealed environment.
Yes.
Are you telling me where that carbon dioxide stay there forever?
Yep.
Theoretically, yes, it'll stay there forever.
Okay. In actuality, will it?
In a closed environment. I'm picturing an absolutely sealed environment. It has settled already. The carbon dioxide, wherever it is, it's found its.
Why would gas molecules stay down at the bottom? What is preventing them from going up to the available space?
I am saying they would be pulled. The heaviest would be pulled. The lighter would go up.
Okay, well, wait a second. The heavier would be pulled. They're not bonded molecules, Joe.
It's just displacement. Whatever is in there. Are you telling me is if whatever in there? If it's air mixed with so and so, the heavier shit would go. If you're telling me it's all filled with exactly the same type of carbon molecules, then they'll lay flat on the ground.
No. You clearly do not understand gas behavior at all.
We're
You
not talking
clearly
about.
do not.
We're not
Okay,
talking
so
about.
I'm going to explain what's going on with the dry ice. It's not hard to understand.
I agree. So why are you about to explain it to me?
Because you obviously don't understand it. You think that the carbon dioxide is just going to remain on the floor there. It's on the floor, Joe, because it's colder than the air around it.
Wait. Where in your sealed environment, where's the carbon monoxide at?
It starts out, it's frozen. And as it melts, which is a gradual warming of this gas, this is why it turns back into a gas, and it's still in a state of cooling. Okay, it's very concentrated and it's cold. Cold air, cold gases contract. The molecules contract together.
Here we go with the yes.
Okay,
To say
right,
what?
Right. Which
where
means,
does it go?
Okay.
What is? Go ahead.
Because the mass of the carbon dioxide is temporarily denser than the surrounding air, it's going to go beneath the surrounding air. But as it warms, it's going to dissipate and mix with the rest of the air in the fucking room.
I asked you, was there any air in that thing? You said no.
No, I said it was a sealed room. I didn't say it was a vacuum, and it won't stay down on the ground in a vacuum either, Joe.
One will displace the other. I said if there's air in there, one will displace the other.
No, they won't. They only for the time that it's cold. Once the temperature equalizes with the rest of the surrounding temperature, it's going to mix evenly through the chamber. That's all that's going to happen. If you put dry ice in a vacuum chamber, okay, it's going to do the same thing.
You know what, guys?
Do the same thing.
Right behind me, I have a freeze drying machine. Right, what you're seeing right behind me is a vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
I've only used it to freeze dry food, but maybe sometime I need to do like some of these guys are doing online and do some testing. And I've got it right here.
You can take some water, take a cup of water and put it in there if you can, and reduce that pressure and watch what'll happen. Now water will start boiling.
Yeah,
it's not hot. It's not hot, but it'll start boiling because in order for it to be liquid water, it has to have a certain amount of pressure that's pushing on those molecules. The whole thing works that way. The only reason the dry ice.
Let me ask you this.
Real quick though, Joe.
Yeah.
If what you said was true, right, then they'd only ever have to really run a fog machine for a little while and then just turn it off when they're doing any kind of a show or a haunted house or any of that shit. They would just be able to just turn it off and it would stay like that for the duration of the night.
No, not if what I say is true.
Well, no, because it'll warm up. It'll warm up and then dissipate off into the rest of the air. That's how gases
that was
work.
logical, and that's what I assumed.
I mean, that's
just
how gas works, man.
Yeah, I know.
Did you guys ever make dry ice bombs as children? I used to.
I have no idea how to make a dry ice bomb.
Yeah, we used to get get a little like a 2-liter bottle, and you put some in there. You put some water in it. You stick the cap on.
Yes.
And you better get away.
All right, so. Here, I'd like to argue this, Saab, and I'd like to stay with this.
Real quick, show you something. So we've got the same amount of gas inside of this container as we do inside this container.
Yeah.
The reason that this is at a lower pressure is because these molecules have more room to bounce around. Okay, they just keep bouncing around. That's what gas molecules do. They just keep bouncing around. And they crash into each other, and they bounce off the walls of this thing and off the lid and everywhere around. Now, if we decrease the volume area, but don't decrease the amount of the gas that's in there, that's what gives us the high pressure. Now what's going on? Because these things are bouncing at a quicker rate, they've got less room to move around. Okay. And this is what causes more pressure. Without these barriers, those molecules will just end up bouncing off of each other and everything else and just go off into nowhere land. They have no reason to be bonded together.
Gravity.
All
right. I want to argue something else, but I could argue this.
Make it quick though, because I'm going to get off here, man. I'm getting tired.
This says, well, it wouldn't have been quick. I would like to argue the flat Earth go-to. Everything is CG. So
That's
I think
not really a go-to. That's kind of a NASA go-to.
Wait, let me finish. Every flat earthers, their go-to is CG when you corner them. Therefore, you have to believe, and I'm not have to. I'll ask. You're a flat earther too, Greg. This is great.
Oh yeah.
Okay, great. So you guys believe. I know that some things that appear to be out of space are not. I know that some movies are not. I assume the people fake vids for nefarious reasons or whatever. But are you telling me that you guys believe that any video I ever find of something floating in space or looking down at the Earth, looking at the moon, rover on the moon, every one that I pull up is CG?
No, that's not CGI. No, I know exactly how they did the rover thing. That's not difficult to understand at all. It wasn't on the
CGI,
moon.
there's green screen, there's there's different types. It depends on what you're talking about. There's
I'm
Devon
talking about
Island in Canada where they shot
with
the
cameras
Mars
out
stuff.
pointing down at the Earth. How are they pulling that off?
Wait, how did they what?
How they pull it off a camera pointing down at the Earth?
Yeah, and look at the size, how it should, like from the moon, when we're apparently it was supposedly, what is it, saw like 4 times bigger than the moon? I forget. And they showed the Earth rise from the moon. I mean, nothing's in perspective the way it should be. The shadows aren't right. There's
My
nothing.
question: what are the images and video I see of the video, which I think are from floating things, space station satellites and stuff that look at the Earth? What do you guys think? Are
First
they
of all,
CG?
No, so Joe, it depends. But if you're talking about that type of thing, even NASA admits that it's imagery to get ribbons of data that they then piece together. For the 1970, there was one photo that they said was legit photo from 1972, if I recall. And then I think, did they claim the same about the blue marble? No, they don't claim that about blue marble.
It's
But
2024.
there's like a couple of there's only a couple of them that they claim are actual photos out of all of them. All the rest, they straight up.
I get it. I've been there. I know all of that.
Now we're back to where we were earlier. I wasn't part of this whole over talking, but let me finish.
You're not answering my question, and it's irritating. I'm sorry.
I'm not answering your question. You were asking about the images and if I think it's CGI, and I thought I was answering.
No, you were telling me about a 74 photo. I'm talking about videos from the space station.
I'm about to show you something. What do you notice about this picture of Don Pettit?
Wait. Are you jumping? Because I wanted to do that.
I'm addressing your photos and videos, Joe.
I'm addressing them. That's why you stayed here and you asked me to allow to talk about it. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I just wonder, do you notice anything odd in this photograph of Don Pettit in the cupola of the International Space Station?
I notice anything odd?
Yep.
Not offhand. You tell me.
Okay, what about the lenses on those cameras? There's one right in the foreground. Can you see that?
I can see that it looks like it's circular.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's where you're getting your pictures of a round Earth from the space station from, Joe. That's called a fisheye lens. And every one of those cameras that they have has one of those on it. You can see them screwed right onto it. Okay.
Well,
so wait. There's where you're getting your pictures of Earth.
Okay, first
Well,
off,
so I have to play devil's advocate here.
yeah, he's wrong.
We are seeing that fisheye lens there. The ones against the window, like the one on the left, for example, has a lens hood on
This one
it.
doesn't.
And they don't have lens hoods for a lot that are that much of a fisheye. So
No.
Again, just devil's advocate, the one on the right side is even yet a different size. It looks like maybe one of these 10 to 18 millimeter that looks like it's flush against the glass. The other ones are too. So I just, again, play devil's advocate. I'm on your side on this.
I think they're back just a little bit. And I think this one right here does have this same, it does look like this same apparatus here, or very similar to it. This one over here on the left, I'm sure. But this one here and this one here are definitely incorporating a wide lens. Definitely.
I can't see which one you're pointing at, but
the one in the foreground right here and the one just to the right of it.
yeah, the one in the foreground, that's a very, I mean, I know all about it. Yeah, for sure. But the one on the right, I don't see any evidence of any of the other ones actually being
see this big ring.
That's
see this big ring like right here around the edge, right here, just like this one.
Well, I can't. I see. We're talking on the phone, and so it's delayed when I look on my computer to see you. So,
yeah.
Okay. So, but the one in the middle of the room, that's going to show the whole room.
Yeah.
Right. That's going to be like the fisheye to show the room. The one to the left of that has a lens hood on it that's supposed to block flare from the sun and other light sources. Right. And so there are some fisheye lenses that have a lens hood. A lot of them don't really. But we would see that lens sticking out a little bit. Maybe the one on the right side looks like it might be flush with the window or close to it. But that doesn't. Again, that I'm totally on your side. That's all nonsense shot on Earth. But I get where you were going with that. But no, back to you, Joe.
So
your question. Yes, everything that we see from the alleged space station, anywhere else, is provably fake. And they do it many ways. They fake it. And
Well, yes. Please tell me the continuous 24-hour day footage from the space station. Multiple. Wait. Multiple cameras, even while they're doing outside operations. How are those faked?
And the Earth always has a different radius to it every time.
How are those fakes? Was the question? Because you didn't answer the last question. You jump in.
Of course they're fake, Joe.
Joe, where do we have?
How are they fake? You're asking me questions.
All right, I'm gonna just pin it right down here because I got to get off here. It's getting late.
All right. Well, but just for the record,
wait. I'm gonna pin it down, Joe. Have they ever faked?
No, you don't get to end with a question. You don't answer mine. No,
it's real quick. It's a yes or no question, Joe. It's just a yes or no question. Have they ever faked any of the space footage at all? Well, the answer to that is, of course, yes. Okay. So why wouldn't any of it need to be faked? Secondly, we've seen already evidence of how easy it is to fake. And if it can be fake, how do you know it isn't? But the most important thing is the second law of thermodynamics. How the fuck did they get out there? Because I don't care. You can scream gravity all that you want. You are never going to be able to prove that gravity has any effect on a pressurized gas to prevent it from equalization. Not once ever has this ever been done in history. It's an impossible condition. So that's what I wanted to leave that with. Greg, you got anything for us before we go?
Thanks for having me on. Nice job against Brendo, as always, as you are with everybody. I'm always thoroughly impressed with your insight, your knowledge, your specifics on the details. That I've been into this for 9 years, and I know you have a past of having that kind of knowledge on some of the science that I'll never have, but it's impressive. Keep it up.
It's anybody can learn this stuff, man. Anybody can learn this stuff. You run across something, you go, oh man, I don't really understand that. Go, but I can.
Oh yeah.
Tell yourself I can, and go look at it. Like, for instance, I really encourage people, because this gradient thing, look into Dalton's law and understand what they're telling you there. And then they say, well, you can't breathe up on Mount Everest. Well, no shit, right? We've removed one of those gases in that equation. Well, it's lower pressure. Of course it is. Of course it is. Because the total pressure is the sum of each one of the gases' pressures. And if we're not having oxygen up there, if it's down in a lower percentage at that altitude, or there's none, then what are we dealing with, right? We're dealing with only that which remains, which of course is going to be a less pressure. Does that mean there's less volume? No, not at all. So I really encourage people, look up Dalton's law, kind of understand it, get an idea of what Boyle's law is. These are all very important when it comes to pressure. And when people want to go, oh yeah, well, buoyancy uses gravity. Well, that gravity that's in the formula could just as easily be an A for acceleration, because it's not gravity. It's an observed effect is all you're doing. And you're assuming the cause, right? Even in buoyancy, weight due to gravity. Well, how do you know that the weight's due to gravity? You haven't proven gravity. I mean, Archimedes worked out his principles for buoyancy 1900 years before Newton ever came along. So, how did he do that without gravity? Because he knew the weight of the object was important. He probably also understood that the weight of the object is relative to the medium in which it's in. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the displacement like you do that you can measure. I mean, it's that simple.
I just can't believe we're at this point, because, in 2015, when I became aware of the flat Earth, it made sense for a lot of these 101 style stuff, but that here we are at this point, and the things we're still trying,
I know, right?
It's unbelievable.
Well, and it's due to in most of this. I mean, you got to understand, these people always want to say, oh, back all these many thousands of years ago, as if they've got some idea. I mean, all this knowledge you have about thousands of years ago came to you through Rockefeller funded school books. So yep. It might be true. It probably isn't, but hey, whatever, we'll take it at face value, right?
Yeah.
So to invoke that because a couple of Greek philosophers sat around in a bathhouse talking about balls, that this means that all the Greeks thought the earth was a globe. That doesn't mean that at all. I'm sure that most Greeks thought that those guys are fucking nuts, man.
Well, I'm with you. Like when you brought up with Brendo about the teacher that they were going after him, 100 years, a little over 100 years ago, right? That makes sense to me. And then the woman that David Weiss talked to in the old folks home. I mean, I think that there's probably a lot of stories like that we've missed because these centurions have passed away.
Yeah.
But it makes a lot more sense with everything else we know, that it was just like it was the people trying to push it, right? So they're going to put that in their books. They're going to make up people later. They're going to say that we're saying it, but
this is why it blew up in the 20th century.
Yep.
It blew up in the 20th century. Why? What also happened in the 20th century? Well, we had compulsory school, right? We had the Rockefellers take over the compulsory school system, okay, with their NEA and all this other nonsense and their textbooks and NEA approved textbooks and all this other bullshit. Well, come on, man. Just because you learn a bunch of shit out of a book and memorize it doesn't make you fucking smart.
Well, then just think about the timing of the Antarctic Treaty and NASA and Admiral Byrd and everything else. I mean, that's even more recent than what we're talking about some teacher being gone after. Like that's super, super recent.
Sure.
Yeah. But I think, man, it's encouraging. Just like one thing that's encouraging, although I struggle when I watch Flat Earth Banjos, Eddie's videos where he puts the compilations of the TikTokers, because those TikTok videos, they're getting better, but you can see the difference between the YouTubers and the TikTok. Like they're putting out some total crazy nonsense or mixed with Flat Earth 101 and whatever. You're like, no, why did you say that? No, you've got an audience. But it's still encouraging to see more and more and more and more. And man, I think within, I don't know, within a decade, it's going to be awesome to see where we are, to think where we've gone just in the last, I guess I think a lot of people agree. Like I woke up in 2015 to this. I think that's a number a lot of people kind of put to the reawakening kind of kicking off. And that's only 9 years ago. And with an exponential growth since then, I can't fathom where we're going to be in 10 years with this. That kind of like I remember my early days waking up to September 11th back in 2005, very active in the streets with the stuff. And in the early days, you'd have people that would get pissed. And later on, almost everybody was just like, oh yeah, I have a friend that knows that, even if I don't agree or this, it was no longer the taboo. Well, go get some sleep. I need it too.
Yep. I'm going to do that. And I'm just going to say, all right. So thanks for coming on, Greg. Thanks for coming on, Joe. We'll continue this tomorrow night if y'all want. Anyway, I'll go ahead and go live tomorrow night so we can all be here. And like I always like to say, I'm gonna play us out with a little song here, if that's all right. Let me see if I can get this. And before I go, I'm just going to say, remember, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire him. He'll probably kill you. And remember, don't let him dazzle your brain full of fiddle faddle, twiddle twaddle, and bahooey, as they always try to do. And we'll see you all again tomorrow night. Once again, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. We'll see you. Have a good night. Thank you, everybody, for showing up.
Ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And, you
were able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side. Oh boy, I mean, it's black.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons. You see the gas.
We've had to the moon. It'd be the better something. We haven't been there since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroy all the papers and burn from turn to blue. Except for the spectator, space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out there, deep space away from the sun is the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocking heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space or the dawn of fury.
I think standing here is pretty much a dead joke. What happened if you get a leak on there? You have a leak. Deep under my bed. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.